Hooray, caught myself muted. Only 3 seconds in. That's all right. Oh, now we got 7 people watching. There's a little bit of a miscommunication and a technical error on my behalf earlier today. Rex was on the stream a couple hours ago. We had a miscommunication in the booking, and he thought I wanted to go live on my channel, but I was planning on mirroring the Zoom that I thought we were going to do from his studio. But he was actually on his way out of broadcast way when we were talking. And but we did have a really good 30-minute conversation about integrating the Science of Sound podcast as well as APEC into the LeakProject 24-hour streaming service each 2 weeks. So that's really good. Also, I guess Paul must have fallen asleep as it got a bit too late over in the UK where he was supposed to be joining us from, but we will rebook with him and Rex later. So I'm not too sure how long I will keep the stream going today, but to keep it to the what we were talking about and what we will be doing with in is when is it no longer pareidolia? Because all over there are these, and that looks like a Titan in space. That's apparently a comet. You got the face of Mars and the pyramids up there. Medicine Hat Badland Guardians, which there are many of in the configuration. Olmec, almost druid looking. Another Olmec. This looks North American, indigenous. This looks Mayan or Aztec, absolutely. Apparently in the same Badlands, there's also these medicine balls, which they are medicine or ancient anomalies. And yeah, in that episode, when it comes up, we will be discussing stuff like these geoglyphs, how they map out, how they prove that this is more than just pareidolia, and plots out on a global grid around the world. And that is to come, plus the golden tablets, Crespi collection, Atlantis, catastrophism, even what was it? Einstein himself still believed in catastrophism. But yeah, let's play some Paul Cook videos in the meantime here, and might get some other people joining in. I will see.
Grid, or the Earth grid, is the theory that our ancestors purposely constructed their monuments on energy lines that, when mapped and connected, create a significant pattern, some sort of energy web. The whole idea of the world grid is that the Earth is like a huge crystal where the energy flows around it and its nodules. Energy paths intersect and move all over the world. Ley lines are straight alignments drawn between various historical structures and prominent landmarks. The idea was developed in early 20th century Europe with the ley line believers arguing that these alignments were recognised by ancient societies that deliberately erected structures on top of them. Since 1960, members of the Earth Mysteries movement and other esoteric traditions have commonly believed that such ley line democrat Earth energies and serve as guides for alien spacecraft. Archaeologists and scientists regard ley lines as an example of pseudo-archaeology and pseudoscience. If it is pseudo-archaeology and pseudoscience, then blinking Nora, what a good guess these cats have got, these ancestors, eh? I hope I've got their genetics, because without no lasers and high-tech stuff to do this stuff, how do you know where you're putting foundations for these places? I mean, without the special equipment, how would you even know that there is energy on these spots? Now look at this map. This map, and it has the two lines that are going over it like squiggles, and where these points meet are the sacred sites. So I'm going to follow St Mary and St Michael, and we're going to go to England. Let's have a little look what's on the sites. Stretching some 350 kilometres from the far west of Cornwall to the east coast of Norfolk, the Michael and Mary line is probably the most famous ley line in the world, also known as the St Michael alignment. Some of Britain's most sacred sites are situated on this, as well as numerous megaliths and churches dedicated to either St Michael or St George, the dragon slayers, and St Mary, the Christianized earth goddess. See, now you know. That's how churches, or some of the churches, got their names, and some of the monuments. So let's have a look at some monuments on top of these ley lines. Tor looks like a pyramid covered up. And also, if you look at Malvin, which a ley line runs through, and they look like the pyramids of Giza covered in mud. But not only that, these lines are incorporated into streets in Washington. And obviously, if you look at churches, these symbols are all over churches, all over them. And with that being said, that just proves that churches were originally not designed for religious stuff. They were for energy purposes, healing or harvesting. I don't know, but I'm going to work it out. I mean, if you're not convinced now, all you've got to do is look at this map, look at Azores in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and then you've got to ask, why is there a pyramid built in the bottom of the ocean? Around 7 years ago, in 2013, Portuguese news channels reported an interesting discovery. Supposedly, there's a huge underwater pyramid between the islands of Saa and Miguel and Terriqua in the Azores Islands. The underwater pyramid has a perfect shape and it's been faced by the cardinal spots, just like the Great Giza pyramid, north, south, east, and west. So it's very strange, but there's undeniable proof. All you have to do is download a map with the ley lines on, overlay it, but not even that, and just go along, follow the line and follow the monuments. I think it's incredible. And I think this is something that's completely hidden from us. These pyramids were generating energy or storing energy. The churches were healing us. It's all been taken away from us. Let me know what you think in the comments section. And try and do your own homework. Follow one of these lines. See what you can find on them. Because I guarantee you'll find monuments, megaliths, and all sorts of stuff. And you might even find something no one's ever found before. Anyway. That was ley lines in 5 minutes. I hope that give you a little understanding. One love, guys.
Shout out, Easy Tigers, my brother Paul Cook. So that was his ley lines in 5 minutes. I'm going to play a few more of some Paul Cook ones. Next up is going to be the Mercury rectifier, which power in the old world, and this is Antiquitech at its finest. This is 1850s advanced plasma AC/DC rectifier mass usage.
Easy Tigers. I hope everyone is fine and dandy. 2 sessions in 1 week, you are having it off. I thought I'd slip this one in quickly because it just keeps poking up everywhere, so I thought I'd just bring it out. I've done a few bits on it before, but I'll do it again.
First things first, big up the Patreons. One love to you all. If you want to support me, links in the description. Let's crack on. Right, so what it is, I keep seeing electric cars, electric scooters, electric this and that popping up from the early 1900s. We went through all this a year and a half ago, so we know all this. But one thing I've noticed after going over these pictures again is a little device that I keep seeing lit up everywhere, which is the Mercury Arc Rectifier. That's right, Mercury. Now, I'm going to go through its role in the secret underground tube system, which we call the Mail Rail, its role on the London Underground, and also its role in charging electric cars that are over 120 years old. Just
Love
like
Paul Cook.
So let's get stuck into it properly, shall we? The history of the electric car. It all started in 1832. The very first car was an electric car, and it was not a pattern motor car designed by Carl Benz. A short cultural history. Right, so the history of the electric car started with British inventor Robert Anderson. He built his electric-powered vehicle in Aberdeen, a port city in north-east Scotland, between 1832 and 1839. He had once presented it in an industrial exposition in 1835. The car could travel around 12 kilometers per hour. It was a bit cumbersome to the steer, but the drive unit was almost as quiet as the powertrain in the new Tesla. This pioneer in automotive history used a disposable battery for this vehicle, and crude oil was used to generate the electricity. This is how Anderson managed to get his electric car on the road long before famous three-wheeled gas-powered Benz pattern motor car in 1886. It stands as proof that cars did not run on gasoline from the beginning. It also goes to say here that in 1881 there was a guy, some French guy, and he built a electrical trike. But the problem I have with this is he says it run on batteries, lead batteries, but batteries can't store alternating current. They can only run on direct current, right? So I don't know how I got this, because it's literally the year after that is when they said they made the first power station for the public, which was the Holborn Viaduct, and that generated alternating current. So if you're getting alternating current from the power station to your house, how was you converting it into direct current? Let's examine these old photos, shall we? These photos that are over 100 years old are better than some of the pictures from the 1960s. I digress. Anyway, cables coming out of this wooden structure, charging up the back of this electric car. Now, this was the early 1900s. That's 110 years old or 115 years old. Same with this one. And same with this one. Now, if you look at the little charger, this one looked like it had no steering wheel. Maybe they're messing around with Photoshop back then as well, who knows, eh? But the point is, this device on the right-hand side, here, this is what housed the Mercury Arc Rectifier. Here you go. See, behind it is where it hid. So we're going to have a look at how these things worked and how they changed, or they rectified, alternating current into direct current. And I think it's incredible how they could do this back in the day. You know, this seems like an advanced bit of machinery, but it's old world tech. Very strange. Here we go. Look, Mercury Arc Rectifier charging set. So this was a charging set for the electric cars run. And look, 156 miles on one charge. This is 120 years ago. What happened, eh? And here we go, the Mercury Arc Rectifier. Now, I actually found one of these in Malta, and I'll show you the footage of it later. And I nicked 770 grams of mercury out of it. I'll show you all later anyway. Let's go. If you could stay with me for a minute, I promise you I won't bore you. A Mercury Arc Valve or Mercury Vapor Rectifier is a type of electrical rectifier used for converting high voltage or high current alternating current AC into direct current DC. It is a type of cold cathode gas filled tube, but is unusual in that the cathode, instead of being solid, is made from a pool of liquid mercury and is therefore self-restoring. As a result, mercury arc valves were much more rugged and long-lasting and could carry much more high currents than most other types of gas discharge tubes. See, this is where it gets a bit spooky. Invented in 1902 by Peter Hewitt, mercury arc rectifiers were used to provide power for industrial motors, electrical railways, streetcars, and electric locomotives, as well as radios, transmitters, and high voltage direct current. Now, the problem lies with me is if they're invented in 1902, how were all these other things how was these electric cars being charged up? How was in the 1880s the London Underground and the mail rail converting the power? If they had to use direct current and the only power station was generating was alternating current, how were they doing that? See, I think that's a mix up there and I've caught them out lying. But how do these work then? The operation of the rectifier relies on an electrical arc discharge between the electrodes in a sealed envelope containing mercury vapor at a very low pressure. A pool of liquid mercury acts as a self-renewing cathode that does not deteriorate with time. The mercury emits electrons freely, whereas the carbon anodes emit very few electrons when heated. So the current of electrons can pass through the tube in one direction from the cathode to the anode, which allows the tube to rectify alternating current. When an arc is formed, electrons are emitted from the surface of the pool, causing ionization of mercury vapor along the path towards the anodes. The mercury ions are attracted towards the cathode, and the resulting ions bombarded, the pool maintains the temperature of the emission spot, so long as the current of a few amperes continues. So there you go. Early 1900s, 120 years ago, they were using mercury to rectify, to convert AC to DC. Now, what else were they using mercury for back then? I mean, look at this device. Look at it. This looks like some real old world tech. And don't get me wrong. Well, do get me wrong. I don't believe these were invented when they said. I reckon they're around a lot earlier than that. And I believe that mercury has a massive part in free energy. And that's why we don't hear of mercury. That's why we're told it's so dangerous and poisonous. Don't go near it. All that jazz. But it's like anything. Do a bit of research and common sense, you'll be all right. But look at it. Look, absolutely beautiful there. Now, like I said, I actually found 2 of these in Malta in an old theatre. It used to be an old discotheque, and it converted it into... Sorry, it used to be a theatre, then it converted into a disco. But then what happened is the disco shut down, but they left the top floor alone. So on the top floor was the cinema. They had all the electrical stuff up there, stuff like this. They had the mercury arc rectifiers. They even had reels from the 1950s. And I'm going to show you all that in a minute. But have a look at these. These are the mercury arc rectifiers. They're everywhere. And I can see them everywhere now. And I've been looking at these pictures for almost 2 years and I never noticed. And it's funny how you progress and you learn yourself as you get better and wiser. Wise up, eh? And again, just on the left hand side, you can actually see, when you follow the cable around, the mercury arc rectifier lit up, doing its thing. So the power comes in AC, that converts it to DC, which allows you to charge up the appliance. In this case, the electric car 120 years ago. What happened? What happened? Oh, I can tell you what it was. Petrol. They wanted you to pay for petrol and fuel and things like that. That's what happened. You know the script. Don't need to talk about that. You know the script. We all know the script. This is a commercial world. Everything is done to sell it to us. That's the job of the government. It's to take our money and give it to private companies. But never mind. So yeah, back to the rectifiers, eh? What a piece of tech. I was actually going to go to the mail rail this week to do a tour there, and apparently they've got a working mercury arc rectifier there. So I will be going there probably in the next couple of weeks, probably. But this is what so they've changed. So it used to be that, but now what they brought out is they brought out these rectifiers. Now the mercury arc rectifiers, they got replaced in the 70s. And what they did was they replaced it with these little gadgets. These are rectifiers. So you've got the AC currents going in the center, and then you've got the direct currents coming out on the outside ones. So it's sort of like a little transformer as well, you know. Now, I want to know is what happened to all that mercury. Like I said, I got 770 grams exactly out of one mercury arc rectifier. There must have been millions. For instance, how many people had electric cars in the early 1900s? So many people, millions of people. So that there'd have been millions of mercury arc rectifiers, plus the ones used on the tubes, plus the ones used on the mail rail. Like, where is all this mercury gone? And like I said, the little mini underground railway for the mail in London. Let's have a look. I was exploring an archive today, blah, 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 blah. Let's see what it says. It's called a mercury arc rectifier. It's a large glass bulb, and at the bottom is a puddle of liquid mercury, and it really does glow bright blue when switched on. There were several mercury arc rectifiers in the mail rail. They played a vital role powering the railway from 1959 to 1980s. And again, I believe they're playing with dates again, because when did the mail rail come out? That come out years ago. So what power was that using before the mercury arc rectifiers come along? It was using alternating current, but how did it convert it? It's just a load of cobblers. It's all a load of cobblers. History is a lie. It is a complete lie. And again, let's have a look at London Underground. Just while we're talking about London Underground. So this is This is the most modern map of the London Underground in 2022, and this is like in 1878. Look how many tunnels there is, and look how many times it passes the Thames. It goes over the Thames 13 times. Like, who dug all this out? There was no power back then. Is this all dug out by hand? Look at Clapham Junction. Thriving, mate. Absolutely thriving. And this is 1878 or 1888. It's basically 130, 140 years ago. Yet the whole place is bored out. Nothing's changed. What, so they dug all this out in a matter of 10, 15 years? Was the whole of London a building site? No. These tunnels are ancient. They've been going on for ages. Every city in the world has a subterranean network of tunnels that we call a tube station, which is old world. We use modern trains in it now, but God knows what was in it before. This is the footage of me in Malta, and I did a lot of urban exploring. I'm actually in an extremely old theatre, and this is a hatch I went in. See at the top, and there's the mercury arc rectifier. Look at that little baby. That's the one I nicked the mercury out of. This one wasn't broken. That's me. So here we go. This was the room where they did the film, and it had all this old tech in there, really old. This had not been used since the 60s up here. And below me, because I'm at the very top of the building, below me was the hall where they did the dances and they did the theatre and all stuff like that. Look, reels. God, I miss Malta. But look, here we go. So they'd shoot the film through there. Got the old wooden barrels. And here, look. And I swear people, look, this had medicine that hadn't been touched in God knows how long. Medicine and DIY stuff. But again, we just went past one of the machines, and I found another mercury arc rectifier on the floor here, but this one had been broken. But that one belonged, look at the bed, people were squatting in here. But that one belonged in this gadget here. And now when I'd done the research on this place, this actual gadget was for the revolving doors. So there is where the mercury arc rectifier would sit. And I guess now I've done the research that the doors, the revolving door is direct current, and that place was supplied in alternating current. That's why they had to get the mercury arc rectifier. And this is the mercury that I stole out of there. I don't care that I stole it because I'm not going back to Malta now. But there we go, 770 grams. In the end, I had to give it away. I couldn't do nothing with it in the end. So I'll give it to my mate Antonio. And I think he was going to try and make some sort of free energy device out of it. But I don't know. I haven't even spoke to him. God knows how long. But one love, mate. If you're listening, I doubt it. But one love. 770 grams. So where did all that mercury go then? If every electric car's power station or charging station had 770 grams of mercury, say half the houses down the street had it, you're talking millions and millions and millions of grams of liquid mercury. And where is that gone? It's been taken out. It's been stolen from us. It's been stolen. Yeah, so the Netley Hospital, big up my mate Michael for this one. He showed me this one and I am blessed for it. Netley Hospital, it was the longest building in the world at its time and it was 1/4 of a mile long. And it was a military hospital. It had a pier built for it and it only lasted 100 years. Why build something, the biggest building in the world, and last 100 years? Let's see what it says. The hospital eventually opened for patients on March the 11th, 1863. It was 1/4 of a mile long and it had 1,000 beds and was Britain's largest military hospital and it cost £350,000 to build. Supporting infrastructure was also built, including a reservoir at Hound Grove and a gasworks. A cast iron pier was extended into Southampton waters in 1865. All right. And a railway was connected Netley to Southampton docks on 5th of March 1866. Even though being the longest building in the world, it was atrocious to stay there. And it says the hospital was situated within a larger area of land bounded by the River Itchen and the River Hamble, particularly around Shollin, that had become known locally as Spike Island. The term was subsequently used by wounded soldiers and prisoners of war to describe the location. So why build the biggest hospital in Europe, in the world, and why build the longest building in the world to rip it down 100 years later? And not only that, within that 100 years, have the worst reputation. Like, people didn't want to go there. To me, it reminds me of sort of like a mental institution as well. And that's what it looks like. And it was around that period when they started banging people up in these places, non-conformists. But never mind. Tally-ho, hey. But what a beautiful building this was. And it's just incredible that you build something that on that scale and then knock it down. Look at the size of it. Look at the size of that. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Like, think of the building site. How many blocks and bricks do you reckon you used to build this? How many levels do you reckon this goes down? And when they said this was built in 1856, no way. This is an old world Tartarian building that got repurposed. Look at it. It doesn't belong there. And we're right, it don't belong there. That's why they get rid of it. Anyway.
All right, so hello everyone, just joining in right now. So there was a little bit of a scheduling misunderstanding with live with Paul Cook and what did have Rex on privately earlier, but forgot miscommunication, didn't go live, but talked for a bit and whatnot. But before I play the previous Rex and I interview update from last week on his channel, I will give one more Paul Cook bonus of old world tech or spirit camera. And these pictures from the late or early 1800s have, ever since they first appeared, have just fascinated me, because it's like the incorporation of what looks like high electromagnetic fields and some sort of plasma discharge creation into these what look like full spirits. So it's kind of the spooky on the flip side of the upside down. Let me know what you guys think. Oh, come on.
I needed an
to create humorous effects. Photographers combined images and different negatives to create novelty photos. The headless ones were extremely popular. Photographers and retouching specialists would scrape their films with knives, draw or paint on top of it. And apart from the Victorian headless Photoshop pictures, they also used to do a lot of Photoshop to do with the body. So they had the Victorian, which was called the wasp waist, which is this now, which I used to touch up, and they used to touch up the face as well to make them look a bit younger. Now the headless photos were just pure novelty. They were to have on the wall, so when you had guests around, it'd be something for you to look at and talk about. It was just pure novelty. Let's have a look at the wasp waist. And it's a woman's fashion silhouette produced by a style of corset or girdle that has experienced various periods of popularity in the 19th and 20th century. Its primary feature is the abrupt transition from a natural rib cage to an exceedingly small waist, with the hips curving out below. It takes its name from its similarity to a wasp's segmented body. The sharply clinched waistline also exaggerates the hips and bust. But when you look at these photos here on Wikipedia, it actually shows you that they're Photoshop photos. So here, this is on Wikipedia, or Wikipedia. And here, if you have a look here, a woman wearing a tight lace corset, 1890. Note that the image appears to use Victorian photo editing. So even though they're talking about the wasp waist and the corset used, they're actually showing you a photoshopped image of it, which is quite strange. I don't know why they wouldn't just show you the real thing. It might be bit far out, but the real thing even exists. Like the amount of health it did on the insides of your organs and stuff. Maybe all these photos are just Photoshop pictures. Don't know, I'm only guessing. But it is strange that when you look at the wasp waist on Wikipedia, it is only actually a Victorian Photoshop picture. Here you can see a Photoshop picture of a woman, and on the right hand side you can see au naturel. You can see that she hasn't got the best of skin, but on the left hand side is the Photoshop version, and she looks like she should be on an advert. She's got beautiful skin. And the same with this one. The picture of the woman on the left, she looks like she could be in her mid 40s to 50s. And obviously it's been photoshopped, so the right hand side, she looks like she's, late 20s, early 30s. Painting and scratching, but very clever for the time period. But this is one of the tools they used. So you can see the image in the middle, and that image will overlap another image. So when it comes out, you'll have the two images on one picture. And here you can see someone scratching a negative here. Looks like it looks like a skeleton to me, to be honest with you. But it might be a ghost or something. And this is at work. So this is exactly how it'd look while they're doing it. And it would be these sort of images that would be the end product. So I think are classical pictures. I mean, this is a geezer. It looks like he's chopped off his own head, and he's laughing. So yeah, what would happen was you'd have a little dinner party or something, and your friends would come round and you'll stand around the photo or the picture. It'd be up on the wall, framed like a centerpiece, and you'd all sit there and have a little chin wag about it, have a laugh or a joke. Yeah, that really took off in the 1800s. But you can see it is well done. So they're just scratching out the background and overlaying the other negative. But this one was quite clever. So I'll just spin through these quick. So that was herself. It looked like herself, either that or her daughter. She took the head off. Quite comical, really. Looks like she's giving her a telling off. And a head on a plate, which is quite common. There you go again. So they're very interesting photos, and so spirit photography, also called ghost photography, is a type of photography whose primary goal is to capture images of ghosts and their spiritual entities, especially in ghost hunting. It dates back to the late 19th century, the end of the American Civil War, and the mid-19th century spiritualism movement contributed greatly to the popularity of spirit photography. Photographers such as William Mulmer and William Hope ran thriving businesses taking photos of people with their supposed dead relatives. Both were shown to be frauds, but true believers, such as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, refused to accept the evidence as proof of a hoax. So it might even be real, could even be real, and like most things get covered up. But let's have a look at some photos. So this is supposed to be the first spirit caught on film, and this was in 1932, I believe. But the video is not mainly about these. The video is mainly about these photos that I've come across, and they're using some sort of tech to generate images of dead. But we're going to have a look right now. So William H. Mulmer, 1832-1884, an American spirit photographer who worked in New York and Boston. His first spirit photograph was apparently an accident, a self-portrait which, when developed, also revealed the spirit of his deceased cousin. Mulmer then left his job as an engraver to pursue spirit photography full-time, taking advantage of the large number of people who had lost relatives in the American Civil War. His two most famous images are the photograph of Mary Todd Lincoln with the ghost of her husband Abraham Lincoln, and the portrait of Master Herod, a medium with 3 spirit guides. Mulmer was eventually taken to court and tried for fraud and larceny. Noted showman P.T. Barnum testified against him. Though the judge acquitted him, Mulmer's trial was not by jury. The event ruined his career, and Mulmer died in poverty. Today, Mulmer's photographs are recognised as fakes, but they circulated widely during the last quarter of the 19th century and were marked as objects of belief and visual curiosities, both within and beyond the spiritualist movements. So basically, this guy was an engraver, took a photo, caught his cousin, decided to give up everything and pursue this. He got riddled out, they took him to court, but he was acquitted, so he was never found guilty. But what happened was they just wiped him out. It's what you see happening now today. Things like this, you know, look at Tesla. Look how he died. You know, when someone comes up with something, bang, get rid of that, see you later. And then they just make out that it was a joke, or it was steampunk, or it never happened. Right, let's have a look at some old world tech. See what's going on here. These are the photos I come across. And it looks like the image is being projected. So it looks like it's in some sort of bird cage. There's a tube coming from something. E, is that for energy? And he's like pumping something. So I don't know what that could be. There's a tube going into this. Now, for this to be fake, a lot of effort must have gone into making this contraption. And even if this contraption was fake, he must have had it in his consciousness somewhere to know what these sort of things look like, to even make or even come up with this sort of idea. So whether it's real or not, the concept seems true. And again, just like all other great inventors or people that are about to change something or better for humanity, they just get wiped out. This is another one. So this guy's using magnetism. Looks like he's using electromagnetism. And also it looks like there's valves on the end. These look like little stop valves at the tops. So just guessing, imagine if there's mercury inside. Just guessing. But you've got cables connected from north and south, running up to a metal bar. And it does look like valves. They do honestly look like valves. Unless it's
Right. I have to pause it right here just to observe. One, look at this guy's possessed eyes. And then two, from this point forward, like you're gonna see these massive like horseshoe magnets or maybe even iron horseshoes that are magnetized. There's lots of times there's coils. They also go down and connect down to the jar, the battery jars. Oh, why can I not think of the name of the type of the jars? It will come to me. Anyways, how they collected the power. And this one right here, old possessed looking baby zombie Benjamin Franklin, I am not sure, but and then like always the plasma below, but it could just also be like smoke mirrors and or a projection screen or a video sort of thing. Who knows? But it's paranormal, and just the amount of tech that it seems too complex to be hoaxish, especially for this time era.
Traction out of pipes and old pipe work. As you come down, again, you can see like cell batteries and a box. And again, just a heck of a lot of magnets.
Magnets and batteries.
I'd like to know what's going on in this one. Obviously, lithium. Who knows? But they're definitely old school cell batteries, which I think they were on a table what Campbell Autodidactic showed in one of the videos. But you can see, real or not, it's generating a image through electromagnetism. And this one here, same sort of concept, but this one has tubes inside. It looks like it's being projected by light.
And that almost
So
looks like a Mesopotamian,
Again,
Babylonian, like
on
the
top.
plant when they connect in with the pine cone and the
And when
suitcase
you go down,
handbag.
you see that this guy. So here's the tubes in the pillars, and it looks like liquid at the bottom, in the bottom one, and it looks like grey liquid. So it looks like it could be mercury here. I don't know why that would be there, but again, you've got these skulls all wired up to these.
Like I said, definitely paranormal and on the upside down.
And you also have some sort of bird cage thing, so I guess another skull could go in here. God knows what's going on. But with this one, again, this looks like it's done by electromagnetism, or just electric really, to be honest with you. And it looks like it's collecting something from the ether, or maybe static electric. But it definitely looks electrifying inside that box. It also looks like it's a temple. But you've got coils in there, you've got electric sparks going off. Looks like you've got two capacitors underneath here. And you've got the cables coming down, going to another box, which could only be some sort of power supply. Anode, cathode, negative, positive. We can only speculate. This geezer's got a little A there. It could be a Freemason sign. Very interesting photos though. Could be very controversial. And again, what's going on with this one? This one looks like it's done with electric again, through spheres. Or mirrored spheres. They look like mirrored spheres. But it's generating an image, and he has his hand inside. Again, like a Freemason symbology. So you got a jar here, cables going in, and again some sort of battery at the bottom. So if this is not real, a lot of effort and thought has gone into this. Incredible. Incredible. And obviously this doesn't fit anything. So this stuff gets blown out of the book straight away. Now this one looks like it was done with smoke from candles. But I'm not sure. This one's a bit skeptical to me. But it's an incredible picture. A big bow on top of her head. So she's got a watering can there. Maybe that's a little spell on the side. Who knows? Who knows? There's a lot of stuff we don't know or can't understand or won't understand because we couldn't comprehend it. Because we haven't been aware of it, so we just wouldn't know it. But the table looks beautiful. Everything was beautiful back then. Now this one was extremely interesting. It seems like he was using vibration to generate an image. And there's E. I don't know what this means, but again it looks like it's got a box at the bottom with some cell batteries inside. There's no cables going to this one. So I don't know what they are. Maybe it's a can of booze. Box of booze. But anyway, look, you can see trumpets here. Or something, horns blowing something.
Yeah, that face looks pretty cut and paste on there. Even like I don't know, this could easily be photoshopped. I'd like to see like the originals of like a book that these photos were supposedly published in, or a magazine or something like that, to get reference to make sure that these pictures are actually legitimate and not just you know, part of someone else's imagination. But there's so many of them, and they're so complex.
With
just
little bits of tech around it.
Is it butterfly effect, Mandela effect? You know, like glitch in the matrix. Who knows?
Wires coming to a little box that his left hand is on. Looks like a little Wim Hof generator on the right hand side with a couple of capacitors. If I go back up, it looks like there's a pressure gauge. I could be wrong. No, it's just a bit of ornamentation. Like I said, if these were fake, like they've put a lot of effort into making these props. Now this one I couldn't work out how this guy was generating this image. But he had some contraption in his hand. You see, with a cable coming
I'm like, is that 3 cut and paste like oven freaking elements, or is that actually 3 radiation emitters putting out plasma energy? Oh yeah, but let's see, that looks right. Oh, that looks like a giant camera freaking just shooting up the image. So this could be early just video projection imagery, like advanced video projection, essentially.
come across these images about a good few years ago. Just mind blowing. Again, there's valves. Can you see the valves?
See, I have also wondered and
Mercury in
pondered
there?
on
I
this
don't know. If
aspect
there is
of it.
mercury, it'd have to be pressurized, wouldn't it? I suppose. For them to open the valve and it to flow up. Now this one. Don't know about this one, but it was good. It was interesting. It's like a little man. It's like they've swapped bodies. But again, you've got an eye here, but you've got barrels at the bottom with cables coming out of them. So there must be some sort of power inside these, some sort of energy, something we're not aware of. But coming up to this contraption. It's got all sorts of shapes of metal coming off it. Maybe it's gathering stuff from ether. Who knows what this contraption is doing? But you've got a little thing in front of it next to the candle. Maybe you spin that. But either way, I think this picture's showing you that it looks like I don't believe this picture, by the way. It's got nothing solid for me to believe. But it is a good picture. See the barrels, I don't know, they must have energy in them. Right, so I just wanted to look at a couple of photos from the same time period. I was going to do a human zoo, but I might as well chuck these in because they're extraordinary photos. And they're just people, humans that have disadvantages, should we say. Could be Photoshop, could be real, who knows. But the first few pictures that we look at like now and the next few, you see these ones a lot on old maps. Cross between a man and a horse or a jackal or something, you know, he's got like arms and then hoofs and horse-like legs at the back, you know. And again, like this is, you see this depicted on old maps quite a lot. Photoshopped or not, I don't know. And again, this guy's got 3 legs. I mean, I know a couple of people with 3 legs, but not one that big. And again, these sort of photos, these remind me of people that have been vaccinated. You know, like have been kept in asylums, like experiments. And this is just a showcase of people with different irregularities, shall we say. And again, I just believe this is like a few of them you could say are down to genetically modified through vaccinations and things like that. I mean, the top right one looks like a man and a monkey, like a monkey boy. So I don't know what's going on here. But either way, and you've got a guy that looks like he's half fish. He's got like fish hands. And this one looks like the monkey boy from the. And this is before 1935, photos that accompanied breaking news stories, if there were photos at all, were rarely of the event itself. A little bit of tech, a good bit of tech. Again, it seems quite advanced for its time, and obviously this is the later version that came out in 1920 or 1935. Sorry, there was one out before that, but it weren't working as fast. This one delivered a picture in 8 minutes from one side of America to the other side. And this is actually the map of the wire and where it went and how it was distributed across the United States to hit all different states so they could get news instantly. Or, you know, or should we say, get programmed instantly through fake news. Do you know what I mean? So wire photos dominated newspapers from 1935 to the mid-1970s, when papers began adopting new types of photo technology, eventually leading to the digital world we live in today. Now, photos of a newsworthy event are often published online before the story is even written. But although there have been advancements, in new photo technology over the years, few compared to the undeniable impact that wire photos have on the news industry. So this is a photo of the receiving machine. The incoming picture has been recorded on the negative with the light-proof cylinder, which the operator is now removing. This goes to the darkroom a step of a way. So let's have a look at this bit of tech then. Very interesting. Now these are some pictures from 1935 that have been digitally sent, wide photos, 1935, 5th of January, Saturday, on the right hand side. So they're quite clear pictures, considering they're sent through a telephone cable. And again, here's a picture of a baseball game, I believe. So, right, so this is a bit where this is the machine with the dark room in the background. So I wasn't aware of this. And now this must have been one of the first machine before 1920. Just for the pure fact that the one we've been looking at looks like a condensed version of this. I mean, look at the tech at the bottom. Looks like mini dynamos, and there's cables going everywhere. I mean, yeah, I could say the wide photo machine is a condensed version of this. This was pre-1920, and you can tell this was in 1800s by the quality of the photo.
Just for a quick interjection, there's about 5 or 10 minutes left in that video. And then I will explain what you're watching and what's so special about this electrolysis reaction with Bert and Ernie, as well as then transfer over and re-explain the talk and video chat I had with Rex earlier tonight, and we didn't go live with it, but it was for about 40 minutes, and it was me, Rex, and Faraday Research, and just a bunch of discussions on going forward and onboarding the Science of Sound series podcast into the LeakProject streaming service and channels and community and platform, as well as APEC every second Saturday, and then myself also doing another weekly scheduled show on the LeakProject channel and streaming service I'm going to call Rex Reviews, where I take and review portions of Rex's 2 weeks of videos each second week that I'll do Rex Reviews episode, as he literally does like 5 to 10 epic interview podcasts of 1 to 2 hours every week with absolutely next level guests and mind expanding personalities that there's just so much that good to go through. Examples as Ken Shorts yesterday, as well as a couple days ago Shifu Ramen, and yesterday Wayne Hertz's Atlantis, and where they go into in depth explaining the star maps, the pyramids of Mars, the face of Mars, Cydonia, for anyone that has never seen it. Richard Hoagland was the official, I think, NBC News correspondent, or one of the channels to NASA during the time of the face of Mars official discovery and publication. And off screen to the left of this photo is actually several ruined pyramids, but are all in the same geometric alignments as some of the Giza pyramids and other pyramids throughout Egypt, as well as I believe China, Mexico, and elsewhere, including the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex in alignment to the complete Orion constellation. That is something that me, Rex, and Paul Cook will be doing a full 2-hour upcoming recording and podcast very soon. And tomorrow night for episode 4 with myself, Faraday Research, Ominous, I believe Astra and Richie, if you can make it. And Richie, if you want to hop on right now, I can send you the link. Also, I will be doing more work with Benjamin Boulderson and Odin's Alchemy. Great guy, great channel, absolute parallel research and alchemy, electrolysis, plasma, free energy, HHO, all developments parallel to what I've been doing and others, and it's just coming together so excellently. Back to the Paul Cook video that now I need to rewind because, sorry guys, I've been blabbering on instead of getting back to the video.
Calls just for the pure dodge the hijack. A small channel, some hieroglyphs, if you want to call them that, Sumerian hieroglyphs, and see what.
Now, I paused it right here because this is actually so crucial. These are actual diagrams in old science books, but also probably religious church, maybe architecture. But each of those bended lines going above this, what looks like ornament with garden decoration, but really is a high density capacitor slash radio wave generator, and then each of those lines going all the way above it and above that antenna on top is one of the layers of atmospheric electricity differential that you're getting when you go up, and charge differential when you connect it to the ground, and actually showing full diagram and measuring the awareness of these fields and harvesting it, just as shown in, I believe, the plasma channels video of modern day. They do the exact same diagram and then claim that there's no such thing as free energy. The one, not plasma channel, but he plays a clip of this one guy. He tries to debunk everything, but it's like, man, free energy is literally everywhere around you. Just if you don't understand it, you won't grasp it. Or once you grasp it, it's everywhere and everything. Anywho, back to this. But yeah, it's that there's French and German, and I also believe probably Russian, Slavic science books from the 1600s, 1500s, 1400s that these diagrams and charts measuring the atmospheric electrical potential differential in accordance to this antiquitech, specifically showing that it is used for harvesting electricity out of the atmosphere. Like, that's what this diagram is, and that is undeniable. And then it's like 500 years ago, so that's 250 years before we were supposedly ever discovered electricity with a key attached to a kite in a freaking thunderstorm. No, this is the most blatant evidence that these right here, these are extremely high resonant, high dimensional energy machines, capacitor, radio wave guide, generator, and probably interdimensional or interplanetary in the heavenly bodies, like how they align to the phases of the moon, the sun, the cycle, as well as the planets, the heavenly bodies, the alchemy aspects of this advanced ancient architecture and technology, and atmospheric electricity as one aspect of it. But we will play this last little bit, and then after that it will be the 45 or 50-minute video of me and Rex that I did on his channel last week that we'll be playing.
What sort of tech they was depicting or illustrating back then. But just before I show you that, I want to show you this picture here, and it's actually showing you the ether running over the dome, running over the tech, and how the ether is collected through the conductor or the spire at the top of the tech. And this photo is very interesting. I don't know what it is, but to me it seems like a load of trumpets, all with valves. Like there's one big pipe, all with air, filling all these trumpets up. Now, what would you be doing with that? It sort of reminds me of the walls of Jericho. Now, I might be wrong. This might not even be nothing to do with sound, but to me, that's what it looks like. You've got guns on one side, on the right-hand side, and you've got all these trumpets, ginormous ones with these valves. You can see, I can see four valves there.
This is clear
Must be compressed air.
weather manipulation, geoengineering on at least localized or semi macro scale, at least 100, 200 years ago.
And I wanted to basically, I found an old magazine from 1908, and inside this magazine I found loads of articles of technology, basically dynamos, and I've done a video on electricity from the tap. See, I found that gadget in here as well. So let me know if you want me to do a video on this, because I might do a video where I go through the whole actual magazine and do a live and just go through it and show you what was in it. It was incredible. Look,
oh, he does do an excellent video.
Ever ready flashlight. So this was a dynamo, and it's one you wound up.
I might actually, after playing the Rex interview, play this video he's talking about now. It's a 20-minute one where he goes through and shows several different devices from the mid-1800s that were used and attached. It was hydroelectric generation in your kitchen home. It would be attachments to your kitchen sink, and it would use the fluid dynamic and the pressure of the aqua water system through your to generate and attach runs all sorts of machines and electric motors. It's yeah, I will. That'll be the extra bonus.
And on the right hand side, you've got the NAP electric power plant. So it's the S-type dynamo, semi-enclosed 6-volt, 4 amperes, $5. So there's another little dynamo there. So it's quite interesting catalogue. Very interesting catalogue. Like I said, let me know in the comments if you want me to do a video dedicated to this. And here on the left hand side, just below the top one, you have something called the Clipper water motor. Now this was the one that generated electricity from the kitchen tap. Now this was advertised to be sold in this catalogue. And also next to it you have another little device that connects to water to generate electricity. And on the right hand side, electric powered motors. Let me know if you want to go through this, because this is incredible. I can zoom in. These are just screenshots that I've done, but the actual magazine I've got is a PDF and it's high resolution, so I can zoom in properly and have a proper look at this. Now let's have a look at some Sumerian text or hieroglyphs. I don't know what you want to call this stuff. Let's have a look. The first thing I notice is the hats on top of these people. They look like they've got antiquity on top or something. Person or woman on the right, on the left, has wings. And also the person in the middle has some sort of water barrier around them with fish going around them, and someone coming from underneath the ground with a sword. A very strange illustration. And again, I think this was done on granite, I think. And again, some sort of technology. Looks like the Wimhurst generator. It looks like you've got cables, that's something that spin and generate some sort of electricity. And he's sitting inside it. And he looks like a giant too. Now this one is very, very intriguing. This looks like a bit of tech in the middle. And also just above it was extremely similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs, almost like Isis. But anyway, the bit in the middle, tech, what's going on here? And then you've got, looks like humans, either side of it. And then on the outside, you've got interdimensional beings or something. But they're holding these handbags. And these are everywhere. These are everywhere. They're in Indians, they're Indian, Egyptian. They're everywhere. Everywhere I've been looking, these bags are popping up everywhere. And again, it looks like I showed you earlier, half man, half horse with the legs and the human body. You have winged beings. You have some sort of tech in the middle radiating something. And you also have someone flying in the sky in some sort of tech, flying tech. Now this one is like this guy is sitting. So this guy here basically, it's like he's sitting on some sort of vehicle. That's what it looks like, with a steering wheel. With a little bit of tech on top. Very strange little photo, that one. And again, people with this tech on. This is the same photo as before, but it's a fuller image. But I couldn't get one with this angel sort of thing flying. I couldn't get his head. But anyway, you can see like these animals. And these people are considerably bigger than this lion or tiger. Very, very strange. And again, this just reminds me of some sort of Egyptian photo. Isis at the top. These are fish. I don't know why they're fish here. Again, this represents Pisces. I don't know why they're doing this. And they're holding the handbags with some sort of tech in the middle. God knows what's going on. It's just left to our imagination. But anyway, I'm going to call this one a wrap. A chicken wrap. A vegan chicken wrap. If you liked it, let us know. Don't forget to subscribe, share, comment, all that jazz. Oh, and if you want to be a patron, I'll leave the link in the description. Much love. Take care. Ta-da. Ta-da.
Once again, I ask, when is it no longer pareidolia? Too many coincidences, or just nature pops up every lava bubble and impact crater to look like these Atlantean, Aztecian, hominid human faces and pyramids from Mars to Alberta Medicine Hat Badlands, as well as these balls, some of them, apparently billions of years old. They literally appear from the forest reaches of Siberian and the Baffin Islands, I believe, Canada, to Antarctica, to Bosnian pyramids, to Costa Rica, everywhere. And these apparently are in Alberta, right around the same badlands that this whole Nazca-like Badland Guardians massive terraformed complex, I guess, really is what all you can call it. Like, this is four faces. You have the indigenous, either Aztec or North American native, and then above it there's like this it's been compared to Irish or almost like Celtic something, and then your Olmecs and Aztec faces across the adjacent valley there. And then the work of the Ferrum Foundation, where he then goes in and finds these markings. They're lines. They're actually megalithic stones. So each of these lines with those numbers are lines of megalithic stones placed in the ground, straight lines measuring a specific length and angle from the equator, that the Ferrum Foundation, he then plots out onto the globe. And literally each of these lines, and I'm going to be going down at some point this spring, or definitely during the summer, if not a couple of times, probably do a trip camping there. Hopefully, probably the summer solstice would be a good time to actually do a camping trip in these Medicine Hat Badlands areas, and actually see if we can find any of these guys while we're down there, and then also verify the geoglyphs. So these lines that he's measured of megalithic stones, just like Karnak, France, I believe, and stuff like that, different megalithic stones throughout, and the length of them and the angle, then plot out and specifically go to all these other different ancient sites and ley line spots, from Mexico City to Panama to Hawaii to Cairo, Egypt, through to Greenland. It's crazy, and he literally then goes from site to site and finds the adjacent corresponding lines at like the Giza pyramid, also the Bosnian pyramids, also Yonaguni, Japan, underwater pyramid, and gets the same angle geoglyphs there, and then maps them out from those locations with similar plots and maps, as I'm showing for the Medicine Hat Badland geoglyph structures. And it's like, so how can one accept the Nazca Peru lines, which he also finds the geoglyphs there and measures them out, and they correspond. And I think it's not in this picture, it's in one of the ones on his sites that I'll have more pictures, the full details, when I do the stream with Rex and Paul next week there. But yeah. Anywho, let's get back to what we were doing. Also, what I gotta point out is it's been exactly 6,500 views. Shadowman podcast, weekend at Burneye.
Hour, and I just wanted to like what is going on, man? You said you're going to share this stuff about anti-gravity, ancient alchemy, something about Machu Picchu as well.
Right? Just so much going on in the world today. And it's just the acceleration of the quickening, right? And are you going to focus on the negative or the positive? Because we're in such a multiverse that you got to keep it positive.
Great point.
And one of the main things I've been doing is every 2 weeks, every second Saturday, there's APEC, American Anti-Gravity Propulsion Engineering Conference.
Cryptos are hot again. Ladies and gentlemen, have you checked out Trade Genius Academy yet? If not, what the heck are you waiting for? Use the promo code Patrick for a 40% off non-bundled opportunity. The bundled options are 65% off. I have personally seen gains in hours. It'll take some people months, even longer to experience otherwise. Trade Genius Academy is the ultimate in proprietary trading algorithm calls sent to you via email and text message when the best time to buy and sell based on these trading calls. Whether you're into cryptos or stocks, it's all about options. Check them out, Trade Genius Academy. And look at some of these attaboys. People love Bob, rightfully so. Bob, the founder of Trade Genius Academy, he was an executive for 2 Fortune 500 companies in the financial services industry for 25 years. He's the man. Trade Genius Academy is awesome. Check him out, tradegeniusacademy.com. Get off the sidelines. I'm glad you did.
And a month ago, 2 Apex ago, they hosted John Hutchinson. So I got to meet John, been emailing back and forth with him. He's a pretty busy guy, but he has said that he wants to come on your show. So we will have him scheduled for you sooner than later, hopefully.
Sweet.
Yeah, and just an amazing, amazing group of guys and community coming out of that. Well, thank you. Breakfast sandwich.
Perfect.
Mother-in-law
Does it
is
have
a
alchemy?
person.
Yeah, man. Yeah, John's a legend. John is an absolute legend. I remember the Hutchinson effect 10 years ago. People were showing. I interviewed John back with Godlike Productions 10 years ago.
Right? Like, I remember, like, just coming out of high school and seeing, like, the back in the Troll Doll days when they were trending and he had one of them levitating or something like that, or melting. Yeah, it's great. But a lot of his research, I guess, is in, like, been not classified, but gone into NDAs in companies and stuff like that, where they're actually now building these drones without propellers and stuff like that off of his science. Just it's not in the public sphere. So it's quite fascinating, all the different things. And then another thing with my alchemy, so the monoatomic metals that I first showed you and we first talked about, there's Jeremiah. He has 2 YouTube channels, Join the Technician and Exotic Propulsion. But we did a stream on my channel, Crypto Alchemist, last week, and he was able to finally replicate, and he made a live monoatomic bismuth out of just bismuth anode, bismuth cathode, salt water, and 5 volts of electricity. And sure enough, it makes this same white monoatomic plasma state elements. And this is what I also theorize is quantum matter, because monoatomic, single atom, it's not quantum entangled yet. It's plasma. It's a 4-dimensional state of matter. It's that higher elevated state. So this is that nanotechnology that's superconductive, that can pull out more energy from the space vacuum. And it's something that the ancients in all the legends speak of. And when they had the monoatomic gold, apparently it turned them into the demigods and stuff like that. And I have not gone that far myself with this stuff in actually consuming it. People can look up David Hudson. I believe he owns the actual original patents for this monoatomic stuff called ORMUS, orbitally rearranged electron molecule, I believe, for something close to that, the acronym is. But they were actually eating that monoatomic stuff. But I don't recommend that, because that, like, 9 out of 9 times you hear the story, the people usually end up going crazy or overbearing and whatnot. And apparently it's the Egyptian Book of the Dead that gives you the rights of how you have to like align with like the solar and lunar calendars and like prepare your body and take certain amounts and stuff to consume it properly, similar to like there were these practices for handling the Ark of the Covenant back in the day, and now we're finding out it's probably because it had radiation and electric stuff like that, why they would do these certain things to protect themselves, right? So that's why it's like, if you're taking the most powerful substance of pure plasma gold into yourself and no idea what you're doing or preparing yourself, you're probably going to overbear the system, right? And
Right.
thus,
So it's really
so dangerous. But I have now been drinking the colloidal waters of it for 6-7 years now. So I definitely haven't died. I haven't gotten the heavy metal poisoning. But the key thing is that you have to have it monoatomic. If it oxidizes and turns into a diatomic particle, that is how you start getting the heavy metal accumulation and instant poisoning from it, because now you're taking in this solid state of it. And the oxidization is this teal, bluish green color for these silvers and golds. And you hear of the demigods that were blue or green when they were consuming this. And it's like, did they have a different way, or who knows? But you don't want to turn blue when you take it, because that's what will kill you.
Are you actually still doing a lot of different experiments in the lab?
Yeah, like in my backyard lab and stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to get funding, but also to get like an actual research lab, because this is cold fusion, right? So to do experiments with higher voltage, I would then be risking actual higher nuclear reactions, possible particle decays, radiation, stuff like that, where I don't want to be doing it in my backyard, in my basement. So, but I've still been doing similar things. One really fascinating thing I discovered this winter, minus 25 degrees Celsius in Canada. So my salt water and anode cathode things were completely frozen solid outside. I plugged it in and instantly started bubbling up this hydrogen off of the cathode side still, and melting the water with only 5 volts. So for hydrogen fuel technology, that's a huge thing to prove that even in minus conditions, just a small amount of electricity, you're still able to turn that pure, just salt water into hydrogen fuel right before the reaction of injecting that hydrogen into the fuel injector, into the combustion engine. Thus, you only have to have water and a small amount of electricity, even in freezing temperatures, to produce that, as opposed to Bob Lazar, who claims that he has to have a particle accelerator to then make these complex things, to then be able to absorb the hydrogen, to then put the hydrogen back out, to then run it in the car. And it's like, you don't need these $1 million operations to get this stuff. Literally, you just need 5 volts and some salt water and a couple of metals, and you are producing this. Some people say it's H4, so hydrogen 4. It's also been called Brown's gas, or HHO. There's also speculation that it is HHO, like water, just in the mist or plasmoid HHO form. But whatever the compound is, it's that this gas can easily be made simply with a small amount of electricity right before it goes into the engine of a vehicle. And combined with gasoline, you're going to cut in half the amount of petroleum product you need, and cut down your costs substantially in these insanely high prices these days in the economic warfare that's going on. But it's that, and just for saving the environment, half the fuel or half the oil would need to be drilled out, and you'd just be taking a little bit of water. You know, it's crazy that they say that hydrogen is the future of fuel, but the amount that they've let the science come out and be developed is still in the Stone Age compared to what the actual fringe science community or free energy science community has been known and developed the space technology of this for decades.
Fascinating. So you think you're uncovering some cutting edge technologies? I mean, this sounds like it could be a game changer.
100%. This is nanotech at its finest. This is plasma technology at its finest, and quantum technology. It is the brink of bridging the gap into the multiverse and the higher dimensional electrical engineering of things. And now that the UFOs, the UAP, have been disclosed and acknowledged, anti-gravity is real. Thus, our physics understanding the old system is now faced with extinction, that, hey, sorry, something much bigger and grander that we've been saying is real this whole time is there. And over unity, you're getting that energy, that free energy, or that mass amount of energy that's needed to then be converted into the anti-gravitic technology or propulsion or engines. They're one and the same sort of figuring out and development. So it's that now these over unities, these free energies, these multi-dimensional energy, really it is. So it's that you're taking energy out of your environment, like your sound, your EMF radiation, your radio, your gamma, your heat, everything, and that you're turning that into usable, workable electricity. And that you're also making your electrical circuits and loads and machinery more efficient, because the more you dig into electricity, the more you find out that we have the most inefficient, wasteful electrical development engine systems and whatnot possible. Like an LED, the difference between an incandescent light and an LED light, and that you take it, it's like a 99.9% difference if you actually have the LED running like properly and not shantily made or whatnot, where it's not putting out any heat. It's running off of this cold electricity. It's essentially UV band electricity, as opposed to the infrared band electricity, where you have that heat, that resistance, and that excessive, massive amount of energy loss, because you're not just putting out UV light, you're putting out infrared light, which is literally millions of times more energy than the small amount of cold electricity. And that's what Tesla was really working on, was utilizing and harnessing and developing machinery and equipment that ran off of this cold electricity instead of infrared, hot, heavy, wasteful, resistant load energy.
This is all so new to me. This is incredible. And then what are you going to do to get this actually, in the public sector? How do we make this happen? How do we change the world with energy? Because you know what, dude? Energy rules the world. Think about it. Think about how much money people spend for energy, how much time and money they spend for energy. And if we went back to these ancient civilizations that seem to have this connection, I was actually thinking about this yesterday. It's weird that we're doing this interview today. Talk about matrixing.
Synchronicity.
I was thinking about roads that were magnetized roads, and craft that would obviously fly over go over these magnetized roads, and they would have magnets underneath them. So you would have very minimal energy to use. They could go extremely far. You wouldn't need gas.
It will go for miles, essentially, right? It's the maglev.
What if the ancients did that, dude? Yeah. What if that's what the ancients were doing? Something similar.
I don't doubt that at all. And there's actually so much real hidden science that has gone into that over the history. Coral Castle with Ed Leeds-Scallon down in Florida there.
I just went there, and let me tell you something. The people that took over that place are corporate America, and in my opinion, they ruined it. You go into that place, and They're like, okay, well, we're giving another tour, so you have to stay here and watch this presentation on a TV while they finish this tour. And if you go try and wander, and if you have a GoPro or something like that, oh, dude, they're like, you can't use that here. You have to wait for them. You got it. I mean, dude, they interrogated us.
Just shut it down, suppress it. Exactly.
They destroyed it, in my opinion. It's so sad to see what corporate America did, because I'll tell you what, the guy that built that, he wouldn't want this. There is no way he would let
rolling
anybody
over
in
his
there.
grave for sure.
I'll bet he's pissed.
I bet he's haunting
Anyway,
them.
go on. I'm sorry.
I bet you whoever actually owns that, he's like creeping on them at night as a ghost.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right? But luckily he left behind lots of different info and a book. I believe it's Magnetic Current, and there was a second one, something about a girl or his sweet girl or something. But he wrote an entire book on magnetic current, not electric current, but magnetic current. And magnetic current is something that is not taken into consideration in our electrical engineering technology and understanding today. And magnetism is twice as strong as electricity in the electromagnetic field. So literally 2/3 of the energy of electricity we don't even understand or incorporate in our engines, in our designs, in our grid, anything of the sort. And it just goes to show how little we actually know, yet we think we know. But so there's a channel, Vinny St. Vincent on YouTube, that's recreated Ed Leedskallen's flywheel from Coral Castle and has been doing really crazy experiments. I've highlighted it on my channel and on APEC a few times too. I highly recommend checking that out. I can send you links for the next one, because we have a short one today, but we have another one coming up on the 8th with Paul Cook there. And yeah, he couldn't make it today, sadly, but he's got amazing work out of the UK. He's discovered several pyramids in England and massive megalithic work and structures throughout England that nobody talks about. And then also been down to, oh my goodness, why can't I think of it now? That one island that the oracles were on.
Elephant Island?
Sorry?
Elephant Island?
Oh, no, in
Easter Island.
The Mediterranean
Oh.
there, that one little country that oh, why can't I think of it? They have the secret organization, Knights of Malta.
Malta, yeah.
Yeah, so he's been down to Malta and lived there and gone through the cave systems and the star forts there, the star city that it is, and shows how much more ancient it ever possibly could be. And great work. So I'll make sure to bring more info on stuff that we've talked about for that show. Couple more things now that we are getting to the ancient alternative history. Did you have that Machu Picchu picture, and were you able to see the face yet? Oh, no. Sorry, I didn't know if you looked it up or not before.
I can do that. Here, Machu Picchu in reverse, upside down?
Or just maybe mountain face or face of Machu Picchu.
Face of Machu Picchu. Okay, let's try that. Because what you're saying is there's an actual face.
Yeah, the mountain that is next to Machu Picchu, you rotate it 90 degrees, and it is a perfect Mayan or Aztecian face looking straight at you. And I often joke, if you want to know who built Machu Picchu, I bet it was that guy.
This?
Yeah, there you go. That's on a bad day. There's better pictures, like when the sun's hitting the angle, right?
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You got a big nose, man.
Right?
What they say about somebody with a big nose, right?
They have to breathe a lot of air up there. They're they're in Colombia there, in Peru. They're up high in the elevation.
Breathe it in. Breathe in that elevation. It does look like a face. It looks like a caricature almost of, like with a big nose and a small chin. Could be.
Right? So,
could be natural.
Like I said, that picture was like on a cloudy day, so the shadows don't really do it justice. There's others that really, really accentuate details of it. But last video we did there, that one might be edited. So
I'm yelling. I'm so excited, and I was muted. This one's off the charts right here.
Yeah.
Look at that. That does look way better. That looks like an eye, a nose, a mouth, a chin, and
exactly
that looks way better.
And there's several that actually, like, when the sun is right on the angles, that like there's many that are that defined of it. So I bring that up because the last time we did one, we went over the Medicine Hat Badlands in Alberta that were right by me, that have all of those geoglyphs, and there's like the 5 Aztec Mayan indigenous faces from space on that. And they look pretty identical to the Machu Picchu one. And it's of the same era, and it's the same amount of terraforming that's required to make something like that it would be of that ancient and old of a society. But it's also probably the same one that was able to make the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex and carve that out. And, just the massive, massive amounts of earth moving, like it's mountain moving, and it's not just stripping one mountain down like we do now over 20 years, mining it for a certain resource. This is building entire massive super how would you even describe it, like mega cities, like many mountains, ranges of right, when we went over the Grand Canyon complex last time, and how there's all the different pyramid peaks and the different what are they called? Not palaces.
Just the names, like the names. Yeah.
And it's that this was beyond just what we are now. This would have had to be like a class 1 civilization, or a class above us in regards to technology that we were in either the Atlantean or Lemurian times of before the Younger Dryas events that happened. And what I find fascinating is how much it connects and seems like to Mars, and the Cydonia and the face of Mars, and the pyramid complexes that are around the face of Mars in that Cydonia region. If you've ever seen you've interviewed Richard Hoagland before and seen all of that, right? Exactly. And it's that this would have been the exact same civilization, and it doesn't look like it was aliens. It looks like it was us, and that something happened, and that we dumbed ourselves down, that we were a higher, more advanced, like 4th or 5th dimensional beings in civilization, and we were in some sort of destructive war or something. And in astronomy, you learned that 1/2 of Mars is completely covered by craters, and the other half is what you have from Cydonia and these ruins of pyramids and faces and what looks like a leftover ruined civilization. And that they claim there once was water on Mars and atmosphere. And why is only 1/2 of Mars covered with those craters? And then why is it the asteroid belt that's in between Mars and Jupiter, when we run all of these simulations on how our solar system was formed, nothing makes sense with the asteroid belt because it should have been something. And then you have Sedna and these other little mini planets that are moon-sized in the asteroid belt. I theorize that would have been Tiamat, the 4th planet of our solar system, and Mars would have been a moon of it. And when it blew up, our homeworld blew up for whatever we have evolved down from or used to be, that was this past solar system wide civilization, that we lost our memory of that when this destructive thing happened. But that's also what would have killed all life on Mars and completely blown apart and cratered one half of the planet and left the other half with all of these ruins and dead societies and leftover planet or pyramids and faces that look somewhat like us.
Yeah, man. And if you take Cairo, the native tongue is El Cairo in Egypt, and that means Camp of Mars.
Yeah, I've seen you go over that several times before, right? And the connections just, there's more and more of them. And for my own personal experience, ever since being a little child, I've had these reoccurring dreams. It's not the same dream, but it's like a sequence of like a life of a past experience that I dream. And it's of Mars and like being like chased by like spaceships, like running through like a city on Mars. And like, what was crazy is that there was like a giant tornado thingy that came out and was like chasing me one time, like Wind Devil thing, like that one movie, Something of Mars, that came out in like the late 90s, early 2000s or whatever it was. And then The Face of Mars and this tornado thing came out. Like I had a dream of that as a child, a decade before that movie ever came out, sort of thing, where it's like, just from what I've experienced, it's like I've had a past life from who knows whenever ago, maybe a future life, maybe who knows, but it's like, that's my experience. And then I've done University of Astronomy, and this is what they teach, that the modeling doesn't work with the asteroid belt, that half of Mars is covered by craters and the other half isn't. And then you look into like Richard Hoagland's work and like the true stuff and these alignments, and it just, the more it adds up.
Phobos is an arc, and it's an Anunnaki arc, actually. And somebody wanted me to ask you a question in the chat, and I don't know anything about this. Have you heard anything about monatomic niobium and how it might be able to help regrow tooth enamel?
Okay.
I'm essential. Tell my paycheck.
I need credit to get more of it, but I don't have it, so I need it.
Moving back home to pay off my student loan? Financial power move.
We get it. Wherever you are with your money, Coho is made for it.
I've like saw that there was a video on that once. I meant to go back and watch it for my own, trying to, hey, can I regrow my teeth with a certain type of monoatomic? But I have not actually watched it or looked into it. But judging by like certain health effects that are claimed by like colloidal silver, monatomics and stuff like that, it is quite possible. But I myself personally don't know anything about it. And as always, there's a greater, if you don't know what you're doing when you start experimenting with this stuff, there's a much greater chance of doing harm to yourself than there is of doing beneficial stuff, unless you know what you're doing or getting your materials from a source that has. The Keshe Foundation is a good one for that, or also Ormus group research groups on Facebook. I also recommend two different groups that have been doing about 10 years of health trials of people's testimonials and stuff like that people can check out on certain things.
Cool. Okay, right on, man. I appreciate that. And we've got about 25 minutes. So I just want to give you an open platform because you have so much information to share. What would you like to talk about?
So my new YouTube channel is Crypto Alchemist, much smaller. Just when I was starting to like gain exposure, start trending, just got shut down. So that in that same declaration, Putin states, ally countries can also now pay for oil in Bitcoin. So Russia now accepts Bitcoin for its commodities and essentially is backing its ruble with Bitcoin.
So I pause it here because this is a major update and thing to consider. And overnight, the Bank of Russia lowered its interest rate by 300 basis points. That's 3%, from 20% down to 17%. And the ruble went from 81 ruble per dollar to 72 ruble per dollar, which is at 5-month highs. So the ruble is actually now doing better than it was before Russia invaded Ukraine and before the US and the EU stole 2/3 of Russia's foreign reserves. They took that away. So they took away literally 2/3, leaving only 1/3 of Russia's foreign reserve, foreign reserves or gold reserves that it had in country. And all the euros, all of the dollars that Russia had in its foreign reserves, those were all taken, and that's when the ruble crashed down to 100, and I think it was 60 or 70 rubles per dollar there for right after the US and the EU stole 2/3 of Russia's foreign reserves. So then what that shows is that over the last 3 weeks now or month, Russia has since both by buying more gold at the set ruble rate and now this increase or decrease of 300 basis points and now being at 5 months highs, even higher than the worth more now than before it invaded Ukraine. It shows that Russia, in its exchange with China for yuan, with its accepting Bitcoin from friendly countries or crypto potentially. And what people need to understand is that there is US dollar stablecoin cryptos as well as Russian ruble stablecoin cryptos on such trading exchanges as Binance, I believe FTX, and many more. So that like someone who had, if you bought that ruble dip 3 weeks ago, today and bought it in crypto, today you're sitting 60% or 65% in gains compared to what the first quarter of mutuals and the stocks down like 6-7% or something at this point. And then I believe one of the top economic stories on Zero Hedge this weekend, there's two actually. The first being shocking, US Fed can only raise interest rates BPS by 3 cycles of 25 each, 75% up to 1% interest rate before the US Fed with its unlimited hyperwagmaric just hyperinflation US dollar. It's printed to infinity now. Russia has rebuilt that entire 2/3 that was stolen, plus now added more to it by backing with oil, gold, Chinese renminbi, yuan, as well as India's rupee and precious metals and commodities. And this is the disconnect, and who knows how far up. Maybe by this time next year, it might be 1 ruble per 1 USD. It might be 1 ruble to 30 USD. Who knows, right? But these are different things with crypto. Another thing with crypto is like there's so many now. The important thing is the multi-chain US stablecoin locking and bridging and just interwoven, and that it's, for instance, there's all these layer ones like your Solana, your Ethereum, your Avalanche, Terra Luna, or Bitcoin. But Bitcoin, it doesn't have smart contracts, so it's not able to have these cryptos that are pegged to other foreign exchange currencies of different countries. Thus, you have to have the smart ones. But so you have like the Binance exchange, so Binance USD, Binance Ruble. You have the USDC, which is used by lots of the layer ones. Then there's also USD Tether. There's also USDV, which is for USD Velas for Velas. Another one, UST for US Terra for Terra Luna. That's a big one now, is that Terra Luna UST is now also accepted on Binance. It's on Avalanche. It's on Phantom, and it's all locked in together, as well as on Luna itself. And that they take hundreds of millions of these US stable coins of the different protocols, and then they interlock them in each other's companies' development funds, so that essentially you now have billions of trillions of stable crypto asset, that it's not volatile, it's not able to like crash or anything, and it's not able to be taken down because it's literally interwoven into everything. And that this is the next major thing, and that it's even if the governments or central banks wanted to, well, of course they want to control it, but to stop it, it would be impossible. And it's actually what will be interesting going forward in the future is to monitor the amount of total US dollar stable coin compared to other countries' pegged crypto stable coin total amounts and locked, and compared to also the ruble, how much will be in the crypto locked ruble going forward. Big news also was another layer one near protocol was launching its own USDN, US dollar near, and has 350 million going into it. But it's that you can then keep and lock these US dollar cryptos at interest rates where you're earning 20%. You can put them together where you're earn percentage of the exchange through the trades of two of these dollars together, like a US dollar tether to a US dollar C for USDC, or USDV, or the USD DAI, the DAI that's automatic for interest. Anyways, it's that you're able just to put your fiat dollars into crypto fiat pegged dollars, but then allocate it into certain savings that instead of that bank that can only possibly give you 0.5% or use fees from you holding it in, instead you're earning anywhere from 20% a year all the way to 70% a year if you're willing to stake it into these different decentralized exchange pool, liquidity pool farmings and whatnot. But that there's zero volatility, all of that. The next other major thing out of Bitcoin Miami conference right now is that the Lightning Network, which is a layer 2 solution for Bitcoin, thus it is solving the slow, non-smart contract, non-fast acting aspects of Bitcoin, and instead it freezes transactions and takes it off of the Bitcoin network and then puts it onto this much faster, more efficient other proof of work or whatever layering solution it is, sharding, anywho, that makes it efficient, but that you can now spend your Bitcoin in very small amounts for very zero fees at very fast and secure payments and mass adoption, because it's going through with Shopify. So Lightning Network for Bitcoin, it's layer 2 for mass adoption now, with active on Shopify, which goes to Walmart, which goes to Home Depot, which goes to Starbucks, Tim Hortons, even apparently. It's all going to be you're going to be able to actually spend Bitcoin. So it's not just a crypto asset. They call it crypto gold, but that's actually false, because you can also, with say your crypto US dollar or ruble stable coins, you can also have pegged to gold pricing. So you can actually have crypto that is tied to the price of gold. And now, as Russia's buying gold at set prices. It's set to increase. So then that's another hedge or way that you can have your fiat into crypto, into other assets and hedges with less volatility or exposure to certain commodities or currencies that you so choose. And that now not only is Russia accepting Bitcoin from friendly countries as possible open payments for gas and fuels, it's also backing fully with gold, buying gold, so providing physical gold backing to its currency, overtaking everything the US and the EU stole from it 3 weeks to a month ago. And now it did a 3% cut from its interest rate. So it's at 17%. So the thing is if you're a Russian person and you have your ruble savings in your bank account, you're earning, like I'm talking about US crypto stable coins finally earning 20% annual yield. Russians already naturally in their bank accounts were earning 20% interest. The banks were paying them for rubles in their account. And it's that the US could never, our banks could never, the top article in Zero Hedge states they can't go higher than 1% before it completely cratering its huge derivatives and other mass macro scale global economics that I won't get into, but it would just crater the entire US fiat and Western fiat, euro, dollar system if they tried to raise more than 1% raise more than 1%, and yet Russia was able to cut by 3% and already pays 17. And if you the sanctions are hurting the Russian citizen, well, Putin's been able to make it so that now you still have your 17% interest if your rubles in your bank account, but it's also worth 7% more against the US dollar than it was before the start of the conflict and open hostilities, which I do, and I hope all people pray for a peaceful solution as soon as possible. But the fog of war is sickening. The atrocities are sickening. I won't get into it, but economics, it's shifting. It's huge. It's insane. Pay attention. You can make lots. But as I was saying, the average Russian citizen can essentially now, from their bank account, exchange their rubles, which are worth more US per US dollar. So in a crypto today, if they were on the crypto, they'd be getting more for their fiat. But they could also take it to their federal bank and get a specific amount of gold back for that as well. And well, are we gonna ever see that with a the Federal Reserve hasn't been audited since when was it again? And yes. All right, I'm gonna stop ranting and finish playing this.
As well as they just came out earlier today or yesterday and declared that they're going to start buying gold at set ruble prices. So essentially they're now backing the ruble by gold as well. So gold and crypto are probably a solid investment right now, because we have just shut off essentially India, China, and Russia, about half of the world's economy and population that used to all be trading in the US dollar for all of their global trade and exchange. That 50% now, because of our sanctions, has moved into gold, yuan, ruble, and crypto. So that is something that's, it's worth paying attention to. Not financial advice, but worth paying attention to.
I think cryptos are awesome, especially decentralized cryptos that have like Ethereum. I got Ethereum. I got Bitcoin. I got Avalanche. I've got about a dozen
Nice.
coins right now that I've been sitting on, and I've traded, and I've been very successful with Trade Genius because I get these algorithm calls that send me these trade alerts. But I think trading's awesome.
Key. It is,
And
and it's easy
Yeah.
to do, and it's in your own hands, so you have control of it, and you're not paying these high amounts. Like, it's the decentralization. You're in control of your own assets. Like, what I like to explain to people is Wolf of Wall Street, those pink stock slips that they had, where instantly they got 50% of your investment got paid to them off the get-go for selling that contract to you. So 50% of your investment is gone off the get-go, off of like that sort of scheme, just as an example. Where crypto, you're in control of 100% of your investment, and then you're putting it to work for you, for yourself. And there is volatility in crypto. So there's other options, though, for people that don't like the risk, like these stable coins now, like USDC, USDT. They're both US dollar pegged cryptos, and you can actually pair them together on like the Solana network or on Avalanche or on like Phantom or also on Binance and on Velas. But there's all these different layer ones where you can take these two stable coins, pair them together, and you're earning 35% interest on that a year. So just by staking your US dollar crypto that isn't going to fluctuate, go up or down, it's just in US dollars, but in crypto, by staking it for a year, you're earning 35% interest, not 0.5% interest from leaving it in your bank account.
But wait a second. Somebody told me that Bitcoin was devil money and US dollars were Jesus bucks. Wait, I thought that the Federal Reserve totally loved us, man. I mean, wait a second. I'm confused now. Dude, that's fascinating. That is absolutely fascinating. You know what? I was talking to my cousin recently because he's into cryptos and he's doing very well. And you know, I mean, he's a successful guy. He's got 4 or 5 kids. He's doing really well for himself. And, you know, nice house. He's always done well for himself. And I mean, I remember growing up in the younger years, you know, and I'm in my 20s and he's just a few years older than me. And I was just thinking, man, how are you doing so well? You know, I mean, he's doing really, really well. And he was telling me, he was talking to me about how he's getting 30-something% back on some of his coins. What you're describing is fascinating because,
right? Because
like
there's
you said,
so many options now. It's crazy.
You put your money in the bank and the bank fractionalizes your money. So
and you can't even pull it out, right? That's the crazy part. Like for people that have a bunch of it, it's like there's your withdrawal limits. Crypto.
You're making the bankers super rich by putting your hard-earned money in the bank. They're fractionalizing your money for exuberant amounts of more money that they're investing in. And then you have to oftentimes either pay to put your money in the bank or else you're getting back a measly 0.5%. That's ridiculous. I mean, think about that for a minute. Think about that, folks. And for those of you, I'm just saying, like, I'm passionate about this too. There's a lot of people that just don't know about cryptos, and so that, you know, and when I didn't know anything about cryptos, when I first started learning about it, I was like, oh no, man, is this going to lead to the mark of the beast because it's a digital money and da 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 da. But then I started learning about decentralized versus centralized and blockchain and all these different technologies that you can use for positive or negative. And cryptos, you are the holder. You know, you don't have the middleman now that you got to worry about. You're it. But if you're going to lose your keys, you're screwed. You know what I mean? So you got to take care of yourself. You got to hold on to your ass.
My dad says you watch it or you lose it, and that's the best advice he gave me. Because since I was first donated crypto a year ago, and like I've probably doubled what I've had in that time with it, but like I obviously then took money out to buy more equipment for my streaming, like it was given to me for and whatnot. But it's that if you just pay attention to it and you're in full control of it, but you can put your money in at the beginning of the day if you know what you're doing, like daily TA channels and groups like that, like this Project Moon Gold that I'm partnered with on YouTube, or your Trade Genius trade alerts, where you're part of a group and network where you get that instant trade thing and they see the band coming, they see the call orders coming, so they know that it's about to spike. And if you're able to buy it at that point and then it pumps up, and then you sell at that other point when it tops out. So you're not taking it out of fiat. You're just exchanging it back and forth into these U.S. stable coins so that you end the day with stablecoin and you start the day with stablecoin, but in between you buy a crypto, you buy the other coins that are going up and down in the market, and you're able to make 20%, 30%. Some cryptos I own, they go up 100% in a day, but then usually when they go up 100% a day, they're going to go down 20 or 30% the next day. So it's like you just have to learn the trends or be part of a financial group that knows what they're doing and gives you those alerts, like your Trade Genius alerts and stuff like that, and that you can literally make 30% profit off of your money in a day, each day, if you know what you're doing, whether the market's going up or down. Because that way up or down works with the bots, and that's something that's more advanced that I won't try to explain right now. But basically, it's these algorithms that they've written that you have multiple wallets with a couple different types of crypto, and the bot algorithms are selling between your wallets the different types. So when one's going up, it's selling to the other back and forth. But basically, you're making these like 0.5 to like 2% profits off of each trade, but it does it like 100 or 150 times a day that it adds up. And it's there's just so many different things, and it's so advanced, but it's all in your own hands, that as long as you're responsible with it, as long as you're watching it and know what you're doing, you actually can double your money in a week, no problem, if not hours or days. It's the Wild West all over again, but it's a
you can also lose your lose your money just as quick, if not quicker. So as Bernie is saying,
true story.
He's not giving financial advice. He's just talking about some of his experiences.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I'll give an example. Like I went on to one of these like Prime XT, I think it's Amazon's one when I first got it, and it was like you can click on an option to like do what some other person's doing. It's like mimic trading or something. So you're essentially handing over the responsibility to someone else that looks like they're really good at what they're doing. I was like, okay, this guy's got like stats where he's like tripled his money in the last 5 hours. Put it in, I didn't watch it for an hour and a half, and it was like the market dipped. This person apparently was a noob, came back, and I lost 2/3 of the 0.1 of the Bitcoin I had put in like an hour and a half just by doing like parallel trade, whatever option. So it's like I don't mess around with that sort of stuff anymore, and it's like leverage trading, even crazy. You could lose your house in an hour, like it. There's always risk in everything, but if you look into it, there's things that there's not a lot of risk and pretty good ways to profit, or even just a new economy and a new currency that you can turn your skills into, sell it and get paid in, and start earning yourself extra side income, like the NFTs, different stuff, artworks, music, even the streaming and social media now that's developing in this Web3. It's absolutely nuts how it's going to revolutionize the daily e-commerce or just daily economy in the world, that now any human can do business with any other human in any point of the world and have your smart contract, everything's written out, everything happens, and you're doing business to business, person to person, with nothing else interfering. No governments, no middlemen, no nothing. Just you and what you need, the service or your service.
Get rid of the middleman. That's it. I see a lot of that now in this new age of commerce, in this new age of the way industries are accelerating and improving. There's a lot to look forward to. So as you brought up at the beginning, I think that was beautiful. I mean, I think that was absolutely a fantastic statement. And I was trying to write it all down as you were saying it because I liked it so much. But you brought up how we're in a multiverse basically, and we can either focus on the positive or we can focus on the negative. Focus on the positive in this change that we're seeing. It's like our minds are so much more activated and more powerful now that we start to attract that to us, because the universe,
the law of
God,
attraction,
the divine
right?
is sharing with us what we're thinking about, man. It's incredible.
It really is. And whether it's quantum, you want to call it quantum consciousness, collective consciousness, Akashic records, or just the human consciousness as a spirit and whole is starting to come together again, and we're no longer like lying to ourselves and hiding it. We're accepting and sharing these experiences and our intuitions and the just higher elevated thoughts and connecting. And it's like the 12th monkey sort of scenario that we've moved into the new age of Aquarius, and a golden age is coming. And don't play into the hijack. Don't play into the parasites. Don't let yourself get into that desperate negative feedback loop. It's all up to you, and only you can be the change you want to see, as Rexter, you have inspired and taught so many of us to be.
Well, hey, thanks, bro. Checks in the mail. I paid him to say that, ladies and gentlemen. It's $5 though. It's not a whole lot, but checks. Hey, it's $5. Hey. What can I say? Dude, you know what's so cool? I was watching the Adam Project a couple weeks ago. Ryan Reynolds is in it. It's an awesome film.
Yeah.
I got emotional watching it because, could you imagine, dude, if you could go back in time and see yourself as a kid, or, see family members that maybe aren't with us anymore, or just all the different things that you could do differently, right? You could go back and you could say to yourself, dude, snap out of it. Think of all the things you could improve if you could literally just go back in time and talk to yourself for a few minutes. And then
right.
How does that not make you emotional? But one of my favorite parts of the film was when Ryan Reynolds goes up to this bully and he goes, be the change you want to see.
Right? When I saw that, I just thought I was like, Rex.
Made me so happy because Ryan Reynolds, dude, I've been following him since the movie he did where he was in college, and he was just going to college to have fun and party. And I was like, man, he reminds me of Chevy Chase. This is 20 years ago, and now he's got his own thing, but he just had that hint of Chevy Chase. I thought this guy is going to be super successful, and he is, man. He's one of the most famous actors. But he seems like a real guy too, right?
He does,
he
right?
real.
Exactly. He seems like a genuine sort of individual.
And he's funny as hell, man. He's super
I
funny,
can't
dude.
agree more.
The sarcasm.
Hey, repping Canada, so something's got to do it.
Is he from Canada?
Sorry? I believe he is.
There you go. Canadian, eh? That's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, so we need to get him to come on. Could you imagine if we could get him as a guest on LeakProject? Wow.
We are going to manifest this right now. Ryan Reynolds.
We love you,
Rex Bear needs you.
Be the change you want to see.
Be the change you want to see. Continue him being the change.
Yeah.
So that does remind me. Another thing of the free energy and working on it. I do a lot of partner work with another channel called Faraday Research. Mike, he's out of Toronto, really good guy. He's in the aerospace manufacturing in Canada and Ontario, but he has.
Once this video is finished here, I will be also playing and sharing a couple of Mike's most recent update videos, because they are quite impressive and give a breakdown of the free energy, as well as show outside in my work tent now that spring and summer are on our way, of real free energy that myself and Burneye, I mean myself, Mike Faraday, and Rex from LeakProject earlier in our private stream today, we're discussing and going to be bringing forward is hooking up systems of battery storage to solar panels to entire light circuits, as well as production of batteries for emergency situations, as well as just your own home off-grid, like night lights or garden lights, all sorts of things. But just to start that, so we can learn and start applying it together. and that, you know, if the power ever goes out, hey, you still have some lights going, and at the same time, hey, you never have to pay for the electricity again once you have it generating either from solar or from hydroelectric. And so by midsummer to late spring, I'll be doing a couple of builds out in the farms in BC of reverse engineering and salvaging broken washing machines, where you then build them and reverse engineer them into mini hydroelectric generators, where you're literally getting a constant 240 watt stream of free electricity off of each one that you're able to put into a flow of water through like creeks, streams, and even like gully drainage ditches under bridges and stuff. Like, as long as it's a flow that can keep it going, that's free and forever sustained off-grid green free electricity and energy. So we're going to be doing all sorts of stuff like that. And yeah, Mike might come on here. He was over for dinner with his wife's, or maybe his own mother, father, or his wife's, either in-laws or his own parents, one or the other. They're doing family. He might rejoin, but either way, I'll be playing his videos where he's showing his batteries, his it was either the Don Smith or the Gerard Morin generator that he's now got fully running and cycling, powering a whole series of lights, as well as a fan and I think like a motor and stuff. So it's quite the series, and he's getting over unity and sustained energy out of just the generators, devices, circuitries, the load circuit that you set it up with, and then the self-built batteries, rejuvenating batteries that he's built. So, you know, that's another highly dynamic, evolving electric, off-grid, free, sustainable, green energy developments that we will be doing. Anywho, the last 10-15 minutes of my last LeakProject interview, and there will be a new LeakProject in-depth interview on all of the topics I discussed earlier and throughout with Rex and Paul Cook in the coming weeks. Rex might hop in live tomorrow during APEC or the Science of Sound, and that is all happening tomorrow.
Rebuilt several different over unity devices of like past inventors, like the Don Smith generator. He's built pulse motors. He recently just built a bunch of these carbon magnesium batteries, all sorts of stuff that he's getting like 9x gains of output energy from input through the spark gap and through the Don Smith, and then through connecting it into a pulse motor. And now he's through a 3D printer, because he owns a couple of those. He's built a flywheel that he's going to be connecting in. And for those that don't know, flywheels are what's called a mechanical battery, and it's just a giant spinning lodestone, but it's a physical energy battery that is of momentum, and that's with certain electromagnetic engineering and structuring, you can actually create some over unity in it. To tie back to the beginning of our conversation, like the ancients, something I've looked at is several of Da Vinci's drawings that they're like the circle ones, and then there's several concentric circles within them and whatnot. And they're actually two-dimensional blueprints of what I've now seen people build, of these overbalanced gravity wheels that are actually functioning. And I've seen about 10 of them online. They're made over in different people. Some are in Asia, some are in Russia, but it looks pretty hard to be faked. And it's like, why would Da Vinci have these drawings that then look identical to these devices that people are manufacturing that seem to be breaking our so-called thermodynamic laws, that are also what we know as these mechanical batteries, aka flywheels? that are also used on the International Space Station, for instance.
Space Force.
Right?
Cool. I'm looking forward to that, man. The future of the Space Force.
You've been bringing it forward for many, many years, my friend. You are the disclosure that's making it happen. As many others, but much respect to all of what you've been doing, brother.
Thank you. And let me ask you, so we're in the process of putting together a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week streaming platform, streaming videos, streaming podcasts. And I want you to be a part of this. I want you to be, one of the speakers. Like, I want you to have your own show. And
100%.
I just need a time slot that you can commit to, that you can make. And we will promote. We'll promote it. We'll put together a really nice social media kit for you as well. So, we'll get it out there. So you just need to give me a time that you can commit to and how many hours a week. So we'll come up with a beautiful name for your show, unless you already have one.
I've got a couple. So I do the Science of Sound podcast. I do that every second Saturday now, alternating with the APEC conference, which is the other Saturdays. And that's something else, like, if you're interested and have the time for every second Saturday, that would be a good one. It's 6 hours, but there's usually 3 to 4 international, like, recognized speakers on different anti-gravitic or
Saturday at what time?
It goes from noon Pacific to 6 p.m. Pacific. So 1 p.m. our time to 7 p.m.
Okay, didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
And then the Science of Sound, I do 7 p.m. Pacific to 10 p.m. Pacific. And what I've done with the Science of Sound is I've brought engineers from APEC, so like these NASA and AeroSpace different engineers, and then I'm combining them with different sound engineers that I'm friends with, different recording artists and musicians that I know from the industry from before COVID, when I was do the silk screen and the art and music and all of that, and bringing it together. And it's quite fascinating. In the third episode last week, we had these sound levitating devices, and I had my friend Ominous, the beatboxer, who's also going to be co-hosting this with me every second weekend. He's committed to as well. I can actually play a clip I have ready if you want. So I can screen.
And it's a clip of what exactly?
Of my Science of Sound, the last episode. Just some of the beatboxing and some of the technology that's levitating stuff with sound.
Cool.
Perfect. And before I forget, that is actually something else that I would love to schedule you for an episode with all the work you've done with the Schumann resonance and 432, because that is a fascinating topic that
Welcome to the Node.js Masterclass.
Needs to be covered more, and we would love to do in the Science of Sound.
Awesome. That was cool. That was really cool. And I think that's let's finish it off there because I got another podcast coming up here in a few minutes. And I think that's a great way to finish it, dude. That was awesome.
So, right? Like,
yeah.
Ominous is the perfect co-host for the science of sound, so I can offer you that as one. But before my first channel got sabotaged by some weirdos and shadow banned by I was actually working on putting together a 48-hour weekend live stream called Weekend at Burney's. So I actually have a couple of different weekly
Dude, that's the name of your show.
Yes,
Weekend
yes,
at Burney's. I freaking love it, dude.
Right?
Boom.
And another possible half-hour or hour segment I would like to do is called Rex Reviews, where we go over your different videos that you've done over the week and can give like live audience feedback and also our own notes and stuff that we've taken off of it, and it'd be an awesome thing.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's do it. And so I'm gonna, when we get this thing finished, we're getting the website completed right now. It's a perfect website that you can scroll through the guests, the time, the calendar is going to be there, so people can go and they know exactly when somebody's going to be speaking, what they're talking about, and we're just going to blast this off to the world, man. So I mean, this is going to be huge, but eventually it's going to be available also. Like, let's say you go out and buy a new TV, right? You buy a new TV, you bring your TV home, all these apps are already downloaded onto your TV. You've got Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, all these other apps. Well, we're going to have the app for this streaming service on the TVs, on the phones. And then you can just go up to your, Apple downloads or Google downloads and download the app. Hopefully we're going to have that option. And then, dude, it's going to be networked. And we're going to have people like you, Burney, that are actually doing experiments, or else we'll have somebody that's on scene where, the mainstream may be saying, hey, look, there's these cute little, there's these little bunnies that are bouncing around, but they're dropping Russian farts that are radioactive, and we need to go after the culprit, which is the bunny master in Russia. Because and then we'll have somebody out there that'll be like, no, they're not bunnies, they're actually tanks. So
Right.
Get it right. They're tanks
the
launching
fog of war is real, and
It's
that
nasty.
I'm so happy. I'm blessed, and I appreciate that offer, and I am more than thrilled to be a part of that and bring everything that I can.
Well, I will end the Rex one there, and I believe I'm just going to play this. Oh, yeah, so first we'll do the Faraday research update, and then lastly, I'll end it with a 20-minute more Paul Cook video of the kitchen electric water-generated devices of the 1800s video. And we'll call it a night because tomorrow is APEC and tomorrow is Science of Sound. So enjoy.
Down the microwave oven, and I got some components out of it. I got a high voltage transformer, which I'll be working on tomorrow. I also got the capacitor, the 2500 volt AC at 1 unifarad. Compared to the other one I was using before, it was 350 volts AC at 7 unifarad. So this has more capacitance, but this one handles more voltage. So you kind of have to juggle to see what works better with the system. This one seems to work real well. So I'm going to continue to work with this one here. It's also got a high voltage diode on the negative, which I've grounded to the negative lead of my power supply. So for this test, I'm going to be working at 19 volts, and I'm going to light up all 4 lights. So I got 9 watt, 9 watt, 8 watt, and a 4.5 watt, plus the fan that came out of the microwave oven, which is AC. So I figure it's between 10, maybe 20 watts to run that. So if you haven't subscribed, bottom right-hand corner, if you like the video, give me a thumbs up. All my links in my description below, PayPal, Bitcoin, all that stuff. You can donate. I'm working on trying to get a hold of Paul, Inventor 3. He's got cancer, so we're going to try to raise some money for him to pay for his medical expenses. He's got unfortunately, came down, he got a tumor on his neck. And
pray for Paul. Pray for Paul.
Really, really good.
And if you can donate for Paul, help Paul. Also, if you can donate to where it's getting Burneye Better Lab or getting Burneye live stream StreamYard account, so we can get going on to everybody's channels, not just my own, but instead we'd have 500 viewers right now on all the channels. Anyhow,
but well, we can try to help him out and try to support him. So yeah, I'm going to do a test run here. As you can see, it's about 19.4 volts. And I'm going to turn it on, and everything's going to light up, and also the fan's going to come on. So we'll just fire it up. You can see the fan already starting. First light's already lit up.
I turned it down because I think it gets really loud and screechy for a moment.
4 lights and the fan. Now, the fan doesn't look like it's going very fast, but it actually is. It's the frame rate of the video. So it was at full power. So yeah, I'll just crank it up one more time. So yeah, it works quite well. Still got some vibration here. I'll have to work on this. But yeah, for the most part, the system works great. You know, lighting up all those lights plus lighting a fan. So that's pretty cool. So the Gerard Morin device, from what I could see, is the real deal. So tomorrow I'm going to experiment, use that 1,000 watt transformer and see what I can power with that. That should be quite interesting. I might hook up other devices that require a lot more wattage to run. And I'll probably hook it up to this receptacle here because that's the safest way to hook things up. So I'll definitely do that. Yeah, so I'm going to work on that tomorrow. Yeah, if you like what I'm doing, you know, give me a thumbs up. And yeah, we'll see everybody soon.
I was putting a video together and it's like 2 hours long. And there weren't no story to it, you know. I was just going around on Google Earth. And I thought, nah, I'm going to delete it. And about halfway after I deleted it, I come across these electrical devices that generate electric through the water from your kitchen tap. So we're going to have a look at all this. But this is a building I worked in, and it was £1 billion, and it's called the Bloomberg Building in London. And I worked in the basement for about 6 months, 6 stories down in the basement. And basically, what I'm saying is, what I come across, being a plumber, I look into all sorts of stuff like this, and I've never come across it before. That's why I was interested. And it sort of blew me away. But it all sort of fits the story that we're told.
and the story that we're telling. You know, obviously a lot of stuff's being hidden from us, and that's what we're uncovering. But what I found interesting, and I'm going to show you, electricity from your kitchen tap. Unbelievable. Big up James Kawista for that donation, by the way, mate. Maximum respect. Let's get stuck into it. Few people in the Western world realise that they have an extra power source available in their household, workshop or factory, and that's the water, the tap water. Just before the arrival of electricity, at the end of the 19th century, water motors were widely used in Europe and America. These miniature water turbines were connected to a tap and could power any machine that is now driven by electricity. Water has been the main intimate source of mechanical power from antiquity right up to the beginning of the 20th century. Although most water wheels were located at the banks of the rivers or in the rivers itself, some were set up at considerable distances from the water source. This was made possible by the introduction of hydraulic power transmission, a process by which water from a steam is led through artificial watercourses to water wheels built on the land. To support hydraulic power transmission, man-made channels or power canals or aqueducts could be dug into the earth or carved out of the rocks. They could also be elevated structures whose walls were raised above the surrounding terrain. Water reservoirs formed by dams could be integrated into these power transmissions networks, regulating water flow, providing power storage for times when water was running low, and increasing the head or waterfall of the vertical overshot water wheel. The use of the power canals increased throughout the medieval period and became widespread in the 1500s. And that just goes to prove why we have all these man-made canals now. We've got millions of miles of man-made canals, and it is for hydraulic water wheels and Penton wheels and things like that. So as a network, a power network. In the mid-19th century, many European and American cities introduced a more sophisticated water distribution system, the public water supply. Although this introduction was an answer to health concerns, it became more quickly obvious that the potable water sent through the pipelines of the public water supply could also provide motive power. Water wheels were still the main important source of mechanical power in the early days of the public water mains. Most European and American cities had running water before they had electricity, so there was a market for a compact power source that could be used in the city. In the town mains, the role of the aqueducts or power canals is taken over by a much more intricate network of pipelines. This prevents debris from entering the water and makes uphill water transport easier. Water piping technology was used in some ancient civilizations, but the 19th century systems introduced some lasting innovations. First of all, thanks to the screw tap, which was patented in 1845, the water supply could easily be regulated. Second, the water could verbally be distributed inside individual buildings, often reaching multiple rooms at several floors. At any of these spots, all you had to do, receive motive power from the town mains, was connected to a small water turbine to the tap. So just to recap, there was a high pressure water supply, potable water, and in the 1850s a device come about that you could connect to a tap and it would run through a Penton wheel and that would generate electricity through a dynamo. So you get electricity from your tap water, and that's free electricity as well. You don't pay for it, you're just paying for your water. So have a look at these little devices.
There's not much online either about these. So let's have a little look-see. This is the one I come across. You can have a look. That's the exhaust at the bottom. The Pelton. So that had the Pelton wheel inside. Big machines as well. But these powered washing machines, sewing machines, vibrators. I've got all this to show you. So the water entered, obviously, like I said, the wheel spun, generate electricity. Here we go. And this is inside. This is one of them opened. So I'm guessing the cable would have come from the little spigot coming from the top. So that's where the water enters. Spins the wheel. And generates enough electricity to power household stuff. See, we're not taught about this. We're not told about any of this. All these little devices get covered up and brushed under the carpet. It's because you can't make money out of it, that's why. It's like I heard a story about the light bulb the other day. Apparently the first light bulb that came out was meant to actually lasted a very long time. So the people selling them were only seeing the customer once. So all the electrical engineers got together and made an agreement to make the light bulbs last a shorter amount of time. So they kept getting repeat custom a lot more often. Similar to this, we'll get rid of this. We'll build up some complex network with power stations and generating stations and dams and make out it's some real technology going on. Charge the people through the roof. That's what's happened. Here's another one. See, some of them had wheels on it with belts, and they drove like this here. So this one was driving a sewing machine. You can see how this one works. And then some of them were used by dynamos, like this one. So the water entered on a tube at the bottom, spun the wheel, and then exited on the tube next to it. And this is a fan powered by water. And here's one recovered from somewhere. It's amazing how it's still in good nick. But that's what I'm doing. For the last week, I've dedicated my life to learning about electrics and electromagnetics and stuff like that. Because I'm going to make a free energy device myself. I've already got some motors upstairs, electromagnetic motors that I took apart. And we'll see where we end up with this, eh? But look, the Whitney, the water motor, Scientific Exchange, 117 City Road. This tells you the power and the speed and the water pressure. And this is the massager. And on the advert, it can actually be used as a vibrator as well to pleasure women. I'm not joking. So you plug it in to the tap. And obviously the dynamo would generate through the because of the Penton wheel. Now look, let's have a look.
The dynamo kitchen attachment.
Massage vibrator.
For the women's pleasure vibrator.
See how it's connected? And then you've got the cable coming from it. After shaving, nothing like it. So here is the perfect massage vibrator for your home at a fair price. No complicated and expensive electrical device, but good old-fashioned water power from your bathroom faucet. Driven by the famous Little Wonder water motor, which articulates articles directly to your bathroom faucet. Never gets out of order.
Cost of operation is nothing. Best of all, it's in your own home to be used when you like. For the man, the hydro messenger, after his morning shave, would forego the delightful exhilaration and wide awake feeling which follows. Its regular use will save your hair, if anything will. Of the woman, the hydro messenger massage. Among her toilet assets needs the fear returning birthdays. Smooths out lines and wrinkles as if it's by magic and leaves the skin soft and attractive. So that's how they sell it. Beauty. Interesting. Things are sold by sex now. I suppose it is a form of, but it's interesting, eh? Plug it up to your tap and you've got an electrical device. Free electrical device. Divine Red Devil water motor. And this advert basically just tells you what you can do with it, what sort of appliances and what benefits you can do with it, and what sort of trades benefit from it as well. So you can see that it used to clean out bottles, and I always wondered that as a kid, like, how did you clean these bottles out, especially the old milk bottles? There you go, that's how you did it. So carpenters, it just tells you how it chisels, planes, bits. Butchers, it grinds. Cleavers, jewelers, it polishes. Caterers, grocers. So it's trying to get into all these markets, you can see. It's trying to say it can benefit all of these sort of trades. So it's fully about. It must have been a big, wide thing, but I never heard of it till the other day. And if you see by the beginning of the video, I'm into that sort of stuff. That's what I do as a living. Like plumbing, pipes, mechanical stuff. I love it. And I've never come across that sort of stuff before. The price, $4 for the whole lot. Bottle washing attachment, 50 cents. Very interesting, eh? And there's a devil. Look at that. Sharpening his towel. What a coincidence. Laughing. The red devil, do your work. Let the red devil do your work. Six-inch motor, improved construction, absolutely perfect. Runs your washing machine and 100 other things. Power for small tools. What's it say? Let's have a look. It's just saying what it powers. But it's quite interesting, isn't it? Look. This one has a dynamo on it because it's got no pulleys. But if you pause, you can have a look. It goes into a bit of detail about it, about the different models they've got. Because this is from a catalogue. It's incredible. Free electricity from your water supply in your kitchen tap. I knew it was a fraud. I knew all this electric was a fraud. I knew it. And the more I'm looking into it, the more I'm realising. So this is a diagram. This is the design was intended for home construction. Here, the jet of the water points downwards. Here, the motor appears to be geared about 8 times down to rock a developing tray for photographic plates. The water exhaust is then ingeniously used for washing the developed plates. And this little beauty was called a Duchess, and this peels potatoes. And it had no handles to turn. The Duchess potato peeler peels up to 2 pounds in 1 minute. Gets rid of all the dirt, there's no cleaning involved, and there's no handle to turn. Simply fix tube to your sink tap and turn on the water. In strong streamlined plastic cream colour transparent lid, rubber suction
featuring guaranteed. So it's £4.17. There you go. That's one of the appliances. It's mental, isn't it? I don't think this one had a dynamo in it though. I just purely think it was done by water. Like the pressure of the water just spun round. And here's one. I think this is a modern day version. Someone's made one. As you can see, the connection reminds me of when I was a kid and I used to be in the bath. I used to have the council showers that used to plug on. Again, this is another water-powered food mixer. This doesn't have a dynamo, so this is generated just by water. And it's an ingenious device, apparently supported solely by its attachment to the tap. By 1937, many houses in Great Britain were connected to an electrical supply, and the market must have been shrinking fast. Interestingly, they are described as water turbines rather than water motors, perhaps because it sounded more up to date. I'd like to know what happened here, like what changed these people's minds, because you had free electricity from a device from your kitchen tap, and then they go around, dig everything up, build all these power plants, spend all this money, and create some false perspective about electricity and charge you for it. Like that's what the plan's been basically. This video here just tells you like you had free electricity. Now you have to rely on other companies and governments for the electricity. And if you don't pay the bill, you get cut off. This is the main reason why I'm learning about free energy now, because I want to go off grid. I've had enough of living in this matrix. So I want to learn how to make my own electricity, and I need to clean my own water, and I want to educate myself in permaculture, and then I want to get the heck out of here. I'm going to be looking for a community or something to move to, because it's going to get nasty in this matrix, I'm telling you. Anyway, the Hydronimo, British manufacturer. So look at this little beauty.
And we are a growing community that all have the same dream, and that's what we're going to be doing together over the next couple months, is getting as much of this energy production that we can and storage off grid. And you know, it's green, it's free, it's sustainable, it saves you money, it saves the environment. It's like you're salvaging broken equipment or just natural power sources or energy systems, and not destroying the environment. You know, it's win, 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 win. And then the HHO, the hydrogen fuel, that what I am showing right now, what's so spectacular on the Bert and Ernie cam is that if you notice there's a huge amount of video or of bubbles. Oops, sorry. Trying to get the best angle. Well, amounts of bubbling coming both from the bottom. Sorry, one second here. The bottom surface, I'm gonna illustrate this better here, of the reaction. So it's my regular electrolysis jar, anode, cathode in, but it's the anode that is this aluminum copper wire wrap going in, and it's actually nano coated itself black, and it's bubbling a huge amount, which usually it's the cathode side. The silver maple is the cathode that is bubbling a bit, and that this I had bumped it earlier at the beginning of the stream. This tubular nanostructures were attached to the silver and grounding it to the bottom. But if you see the amount of bubbling and gas production of either Brown's gas, atomic hydrogen, or whatever it is that is coming, not just what's usually only from the cathode, but from the entire nano-coated and non-corroding anode side, as well as the actual bottom layer of the monoatomic structures that are all producing this either H4, HHO, hydrogen, atomic hydrogen, plasmoid, brown, something, but that all this is silver, copper, and aluminum, and salt water, and it looks like it is an entire alive coral reef or fish tank or life system. And where is all of the reactions coming from, the self-organization, the structures, and the insane amount of gases being produced once it's now that it is in the stabilized reaction. Like it's alive, and the amount of what is the hydrogen? Where's the hydrogen coming from? It's coming from the bottom layers of these plasmoid monoatomic superconductive materials, and the just the entire electrolysis solution is alive with production of these reactions, and the nanostructured tubular is being produced, and the different layers. It's fascinating, and I don't even know how to like explain where all of this can come from out of just simple salt water, aluminum, copper, silver, and 5 volts of electricity. And back to finishing.
Specially designed for accumulators from the cellular tap. Works well on pressure of 45 pounds and over. Best finish, ring oiling bearings, solidity built communicator, complete ready for use with hose. Price £3 each. Hundreds in use. Satisfaction. So there you go, it just connects up to the tap and the dynamo. And this is another one. Very interesting machinery. And we got this one here. So this has got the plug one, you plug it in, exhaust at the bottom. Let's have a look at this. And this is another one. Very interesting machinery. And we got this one here. So this has got the plug one, you plug it in, exhaust at the bottom. Let's have a look at this. John J. Griffin and Son. Water motors. So they have a clamp, you have an inlet and an outlet, or an inlet and an exhaust with the clamp. Improved pattern in which completes illustration of the water pressure is obtained. The power of the water turbines is considerably increased by using a straight escape pipe as long as possible. Every bend or break reduces the efficiency of the turbine. You can have a look at these. It's quite interesting. And really, how long were these about? Like, everything pops up in the mid 1850s, but how long were these really about? Here's one, salvaged. I'll tell you something else. What they're doing now is, when I was researching this stuff, I found some mini hydro power plants, and I'm going to show you now, or in a minute I'm going to show you. So this was even the fire bell. So when the fire alarm rang and the sprinklers went off, it also let the fire alarm off. Water motion alarm. It's got a little strainer on the left hand side. And here's one integrated into the wall, so that'd be the exhaust at the bottom. So behind that wall would be water flowing through a Penton wheel. Now check this out.
The water doesn't need to be very deep, nor the current very strong. Only enough for the small rotor blade to float free in the water. Its inventors say Blue Freedom is the world's smallest hydroelectric power plant. It takes just minutes to assemble. Once placed into moving water, the turbine transfers the energy to a mini generator in the shape of a ring. The ring then just needs to be secured on a stick nearby. The electricity is stored in batteries. It certainly looks easy enough.
It is easy. You just need a stick and you're away.
And there you have your mini hydro power plant.
The advantage is that you can take it anywhere. Anytime I need electricity, I get out my Blue Freedom and generate whatever I need. With a river, it's very easy because the density of the water is 1,000 times greater than that of air. So you can keep the equipment really small and still have immense power. That's the beauty of it.
So there you have it. 1850s is when it was said to have come about. Then it got brushed under the carpet around just after World War II. And now they're slowly coming out now. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing, donating. Thanks for everything. It means the moon. Please like. It's like they've sort of stuck the middle finger up to the CI and said, no, hide what we want. Yeah, basically this video is just going to be a photo showcase for the first half of it, showing some Tartarian pictures and buildings and tech, mainly from Russia, Germany, and England. And in the second half, I'm going to be talking about when the buildings cried, because what an incredible channel that is. By the way, I've got a couple of things that I don't understand, which I need someone to clarify. Hope Gary clarify for what sort of frequency they meant. But like I said in the last vid, the shape of the building harnesses the negative energy from the Earth. And then the domes and the spires and the turrets and all the tech on top is collecting it from the ether. And the domes are the interface. And the capacitors, that's where it's stored. So these are in perfect design with the Earth. And they're also on certain grids, not all of them, but some of them on certain lines, ley lines. Like the St. Michael and St. Mary's that run straight through England. So once you're on them ley lines and you've got this sort of power, just imagine, I don't know what will go on. Like that's all we can do is imagine. We've only got pictures to look at. But here we go. A few people are familiar with this. You can see it runs straight through England, and that's St. Michael and St. Mary. And every church on them lines are named St. Michael and St. Mary.
Watch this short presentation until the end for details on how to get.
And at the points where they meet are obviously sacred points like Glastonbury. And this is obviously Glastonbury Church, or Cathedral rather, with a vesicular Pisces over it. Full of geometry. So all these buildings are designed to harness energy and collect energy and store it. They're not just pretty patterns, not just to look good, you know, to thank an architect or anything like that. So this is a building with a nice little geometric pattern. Obviously this is doing bird's eye view of the floors, but this would be 5 domes, or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 in the center at the top. So that seems to be a very common thing here. You've also got like things coming off the spires, and the domes look like scales. So yeah, the things coming off the spires, I mean like little hooks, basically. But look at this one. Look at the tech on this, completely mud flooded as well. I'd love to see the catalogue. It tells you what all these do, because it must have been around, obviously. It's installed everywhere. Just reminds me of this Vivian Westwood. Maybe it's right in our face. So, or maybe they connected to certain appliances directly. And if they are left, there's not going to be any tech left on top of them. Or the ether in the building. Store it somewhere in the dome. It's stored. He ain't making these no more. Kaiser Palace in Dresden, I believe. Very old world, very Tartarian building. I mean, look at the bottom, almost centre of the screen. It looks like it looks like a post box, but it's too big. God knows what that's doing. It's got a little spear on top, a little dome, flat dome, free dome. And this was interesting as well. It's got the cables coming down off the tech. There's no tension on the cable, so it's not something to hold it up.
And you've got this ginormous bell, almost like a giant's bell. But in my eyes, it was probably to get a certain frequency, a certain resonance from it. Or maybe it's just ornamentation. Or maybe it cracked because of the resonance, the vibration. Maybe it would have had a split in it. What an incredible photo. They almost look like they're ready for tourists to come along. Very beautiful picture. One of my favourite pictures. And this one. See this one here, just underneath the Flower of Life. It looks like a lot of these buildings are designed to be filled in or mud flooded. A lot of them are. Because if you look at a lot of buildings, like ginormous buildings like with pillars on them, you know, you've got like 5 or 6 pillars at the front. Normally you expect to see them pillars on the ground level, but on a lot of them you see them halfway or middle, halfway up the building. So it's like they are designed to be mud flooded, buried, dug out, reset after reset. This looks like the end of a corner of a starfall with a bit of tech on the bastion for some reason. No need for it to be there whatsoever, but it's there. And like I said, they're everywhere. I don't even know where this was. I just come across the picture, but look at it. It's on top of these buildings. And on top of the starfalls. The starfalls are already on a ley line. And then here, look at these ones. These are completely strange buildings in the middle of nowhere, but they've got the tech on top. And even here on top of this, I don't know what this was doing. This has got grass growing out of it, bushes, but it's got windows as well. It's a very strange building, that one. Looks very old. Could even be a docking tower for the old balloons, the old Zeppies. And just look at this one. What a beauty! Highly decorated in tech. Highly decorated. Just look at that. You ain't making it these days. That ain't getting built these days. Believe me. They wouldn't even know we wouldn't even know what to do. But again, bird's eye view of that, and that would be a geometric pattern, just like a starfall or a cathedral, harnessing negative energy from the earth. I mean, look at this one. Come on, give me a break. What is going on here? It looks like it's in a graveyard. There's so many of them crosses. And that's another thing. Anyone doing research on Tartary, mate, the Russian stuff is unbelievable. Obviously, I couldn't translate anything, so reading it is no good. But pictures-wise, amazing. Again, that last picture looked like it could have been mud flooded, but it hadn't been. It's like they're designed. But here we go, the fall of Tartaria. So this would have been early 1800s, not this photo, but when they started to bring the place down, started to get rid of it. And what's ironic about that is in 1806 was when the Holy Roman Empire got taken down as well. So I wonder if there's anything to do with that. There's these people going around wiping these people out, wiping these empires out. Because you've got the Holy Roman Empire and the Tartarian Empire wiped out within years of each other. And that's no coincidence in my eyes. Again, see, this is what I was on about. See the building with the pillars there on fire. Sometimes them pillars are like on the second floor. Again, just the demise, ruin. So the places the most heavily. The reason I chose Dresden, London, and Russia. Well, Russia was one of the most heavily placed bombs in the world. Look at the tech on that. Don't even know what that thing is for. Not the tower,
the thing in front of it, God knows what that's doing. There's another one behind it as well. But like all these little individual huts, like there's no cables going to these places, so they literally had the tech on the top for their power source. Maybe for electrical appliances or heating water, who knows? You can see, absolutely torn down. Yeah, so London obviously got hit hard. London, Liverpool, and Manchester, obviously all proper Tartarian, heavily influenced Tartarian architecture. So they got hit hard. You just name a place that's Tartarian, mate. That's got Tartarian architecture. That place got hit hard. Like Cologne here. Look at this. It's just an absolute reset. Wipe everything out. Get rid of it all. Start again. So yeah, Russia hit very hard. London, Dresden. What we're looking at now, Cologne. And it's still going on now. Resets are going on under our nose now. All over the place. It's just done in sections. And you can see that in 1945 from World War II is the reason why. Look at that. They kept the roads, everything's still there. Got everything out, built up again. London and Gaza. You can see the difference. Well, there's no difference. That's what happened then. That's what's going on now. Just resetting the place so they can build on it again. Get rid of the architecture. Get rid of the history. And bring in a new load of bull BS. So this is obviously places that are bombed. I don't believe Hitler was a bad guy. I believe he was a good guy against the New World Order. But you can see London, Liverpool and Manchester. 3 places that are Tartarian, heavily influenced by the architecture. And 3 places got mashed up. And you can see this is the Blitz. I think this is over just under a year. Look how much it got bombed. And what a way to do it. Like you'd sell someone places to go and hide in, like air raid shelters. And if you couldn't afford an air raid shelter, you'd get them to hide underground. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And again, we just look back at statistics on things like this pandemic that's going on now. Half of the world's screaming it's not real, and the other world are queuing up to get vaccinated. But you're never going to read back and hear on the people that were screaming that it was not real. You're only going to look back at the facts that have gone down in history, which are the people that got vaccinated. Back in the war, you're not going to hear of all the people that say, no, this weren't real, this was a load of crap. You're just going to look at the statistics, how many people died, what got bombed. Anyway, I'll rabbit on. This is the smallest shop in London, little shoe shop. And it's just got Greco-Romano columns all over the show here. Very, very old world. I'm going to do a video on London. I really want to get to the root of the history of that place. But it got mashed up. Look at this. Look at the old buildings. You know they replaced them now with. I know these ones haven't been replaced, but the buildings that are going up now are just unbelievable, mate. They are literally dog poo. So get rid of all that architecture. I like this photo. I'll stuck this one in there. To get rid of the tech, to get rid of the history. Sad. Very, very sad. I found this picture quite interesting. Cat meat. And she looked very happy for this photo to be taken. And this is St. Paul's Cathedral. Very old world buildings, that is. Very, very old world. But Everything gets smashed up. Looks like they found a Victorian Hyperloop here. And if you look, Peace Street, formerly known as Artillery Street. That's an iconic or historical picture in my eyes. I love that. So it's just a complete reset. Absolute reset. Sometimes I think when it's reset, it doesn't have to be just the humans. It could just be the area that's going. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. This building here. If you can see underneath the actual dome, you've got, it's like split in two. You've got like a darker section and a white section. A lot of these buildings, you only see the white part poking out. This was just a iconic picture. Still going to work, even though the place is blown to smithereens. But let's have a little look at what was going on around this time. So, just in this 10-year period, this is when I believe the actual fall of the Tartarian was. So you've got all this going on here. God knows how many wars. It's got so many wars. And it's always Spain, France and England. They're the culprits. They're the culprits. I'll just flick through. And these are all the wars that have gone on. Some of them were quick. Some of them went on for a few months. Some of them went on for years. It's just endless. That was the first 10 years. This is another 10 years. Right, so these are some before and after photos of Dresden, of some of the architecture.
Did you know that you can make a full-time income?
Some of the targeted architecture, as you can see, not from this picture, but looking through the history books, you can see it was targeted architecture. Again, some residential buildings. Very Tartarian. Let's cross between medieval and Tartarian. But wiped out. Just a bit of ornamentation left. All the tech gone. Same with this one. Wouldn't surprise me if when people were hiding, there was people up there dismantling it, getting rid of it. And then them just dropping bombs on. And even that lamppost just in front is absolutely beautiful. Incredible, though. Complete destruction. Extremely ornate, that is. That's beautiful.
bonus at the end. But look, here we go. This is where I made the video before. You can see the quarry on the right hand side, and then you've got some smashed up old ancient site on the left hand side of it. So this is the quarry, and this is not a quarry. This is what I walked through the first time I went there, and the second time, and that was nothing compared to what I found the next. These are quarries. These are quarries. So people that haven't got a clue, that is what a quarry looks like. I'm sorry to be patronising, but it's, and this is where I walked around. So you can see the place got heavily mashed up hard, quarried hard there. So I believe on the right hand side there was something to do with water, just because of the way the paths went and it was going downhill. And this side I think might have something to be like a residential area. It reminds me so much of South America over here. But this is what I walked through, and this is where we're going to be walking through on this tour that I'm doing at the end of August.
NFTs plus Amazon, and you get
And another thing is, some guy said, "Oh, these are all rocks from a quarry." When you see these rocks, you'll see these are not stone cut blocks. These are geopolymer blocks, and it's crystal clear that the ancient world used geopolymer blocks. It's crystal clear. But yep, so this is the whole coastline. This whole bit here that you can see is where we're going to walk through. And we're going to be camping around here somewhere. Well, I'm going to be camping around here. I'm not like, we can meet up on that day. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to be camping around here. But I'll give you the dates at the end of this video. And it'd be nice to have a little fire on the beach and a bit of grub on the go, you know. That's what I'm looking to do. And a few people around, you know, kumbaya and all that lot. I'm joking. Let's get stuck into it, shall we? So this is like a tour of Portland. And as you can see, that this is a crude mix of geopolymer. Look at it. You've got shells, air bubbles, stones. It's just a mix. Anyway, you're going to see all of this. And what you're going to see is things blocked up. You're going to see stacked up megalithic block work. You're going to see everything in this video. I loved it over here. It's one of my favourite places. So here you can see they've gone right out their way to block this up. Now this here, this is another thing. This is not a train track. I'm telling you now, this is nothing to do with a train track. When I was walking through this, this is some sort of structural support, some sort of rebar, not rebar, but some sort of structural lintel to hold things up. Because when I was going through some of the tunnels, you could see it was holding up the blockwork. And what's happened is, if you look at the little plaques, it will say, oh, every now and then you might find a tram track where they used to move the blocks out of. But that's just a load of BS in my eyes. That's just to cover up the fact that they're using metal to hold up blocks. So we tried to get in there anyway, obviously. But look at the size of the block next to my mate on the right-hand side. That block was probably about 10 foot by 3 foot. And you can see how far it goes back. And you can clearly see that it is a geopolymer block. All of it is. A whole shebang. But we tried to get in there, and they've done a proper number in there. You can't get in there at all. Like the blocks that we was trying to pull out went back well over half a metre. But here we go. Yeah, it's been proper filled in. Proper filled in. So that's obviously what the job of the army was doing when they were over here. Filling it in. They'll smash it up, drop bombs on it, and then set up shop, you know, and literally do a few operations over there. Clear up stuff, probably get rid of all the shrapnel, you know, block up tunnels. And probably another thing about this site is they say there's a sculpture park there. And they say what you're going to learn in this video is the difference between a crumb or a prop. And that's what you're going to work out here. Because what they've done is they set up a little shop here. When I say shop, I mean a little station. And they've actually done like modern carvings on things. But what you'll do is, that's clearly just been done at the very start of this trial, like walking trial. So when you see it lodged in different bits of blocks here and there, you're just going to think it's that someone sculpted it. But clearly you can see just how old some of the stuff is just through the weathering, that some of these sculptures are quite old, and you'll see that. But as you can see, the block work, look at the block work, all geopolymer blocks, all of it, the whole lot. And this is where it all started for me. See, you come out of this little tunnel and then boom, This is like some sort of ancient civilization, some sort of habitatual land that's just been smashed up. This is not a quarry. You do not quarry geopolymer stone. Fact. And another thing you'll see is this is very common. You'll have flint, smooth and flush on top of a geopolymer block. So you see on this side here. And again, look at the size of that fossil in that block. What I don't know what that could have been. And now this is even more interesting. Wait till you see this thing. This was put in, this is all geopolymer, and this part here is completely separate to what it's been embedded into. So it's two separate things. I don't know what this represents, but this is very old stuff. Now, the good thing about this place is there's so many little ways you can go off and look down. There's just so much to do and see over it. It's unbelievable. But you have to be active. You have to be active. You have to be mobile. Size of the blocks. Look at this. Look at the size of these blocks. Like I said, it's all geopolymer. How do I know? Because look at the crude and mix on it. Look at that. Look at the air bubbles. Look at the crustacean. Look at it. And if this was a quarry, why is this not? What's happened here then? Do you know what I mean? Why is there still blocks here? This is. I've got in this little bit. It was just a little room. And give us a like, subscribe, comment, share, and all that jazz. See here, you can see right here. There's something that's quite. This is a common thing. You have a layer of flint. So it goes chalk, flint, geopolymer block. That's what I'm seeing a lot of. A lot of it's been taken off the blocks, but there's still some blocks where you can see it. Chalk, flint, and then the block. But it's like it's been spread on like butter though, you know, look. What's this going on up here? Look, here we go, up there. Did you see that? And look here. I'm just going to point bits out so you can see. And here, this is another part of it. It's very peculiar. Very, very peculiar. Now, obviously, I've done a bit of research into flint, and it's an excellent grounding. It's brilliant for meditating as well. So it's a spiritual stone. Look at that. And obviously the geopolymer block. And another thing is they've all got scratches over them. See how this is laid out now is I don't think this was how it originally was. I think this is this lot's been made up, I think, for like when the army were there, you know, to do their operations. Because to me, this could be is it a giant pyramid that's been decommissioned? Because when you look inside pyramids, it's all blockwork, isn't it? It's all giant blockwork. So was this a giant decommissioned pyramid? Or is this a giant decommissioned site where people lived, like Pumapunka or something like that? Look at it. Look at the walls. Walls made out of megalithic blockwork. See, it's crystal clear that they've just what they've done is they've just blown this place to smithereens. That's what they've done. I think there's 5 quarries actually on top of Portland. And they must have been the most important sites there. That's why they've been turned to dust and sold. But you can see this part, it's just been left alone. But like I said, you've got to know the difference between a crumb, like a crumb of knowledge, like, you know, a little golden nugget that they've left, and you've got to know the difference between a prop. Look at this place. What is this place about? What is this place about? Look at the blocks everywhere. Look at that. Look at that. Let me know what you think in the comments. And another thing is, I've got a Telegram now. So it depends on how I feel on that day, is whether I go on the comments on YouTube. But you'll get 100% response from me if you join my Telegram group. That's where you can comment and get hold of me there. And another thing is, what you'll see here.
Attention, the United States Federal Reserve is having a meeting on May 3rd, and a decision is going to be coming out. If you know in advance, like we do, what will be announced after this meeting, you can potentially turn $100 into $12,100. You are being invited to watch a free video report where you will be shown exactly what is happening on May 3rd and how you can potentially turn every $1 you invest into $121 in 60 days. 60 days from today, you could be making more money than you ever thought possible. You don't need to watch the whole video if you don't want to. You'll get
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here, and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And, you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of, it's, you know, it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you. And clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
Cosmic
something
resonance,
like
that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movie
So
the army, or the military. Like you've got the limestone geopolymer.
so deep, and it reminds me of like in Utah, John Levy's discoveries of some of the quote-unquote first Mormon settler kilns, completely buried tunnels. These are megalithic blockwork underground tunnels, huge structures. This is crazy.
Smooth that is.
You can't hear it? Can you hear it now?
They're a little up.
It was muted. It's muted. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Not sure how much was muted. Let me know if this works.
Oh no, that's actually flint. There's flint in there. You can see it's a geopolymer mix. Look at the stone and the crustation in it. And again, why is that? Look how this actually looks like concrete. Modern day concrete, that one. Look at it. Unbelievable. I'd love to see this place in its prime. I sort of got like a Fred Flintstone sort of feel while I'm there as well, you know. And don't forget, Fred Flintstone worked in a quarry. Fred Flintstone and the Flintstones. I mean, look at these blocks, man. Look at these, and the geopolymer. Look at the holes from all the bubbles and stuff, and the
this quote-unquote quarry reminds me of like around
again, look, here, I'm going
the top of Peru, Bolivia, around Lake Titicaca, as well as like the main around recovery of Sahara Desert, Egypt, and all other massive megalithic destroyed places, and then claims of recent rebuilds, and just it's ridiculous. It's huge, massive, Baalbek style. And this is in the UK.
Now this was very peculiar because this looks like blockwork, right? But then it looks like there's concrete's been poured down the side of it to make it look like it's a natural cliff. And then you've got this, like when I said they do sculptures, this is what they've done. You can see this is a modern sculpture. Just to throw you off the scent when you do see other things that have been sculpted into the rocks. Because I found a load of stuff that's ancient over there. You're going to see it all. But I found an old fountain, some old well, loads of stuff. So this is like a thriving civilization that was here. I even found some sort of fireplace thing. Here we go. Like what going on here? What's going on here? What is this about? What is this about? Very peculiar, isn't it? Very, very peculiar. Now, I weren't sure about that, if that was old or new. I'm not sure. It looks like it's old. And it looks like they've recently put fires in it. This is a real golden nugget. This is a real golden nugget. You can't tell me this is ancient. Look at the weathering on this face. Look at the weathering, and water come out of the mouth. And how do I know? Because we started to dig a hole out of the bottom of that. And look what it's sitting on. This is incredible. This is a real piece of history, that. Mate, this is like a community. No. That's definitely been filled in, isn't it?
You smell that? It's not burning, that's flint. Yeah, that's mad. But that's definitely for water. So there's no just plugging in.
Yeah. Yeah. This bowl, and there's also a plug bit or a sinkhole in the middle. See this black bit that had been filled in, and this was wicked because this is flint in the middle, sandwiched in between a couple of bits of like chalk or something. This is very strange stuff. Very strange stuff. And again, this is another sculpture. Now you wouldn't really find this where we like. Someone's not going to go and sculpt this where we found this. By the way, I mean look at that. Look at that. What was this part of? And it's heavily damaged as well. The nose has come off of it. What was this part of? The neck. You can see it's a geopolymer block as well. And this was part of some well. If you can see the circle outline of it, I'd love to dig down there because that would probably take you to inside of this island. Now, this to me is a prop. I don't know what that's doing up there, but that's a prop. I mean, there's just so much to look at around here. And don't forget, I'm at the top of the island. I'm just looking at the top of the island here, by the way. Like, there's so much to explore. So when we do this camp thing, like I said, I'm not getting involved in the camp. I personally am camping over there. And if you want to meet me on a Saturday and a Sunday, crack on. I'm up for that. I'm well up for that. I'll let you know where I'm camping as well. I haven't got nothing booked. I'll probably, like I said, I might even just camp on the beach or something. But we'll sort that out nearer the time anyway. But again, look, more sculptures on there. Like, what is this about? Really, huh? And it's on a geopolymer block.
And if it's a quarry, why would they be filling in these lesser, smaller buildings?
You can see
like
why they've done it
from
now,
an
to make you think that
age,
these
like
were done
you see
recently
in
when they haven't.
Bolivia and
Really, there's
Peru.
probably about 15
and
crops
like,
there, and the rest is
like
just
Brian
nuggets. The rest is
Forrester
real
goes
history.
into detail with.
But we just walked straight through the quarry here. That's what we've done. And on the other side of this wall is
Going
the
in
cliffs and
to the
all
left,
that jazz.
that
So,
perfect
it's quite high
arch
up, and you'll
cave
see.
going into the
I've got
left,
some wicked drone
into
footage.
that hill. Like, this is just crazy.
But this is proof. This is absolute proof. This is not a quarry. If this was a quarry, why the heck are all them blocks still in there then? And like the main thing is you don't quarry geopolymer blocks. Simple as that. And now look at this fabricated coastline. You can see the blockwork underneath. See these blockwork here? And it's almost in this. Look at that. Pure blocks, geopolymer blocks. Very high up as well. Very, very high up. Fabricated coastlines, cosmetic coastlines. Like the next video I've got coming out is, whew, you wait till you see it, mate. These cats are fucking. Ooh, I'm raw. I won't delete that out. I'm sorry about swearing. And if anyone's got kids in the homeschooling, I'm sorry about that. On me, I didn't mean to do that. But if you look down here, you can see all the blocks. So what they've done is quarry geopolymer blocks. Simple as that. And now look at this fabricated coastline. You can see the blockwork underneath. Can you see these blockwork here? Cosmetic coastlines. Like, you wait till you see it, mate. These cats are. They must have made tracks to these parts and literally unloaded vans and trucks worth of blocks off of here. I can just imagine them tipping off the edge because that's what it looks like. When you look over the cliff, it's just blocks that have been poured over the edge. I mean, look at this. Look how old this stuff is. Look at it. And then you've got the fabricated coastline underneath. Like, how high did this part go up, to be honest with you? And you've got these old blocks. This is like Maltese blockwork here. It's incredible, isn't it? We have been told a pack of lies. I mean, look at the state of that block. You're telling me that's a natural cut block. Look at it. That's as crude as anything. Now, these controllers rely on people not being as sharp and smart. That's how this world works, because there's so many people that just get on with their life and don't question nothing. And that's what this world relies on. People like that. They hate people like me and people watching this video, because we're people that like to question everything. And look at all the blocks just thrown off of this cliff. Look at it. Like, how long was you doing that for? Look at the block hanging out of the cliff, for God's sake. Like a fabricated coastline. Look at this. Look at that. And you're hang on a minute. Oh God, there's so much here. Again, this is the flint, some sort of chalk and geopolymer block. And just above it, you've got some sort of metal thing again that people are calling train tracks. But I think they're just structural supports, you know. That's what I honestly believe they are. Again, here, this is again in question. Is this a train track or a structural support? Because this one goes off the cliff. And I can just imagine a trolley throwing all these blocks off the cliff. Look at that. And just letting nature deal with it. Now, this is very old. This is a pillar or a column. And it is extremely old. Again, look at these blocks. These are geopolymer blocks. Look at it. And they're even underneath the mud. Because these are good. Because I jumped off the cliff a bit, you could see inside the cliff what it consists of. Because it broke away. You can see that this coastline is blockwork. And it's geopolymer blockwork as well. Which is a scary thought. Like, it just goes to say that this island was man-made. It really is. Look at it. I'm back on the top now, but look at this. And you've got a line of flint. And then they put the mud on top. Which is unbelievable. You can see, like, again, I know I keep mentioning the word blocks, but look at all the blocks that they've chucked off the side here. They're all blocks. And look at that geopolymer or polymer wall. Now this is a prop. This is just to tease your subconscious, because you'll look at this and go, oh, hello, this is how they move the blocks. This is another crumb. Bit of rebar. Like I said, the army or the military go over there and they'll spend about 10 years over there filling things in, smashing stuff up. And then when they're done, they just leave their mess everywhere. And how do I know it's them? Because they leave something called bungaroosh and red brick everywhere. Sloppy gits. Now this is actually the sculpture park. Now look at the stones. Yeah? Look at the stones. Unbelievable. So this is at the start of the walk. So they've got some proper concrete stones here. I think there's 2 or 3. Mixed in with some old megalithic blockwork. Now you can see here 1, 2, 3. This is modern concrete. And what they've done is they've got the blocks on the outside, these 2. They've used them and then they've put, I'll show you in a minute, the modern sculptures directly on top of the old world geopolymer blocks. It's just a head mess up, basically, just to make you subconsciously think that this was all done by them recently. I'll show you. All you've got to do is mix up a bit of modern, a bit of old, and everyone thinks it's modern. I digress. Let's have a Brucey.
Welcome to Papaya Global's Countrypedia page, where you can find information on payroll and employment benefits for over
So I probably bored the socks off you all that BS about work and geopolymer and all this quarries and all that. Anyway, what I've been doing recently is I come across a book from 1857, and it's a kid's book. I guess it's for teenagers because a child wouldn't be able to read it. And it's literally talking about electrical experiments, galvanism, magnetism, hydraulics, and all stuff like that. When half of this stuff is not even meant to be like even thought of by a kid, but some of the experiments in here, like the electrical experiments, how to get sparks on noses. I'm thinking, blinking hell, mate. So, because what this book really does, it shows you how much we've been dumbed down and what the world used to be and what it is now. And I'm going to have to read this book thoroughly just to pick out the golden nuggets for you. But I've read a few bits and I can't believe what I'm seeing. I'm going to just show you a couple of little bits. It shows you how to make electricity back in the day out of wood and tin foil. It shows you how to generate and store electricity in Leyden jars. And this is all for kids, by the way. I say this is like 11 years old. So these are the index. Tells you, like I said, galvanization, magnetism, electricity. And then it's got little experiments in there. It's just knocking my socks off, knocking them off. This is 170 years old. And this is some of the stuff I've not even heard of. Yet kids were learning this back in the day. This is a kid's book. It's like a trick book, basically, like a magician's trick book for kids. So where did it go wrong? Why all of a sudden are we learning 2 add 2 is 4 and we're getting praised for it when these kids were learning electrical experiments, galvanism, magnetism, stuff to do with hydraulics? Like us nowadays, you go to college to learn that stuff. Like, yeah, that's further education. So that just shows you how much we've been dumbed down and condensed. Not me. I like to do my own stuff. So the general public, that's what I'm talking about. Not us,
And
the
that's
general
what we
public.
are all doing
But anyway,
together.
I'm going to go
Like
through this
Faraday
book,
research,
pick out all the golden
like
nuggets, and I'm
myself,
gonna make
like
a video on it.
APEC,
Don't forget, we're going to camp at the end
like
of
Paul,
August in Portland Island,
like all.
and it's the last bank holiday in August. So it'll be the Saturday and the Sunday, and I'm probably going to camp in a campsite or on the beach. As it gets close to the time, I'll let you know. Obviously, it's going to be no money, there's no cost for it at all. That's the other reason why I didn't want to do the camp, because I didn't.
Okay, so as we come to an end here, I'm going to play this last about 15-20 minutes to close it off of a Tesla Tech video. And this guy goes into explaining several different electrolysis, cold fusion, monatomic plasma patents, as well as experiments and technologies that he himself has. And then I will have that next to the electrolysis cold fusion monatomic experiment going on in front of you, where the anode side is some aluminum foil with copper wire wrapped around it, and then the cathode side is a pure 99.99% silver maple 1 ounce coin. And just the stuff that he shows. Okay, so you guys are able to hear it here. Right, so let's make sure that you guys can hear the sound properly as I play this video to cut it off. And then at the very end, I will just show you a couple things in the tent, and then we will close it till tomorrow for APEC starting at 1 p.m. Mountain Time.
This is a 3-year-old understanding of mine. This is after a short run this day of the high-grade graphene. As soon as you turn on the CO2, it starts dripping carbon, graphene. When you look at white papers in science, it takes massive amounts of energy, and there's only a couple white papers out there to disassociate graphene. During the X Prize, everybody's taking the CO2 and putting it into an algae or a biofuel or something like that, but that's just going to release it again in the atmosphere. In this reaction, it ends that story and puts it into a valuable byproduct. Look at my temperature. I'm at 93 degrees at the outlet. There isn't anybody who can make any electricity off 160 degree steam that's flowing out of flue gases right now. And then the outside of the cell. This is just a crude proof of concept. But if I can make this many volts and amps, then I can just keep scaling it up. It doesn't matter. And during the process of a reactor from a coal fire plant, they're already giving me 180 degrees. I'm just showing you 90. And the phenomenon about this is that the voltage flattens off for some reason, but the amperage keeps climbing. Here I'm showing you the size of the wires that are running this reaction. What I don't explain off screen is that For this to happen, it's the circuits of hydromy or linear magnetism that are proprietary, and I don't show circuits.
Just to give a quick explanation, layman's terms here, the electrolysis cold fusion reaction he's using much higher voltages, as well as completely controlled pressure and systems within it, and higher temperatures. But these arc plasmas actually are real cold fusion that they're able to record and measure the gases, and it proves that the atomic hydrogen then turns into helium and other higher noble gases combined through these plasma arcs with the higher voltages. And I'm not sure if he states that. It's somewhere in here he states it, but just confirmation.
I don't share them. I apologize for that, but we can go and understand these, but I just don't share them. You don't need a calorimeter to look at the size wire input versus the temperature of the vat versus the temperature of the outgoing steam. That electrode is cherry red hot, but it's only reading 190 degrees. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. Why? The energy is imploding. It's going in. We're not forcing electrons in it. It's coming in from the environment. You can put an EMF meter up to that, and from environmental EMF, it'll go down. If this reaction was nuclear or chemical, I would be dead by now. I have 60,000 hours of documented lab time. Been to 4 of the best cold fusion labs in the country, and sat down with Edmund Storms at his private residence. And my understanding of cold fusion, it's a biological process. It's not chemical, it's not nuclear, it's biological. Thanks, John.
Yes,
sir. CO2. We're going to lean from this subject into my presentation on gravity. Sorry, this was last year's, but it has to do with gold out of the electrode and coming out of that little worm right there.
What's it like to learn science?
There's another under the electron microscope. You can see I build fuel cells. I help support the HHO group. There's a lot of you guys in the HHO world that have heard from me. I've helped you get past your hurdles. Good friends of mine of commercialization, and I keep supporting the HHO group, because if we don't have a foundry for some sort of a technology in that world, then we're not going to be able to take it to the next level. The energy platform and the fuel cells that I work at are at the next level. Okay.
Okay, real quick here, guys. I was about ready to go home, and noticed something really, really cool. That. Try to zoom in here. Look at that. Okay. But I'd like to show you something that they do. Look how close the now I've switched the positive and negative side, but just the location in the cell. Look at how much is cranking off the positive, off the negative, and the positive is just not doing a thing. Hopefully my focus is, you can really see that. Try to zoom in here. Look at that. Okay. So they're right next to each other now. Now these electrodes are still breaking in. Look, they're right next to each other, and practically nothing is coming off the positive. But that's not what I wanted to show you. I just wanted to validate that with you. Watch this. Okay, I'm going to do this carefully.
As I'm fumbling, I want you guys to know that's distilled
Bear
water
with me here.
and 1
Watch this.
measuring cup of potassium hydroxide flake in that 1 liter of water. That would be technically a dead short in your HSO world.
They don't want to really touch. They don't like each other. But watch this. Check it out. When they touch, look what happens to the positive electrode. It turns off. It completely changes color. Check it out. Okay? Now when they touch, pardon me, I'm only pulling another 1/2 amp. Nothing. Try that with your HHO little buzz boxes. I'm going to zoom out here so you get a real good view of this. This is extremely interesting. I may be leading into some proprietary stuff here, but watch this. They touch, and the electrode changes color. It turns off. Check it out.
Okay. Here's another view of that. Same thing, potassium hydroxide in a little bit dirty water, but it's the same thing. I do unedited videos because there's no sense in trying to hide anything. They are what they are. You can see the 4 phases of heterodyne resonance. As we know right now, there isn't anybody who can use heterodyne resonance under load. This is a dead load. Military can do 1 and 2 phase under radio frequency for encrypted. This is 4 phases under load. You notice how the wave pattern switches and it rolls. Once it gets in saturation, it'll turn the other way. I used to name this circuit, or the pattern of this, hydrogen DNA, because that's what it looked like to me. We'll get back to that in a minute. Okay. I promised you that I had new news from last year. We're going to go into a little bit more of this stuff, and you guys can ask questions. We have time, so there's no sense in rushing, but we're going to go fast. Stream Me Energy, Biogem Pharmaceutical Microbial Hydride Fuel Cells. I introduced you guys last year to Biogem Wet, Microbial Hydride Fuel Cell using gold and graphene fused together, makes electricity. You saw from the video, it also happens to draw the oldest pattern in life, the flower of life. Everybody in the world has fantasized about what the actual meaning is of the flower of life. My processes for producing Biogem are no different than they could have done 10,000 years ago. I just use modern electronics to watch and control my process. You can see it under the electron microscope. You can see it under the refractive light microscope. The predecessor, the one before Biogem Wet, is what I'm going to demonstrate to you now, which is Biogem Solid. Both of them make organic electricity at room temperature, superconductivity. I'm going to do what I like to do, is give recognition to gentlemen in this industry that really, really know what they're doing and really deserve that. I was on the YouTube the other day, and Mike from Quantum Mechanics, his YouTube channel, he's taken the crystal onyx group to the next level. Crystal cells using carbon plates, making room temperature thermal galvanic electricity. Very well done, very well believable, and he deserves you guys to take a look at it. Biogem is not that. It's not a galvanic cell.
All right. So just to give you that last update of out in the workshop, we got a couple microwaves will be taken apart, and then we got some solar panels. We got a couple battery packs to convert over for storage for solar, as well as a couple DC motors, power banks, transformers. So we're gonna start running LED circuits and power banks together with Faraday research, and yeah, we're gonna and that just keep adding to it and start actually gaining this free energy. So day by day it comes. And to point out what that guy was so excited with the anode and cathode and how it would ground out and the anode would stop, or the cathode would stop producing the hydrogen, and the anode would change color. And the reaction that we have going on here, the cathode is actually the silver coin, and it's producing less bubbles. In their reaction, the ground and the monoatomics are not bubbling. The whole water is not bubbling. In this electrolysis reaction before you, you can see that there's an of whether it's brown, of hydrogen, oxygen, silver, aluminum, copper, as well as the initial structures, those tubes that were formed, that it was through a couple drops of blood I had put on before streaming. It had originally grown. You can see from the beginning of the stream coming down from the silver cathode and much grounded it originally to the bottom super nano materials, and then that this anode that should be deteriorating instead is nano coated of its own sustained chemical makeup of some sort of transmutational nano layer, but then it's producing an insane amount of hydrogen, oxygen, or whatever gas compound it is, and then these different nano structures and plasmoids and whatnot coming throughout it. And we'll just finish off with a couple more minutes of this guy's explanations.
Okay, I'm subliminally imprinting you guys so you guys just saw it again. Should be this next slide. You need to turn up the volume.
Checking.
I'm going to narrate it. It'll be better. Okay.
David?
Yes.
May I have permission to play the hard file in full screen?
Oh, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're good to go. You're good to narrate.
You want to do volume?
I've got the volume up all the way.
Okay. So this is my demonstration video for the X Prize. The team is New Air, and you're going to see why here in a minute. What you're looking at is a standing cold fusion reaction. I don't use the words cold fusion very often, but I'll explain to you why. This is the one of the precipitants here. The temperature of the vat and the wire size that we're using to run this reaction is right there. That electrode is cherry red hot. We're making low temperature steam at unprecedented 180 degrees. Over here is a sample microbial hydride fuel cell, biogem solid. With the low temperature steam that's coming out of there, we're pulling amps, charging a capacitor. That's a 2 ohm light bulb in series, and we are making 40 millivolts under a dead load. You'll see here in a minute the temperature that's coming out of the end. Is a couple of degrees above room temperature, and only 4 to 5 degrees between the two. What I'm showing here is that we're pumping in CO2 into the reaction chamber, disassociating the CO2 into a high-grade graphene. Graphene is magnetic. This is the first easiest test for graphene. There's a deeper explanation of this we'll go into in a minute. 100% pure CO2. The limiting factor of this reaction is how cold the nozzle gets. It freezes. So you can just pump massive amounts of CO2. I have a validation from the Canadian Federal Labs through the Excellence Program that I converted flue gas back into coal. I'm showing you this reaction this is a 3-year-old understanding of mine. This is after a short run this day of the high-grade graphene. As soon as you turn on the CO2, it starts dripping carbon, graphene. When you look at white papers in science, it takes massive amounts of energy, and there's only a couple white papers out there to disassociate graphene. During the X Prize, everybody's taking the CO2 and putting it into an algae or a biofuel or something like that, but that's just going to release it again in the atmosphere. In this reaction, it ends that story and puts it into a valuable byproduct. Look at my temperature. I'm at 93 degrees at the outlet. There isn't anybody who can make any electricity off 160 degree steam that's flowing out of flue gases right now. And then the outside of the cell. This is just a crude proof of concept. But if I can make this many volts and amps, then I can just keep scaling it up. It doesn't matter. And during the process of a reactor from a coal fire plant, They're already giving me 180 degrees. I'm just showing you 90. And the phenomenon about this is that the voltage flattens off for some reason, but the amperage keeps climbing. Here I'm showing you the size of the wires that are running this reaction. What I don't explain off screen is that for this to happen, it's the circuits of hydromy or linear magnetism that are proprietary, and I don't show circuits. I don't share them. I apologize for that, but we can go into understandings, but I just don't share them. You don't need a calorimeter to look at the size wire input versus the temperature of the vat versus the temperature of the outgoing steam. That electrode is cherry red hot, but it's only reading 190 degrees. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. Why? The energy is imploding. It's going in. It's not, we're not forcing electrons in it. It's coming in from the environment. You can put an EMF meter up to that, and from environmental EMF, it'll go down. If this reaction was nuclear or chemical, I would be dead by now. I have 60,000 hours of documented lab time. Been to 4 of the best cold fusion labs in the country, and sat down with Edmund Storms at his private residence.
As long as it's implosive, low voltage,
biological process.
Electrolysis,
it's not chemical.
hydrogen,
it's not nuclear. It's biological.
Then it's healthy. Otherwise, it'll give you actually beneficial exposure, unlike the high radiation breakdown of thermo.
Thanks, John.
Like uranium, plutonium, degradation of
CO2.
Radioactive isotopes.
We're going to lean from this subject into my presentation on gravity. Sorry, this was last year's, but it has to do with gold out of the electrode and coming out of that little worm right there. Here's another view of it. Gold comes from bacteria. They eat through quartz, spit hydrofluoric acid, use the energy from the radioactive reaction from quartz, piezoelectric, and excrete gold. That's how you get gold veins. It's not from some nuclear star or any of that stuff. But within the quartz is high-grade ormus. So they know how to condense it down to its lower state. That video is from last year. At the end, we can watch it if you guys have questions about ormus. Briefly, I don't know how to fast forward through these.
Well, I wasn't going to do this yet, but what the hell? Remember those 2-inch check valves from the other videos? Here's the manifolds, passivated and polished. I think it looks pretty nice. So there's a little update of what's going on. Here's the control panels. And this is just because sick, demented bastards. Little plug here. Fully up online.
Here's the VFDs. The drives are warming up. There's all the pressures. Okay, so not to bore you through this, it's a licensee. I license my technology to. We're in a 20-year contract. I commercialize. You're just seeing a little bit of my handiwork. I built, designed, implemented, and deployed these systems. Now the gentleman's got a beautiful company. He's on his own. There's 21 systems on the ground. These two systems right here are the first ones that sucked dirty, salty salt water out of the wells in Central California, pumped it back into the California aqueduct, first company to achieve that goal. And that farmer is pumping at a precedented $400 an acre foot, selling at $1,200 an acre foot every 3 hours. His ROI is less than a year on $1 million piece of equipment. His salty brine that used to be a hazardous waste laden with chemicals is now a high-grade fertilizer. I can catalyze it into a fertilizer or into fuel. We talked about this in great deal last year. It's on my YouTube channel, and we can get into that later. I really want to go back to the gravity and CO2 of my subjects this year. Okay. On closing note of that subject, dirty, salty brine water instantly catalyzed back into fertilizer. This system is saving a greenhouse owner $16,000 a month in fertilizer and water savings. Okay, if we can flip over here to the screen.
Innovation doesn't happen on its own.
Good friend of mine, McCain Lee, who did all the graphic artwork that you guys should applaud, because I can't do that stuff. He couldn't be here this year, and he got himself into a potential high-dollar contract with his Stanmeyer spark plugs. Very good guy, but he got himself into a non-disclosure with some potential good money. So he didn't want to risk his contract to do that. So I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. I apologize. But it'll be fun because we can work through this exercise together. Okay. Let's look at this differently. What is CO2? 1927. First CO2 disassociation. Okay. A gentleman used, I think, a ceramic flask, heated it, pushed CO2 through it, got oxygen on the other side, and some sort of a wave in the water. We made a perfectly square wave. I had everybody pull their compasses out, and the compass showed north, south, east, and west to the square wave, 15 degrees off magnetic north. That just sends chills up my spine. In earlier video, up here, you're going to have 10 pieces, but you're going to have less density. Without that simple explanation, nothing could ever fall. It can't. We're going to try to upload another video that may be at the end of this, where I have a very simple device that's charged with this energy that is a simple air core where you can actually pick up the magnetic, the gravitational lines of flux, and you can actually lift 10 grams. I truly apologize. I literally lost it. I do not know where I left it, and I looked for it before I got here. I've loaned it out to a bunch of different labs. The last one I loaned it to, I'm just going to say it, Nassim Harriman, he pulled the wires out of jealousy. So when you get here, This is where it starts to get interesting. What do you see in the magnetic lines of flux? Well, you would see the Bose-Einstein condensate. Just like a boxing ring going up the magnetic lines of flux. And that is the simplest understanding of gravity. It makes sense in all planets. It makes sense on how gravity is created, number one. Gravity is created by the spinning vortexes of material in counter rotation. It's that simple. It's really simple, okay? But to turn that from something that's wet, like our Earth, into something electronic is not quite that simple, okay? So, being able to amplify gravity in the demonstration video that hopefully we can find, when you flip over the electrode, I did this demonstration for JPL Labs. I took a piece of stainless steel and I rolled it on a granite block. And it rolled perfectly across there. I touched it 1 second to the energy, and that piece of stainless steel attracted only to gravity, and it would just flip just to gravity. Their response was, well, we're interested in that. My response is, write me a check. It's that simple. So I'm not sure where to move from here into CO2. With my chicken scratch over there. As an artist, I spent 8 years in the decorative arts as a commercialization. It's in plasma right now at 7 volts, okay? And you can see the dimensions of it. You can push play. You'll be able to see the dimensions of it. And just down here in this simple demonstration, here's hydrogen coming off the negative electrode. And I'm going to go around the other side and see nothing coming off the positive electrode. When you're in plasma at that low of a voltage, the hydrogen just blows off the electrodes. It's ridiculous. Here's the positive electrode. And once again, this is distilled water with potassium hydroxide at almost a dead short. And my wire size is still the same. It's like 20,000, so 32 gauge, whatever that is. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do next. You're going to see all I'm doing is turning down the potential and pulling it out of plasma. And there's your heterodyne resonance right there. Oscilloscopes don't lie. I'm flipping through the times and division. This is not AC or DC. So you just saw high frequency electrolysis. Now we're just down to 120 hertz, megahertz. See those lines of communication right there? Those little black lines? Those little lines, they're like communication. Somehow the circuits, the energy moves faster. It knows that it's in resonance. Okay. Before we go to the next video, do you guys have any questions on any subject? First.
Yeah, just a question on the very first video you were showing
Mm-hmm. They're not. It's absolutely a good question because the question was about the phase shift of the wave pattern. When the wave moves in a rolling fashion, I call that revolutions. So it's linear pole magnetism or linear magnetisms and revolutions. To further that question, Walter Russell's math, Planck, and even Marco Rodin helped me define that time period. Okay, so this is a great question. Okay, when you have phi, you have 3.14 and it's infinite, right? Why is it infinite? Because you're drawing a circle. I don't care who you are, how you are, what you are, you can't complete that circle without the element of time. So you can never complete the reaction. You can never complete the math. It'll always be infinite. What you have to do is you have to incorporate the function of time. There's another mathematical equation of phi. I don't know it by heart, but Walter Russell came up with it, and it includes time. So it looks like a spring. Marco Rodin is a donut. He's fixed in a donut. But if you take the 369 and you stretch it out, you add everything from the primer field videos, you add Marco Rodin's math, you have Walter Russell, Planck's constant, you can come up with a variable of time that satisfies that question in math. Unfortunately, I haven't completed the math, but all these groups that I've told you about have helped me get to that discussion. It's almost impossible. Well, it's not impossible. It's just a time I have to sit down and do it to answer that question finitely because the wave moves and it's a moving energy. It's like having a driving forward force behind AC, where AC resonates back and forth, switches on and off. It's like driving forward. So it's really hard unless you incorporate time. Incorporating time gives you the understanding of gravity because you have to have that time element to understand gravity. Okay? You're welcome. Next question. 26 million hertz. Right there is I get the most lift, the most pull, the most everything out of gravity. And when you back against Walter Russell's work and all these guys, the rotation of the Earth and all this cosmic math between the size and ratios of planets and suns and beyond, you come up with the same thing, but you can see it on the oscilloscope. You can see where things fall off on either side of that. Thank you. Next question.
You mentioned, I'm not quite clear on gravity here. What you're saying is that your 26 meg is your resonance frequency for gravity, right?
That's the frequency of gravity in resonance, right?
And that the magnetic lines, are they resonating at 26 meg? And that is what you're saying is causing the gravitational attraction?
Awesome question. That is an awesome question. Heterodyne resonance, the reason it's encrypted is because you have two frequencies going against each other, but they're not the exact same frequency. One has a little bit higher than the other, okay? The phenomenon of gravity is why? Why does the top one have less and the bottom one have more? Because you can clearly flip over something that you've attracted and changed the magnetic structure with this energy, and it's light or heavy. Okay, so that question, it needs to be looked at more of what is the frequency potential of the two, and if you can spread the frequency potential of the two more, can you get more lift?
Okay. Well, see, I guess what I'm trying to do is separate the EM from the matter in here. And when I'm looking at the
Okay, start this way. Electromagnetic spectrum goes up. Gravitational goes this way. Okay? It does not go this way. It goes this way. Gravity goes parallel with the ground. It does not go up.
well, I thought it fell off with the inverse square. I thought it fell off as an inverse square.
It goes, whatever you're thinking, in the terms that you're thinking of it, change your thinking. Gravity goes this way. We're gonna open up a video. Can you go back to the videos here? And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Hence my discussions on gravity. I really get excited about it.
Okay, we're away.
Sorry.
Okay, up or down, David?
I'm going to bore you guys with gravity. You're going to be so bored of gravity that you're going to fall asleep. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give him a video that's going to answer your question without a shadow of a doubt. Okay?
Did that answer your question without a shadow of a doubt?
Can you go on to YouTube?
YouTube?
Yes.
I did not hear the question.
I was just joking. Just joking. All sorts of crazy Badland faces.
Can you give me a second?
How you doing, good sir?
Threw my back out this morning carrying a propane tank. I was like, my fireman was puking all night, and so I was like, oh, I'll just go on, and I threw a propane tank over my shoulder, and there went my back. I was like, I took about 6 steps and dropped. I was like, ah!
That's the worst.
Yeah. Last time it happened, I was picking up my grandson. I leaned down to pick my grandson up. My back went, and I was like, no. There is up here by Mount Shasta, there is a giant face also.
Yeah, that's a very interesting place, and it's like a nodal point of ley lines too, isn't it?
Yep. They a lot of people say that that's the root chakra of the world. All kinds of just insanity right there. I used to live in between Mount Shasta and Mount Lassen. That was where I first moved to when I moved to California. And we'd sit at night and we'd call them disco stars, and we'd watch these lights that would blink different colors, and they would just dance all over the sky. It was extremely interesting. Mount Shasta just always got so much weird stuff going on. And they say Saint Germain lives there. So they say.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of like crazy esoteric and occult stories of it and whatnot throughout. And then, yeah, like there are these different nodal points for sure that have these trans-dimensional UFAP sightings and regular occurrence times and stuff, right? Also, I hear down in like Argentina, lots of lakes over Siberia, most pyramids and stuff. All the time, there's UFOs.
Well, they've got those giant lava tubes in Shasta that you can literally fly a plane down or a helicopter down into those and go down into the earth, and who knows how far down they go.
Right? Like a floating submarine.
Yeah.
Do that, no problem.
Yeah, super interesting. And then on top of that, just probably 30 miles from Shasta, so any tunnels would connect, is Iron Mountain, which is one of the Superfund sites. And anybody that doesn't know what a Superfund site is, it's basically where they've declared that it's a horrifying toxic disaster to the level of like Chernobyl. And it ends up being a slush fund where the money going into it isn't particularly accounted for. And then one of the other effects that happens that's very interesting is, so specifically with Iron Mountain,
Fitzgerald and dark journalists go into that a lot. I think also Jeremy Reese, alien scientist, digs into those sort of like in-depth reports that like prove like the actual funneling of money that you're talking about into these places.
Oh, nice. Well, and then the other thing that it does is if you tell somebody they can't go somewhere, they're all about going there. That's just human nature. If you tell somebody something's horrifyingly toxic, then you don't even want to go there. It's not a great spot to go. So Iron Mountain supposedly is horrifyingly toxic, where the pyrite has mixed with acid. And of course, and of course, they're leaching that into Shasta Lake, which is a giant reservoir. But there's activity there constantly, because I know people that live on the next ridge over, and there's constantly vehicles going in and out, machinery doing things all night. So who knows what exactly is going on in there. And then supposedly there's a giant underground base at Mount Shasta that they can fly the planes out of, that basically the lake level. My friend Lucas sent me this the other day from Northern Australia. This was Northern Australia.
That's pretty intense. But yeah, it's how there's always like the dipole strikes, right? From the ground up and then bottom down or top down after. But there's like the plasma balls the other way up to connect them. Sorry?
Can you make sense of that? Because that is absolutely insane to me. Because the way lightning works is you get this etheric buildup of energy, and it has nowhere to discharge, and then it finds a discharge place.
There's always a dipole reaction, right? One going up from the ground, one coming down from the top. But
it's typically
usually takes a lot. It happens faster than the human eye can see, but it's like plasma balls of ball lightning that go up or feel their way down, and then as soon as one like finally reaches either the top or the bottom, the full strike forms and discharges. And then through the ancient cathedrals, and then you have like somewhere in the central park, like the little round guy with the antenna at the top, like another dome and whatnot, and it's like that would be where like your lightning would either hit from the top down or be then going back up from the ground to the sky, and then the other connection would be hitting the top antenna on your cathedral. And I guarantee you underneath the ground, the brickwork, the iron, and like the different cavities would be what would harness and steal that electricity. And when you like think of like the Frankenstein like style of thing, it's like probably all cathedrals actually harnessed electricity and was stored it through this way rather than producing crazy monsters.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. And again, all that's going to be taking place through Mercury, where the Mercury in and of itself is going to make the energy usable. The same way as it's working in any given TV antenna, old school antenna, where those waves, energy waves, are always there, but until you hook that little mercury vial to the front of the antenna, it doesn't pick them up. And the mercury is just making the energy usable.
Yeah, right. It's, I think, about an hour in or maybe 45 minutes into this stream, I play Paul Cook's Mercury Rectifier of Antiquitech, where he shows how they all have them kind of like this, but way more complex, and it's mercury in the bottom, and then it's a self refilling AC/DC transistor essentially through them. It's crazy.
He's basically got this in alembic, it looks like, huh? Is there a picture that shows what's at the top of the port?
Yeah, he's collecting different gases off of it. It's earlier in this video is the full sound. I'll just let it play again in the background, and then I'll pause it when it does the full setup of it. But yeah, this guy goes into great detail. It's an hour-and-a-half presentation on Tesla tech. It just randomly, out of all things that possibly could have popped up in my YouTube news feed today, was this 6-month old Tesla tech video that is specifically the cold fusion electrolysis research and like laboratory results proving everything I'm claiming and so much more that I can build off of what this guy's doing. And yeah,
I love watching your electrolysis work. I live fully off grid, so I don't have for me to be able to run power like that at extended periods really takes up a lot. So I really enjoy watching you do it.
This jar right here, though, like you could run this for like a full day just with like any DC or a D, AA, or even a AAA battery will run one of these electrolysis reactions for at least 24 hours. Very
what kind of voltage are you putting through there?
Oh, only like 3 or 5 volts. What I'm doing is only like 3 or 5 volts. So like what I was talking with Rex and Mike earlier was I'm going to start salvaging like a few LED. Actually, I'll just go grab a couple to show. But just LED panels to put in because it's only 5 volts. It's like a micro USB charger. Or like a 3.5 volt battery, or like 9 volt battery is more. A 9 volt battery is more double the voltage than is happening in the reaction I have going on in front of you, and the amount of bubbles that is being produced from both this ground that kind of looks like more of a freaking coral reef than just aluminum, copper, and silver in 5 volts of salt water, but the amount of bubbling being produced off of everything is exponentially more than anything that this guy in his presentation puts forward in their experiments. And it's almost like the water is boiling, but it's completely at room temperature, and it's only 5 volts that I have going into this currently.
Does it feel warm to the touch?
No, it's like cold water. It's like lukewarm, not even. It's probably like 16 degrees Celsius, I guess.
Do you happen to have a electroconductivity meter?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what your electroconductivity is inside there?
I should test it. This is a very good point. We are doing live science. Because this guy has been talking about exactly that in what he's showing here, and this is his setup. So I will get that equipment ready so we can do that, and I will unmute it, and we will re-listen to what this guy's going on, because apparently he's in Canada. Apparently he's won a bunch of freaking things and grants, and is working in the same HHO that we are, and well, I'm doing crazier things than some of the stuff he's showing. So hey, let's get it going.
You bet. Absolutely. It's all about just getting this stuff figured out.
And this is just because sick, demented bastards.
Just because sick, demented bastards. Great time to go into these videos.
Little plug here.
He is definitely on our side.
Fully up online. So here's the VFDs. The drives are warming up. There's all the pressures.
Okay, so not to bore you through this, it's a licensee. I license my technology to. We're in a 20-year contract. I commercialize. You're just seeing a little bit of my handiwork. I've built, designed, implemented, and deployed these systems. Now the gentleman's got a beautiful company. He's on his own. There's 21 systems on the ground. These two systems right here are the first ones that sucked dirty, salty salt water out of the wells in Central California, pumped it back into the California aqueduct, first company to achieve that goal. And that farmer is pumping at a precedented $400 an acre foot, selling at $1,200 an acre foot every 3 hours. His ROI is less than a year on $1 million piece of equipment. His salty brine that used to be a hazardous waste laden with chemicals is now a high-grade fertilizer. I can catalyze it into a fertilizer or into fuel. We talked about this in great deal last year. It's on my YouTube channel, and we can get into that later. I really want to go back to the gravity and CO2 of my subjects this year. Okay. On closing note of that subject, dirty, salty brine water instantly catalyzed back into fertilizer. This system is saving a greenhouse owner $16,000 a month in fertilizer and water savings. Okay. If we can flip over here to the screen. Good friend of mine, McCain Lee, who did all the graphic artwork that you guys should applaud, because I can't do that stuff. He couldn't be here this year, and he got himself into a potential high-dollar contract with his Stanmeyer spark plugs. Very good guy, but he got himself into a non-disclosure with some potential good money. So he didn't want to risk his contract to do that. So I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. I apologize. But it'll be fun because we can work through this exercise together. Okay. Let's look at this differently. What is CO2? 1927. First CO2 disassociation. Okay. A gentleman used, I think, a ceramic flask. Same thing, potassium hydroxide in a little bit dirty water, but it's the same thing.
And they're proprietary, so I can't exactly tell you what they are.
What's coming out as a toxic is actually these same
close the positive, negative side.
and a more
location. in the
higher
cell.
ppm and through the
Look
electrolysis,
at how much is
he's breaking it
cranking
back down and making it bioavailable again.
off
He's
the
saying it's
positive, I mean off the
fertilizer.
negative. And the
Yeah,
positive
and like Stanley Myers does
is
it a
just
lot better, like
not doing
to
a
the
thing.
one of the better degrees, but combined between
really
like the
see
Armis
that.
groups, the
Trying to zoom in
Keshi
here.
Gans research in agriculture, and then
Okay.
all the Tesla Tech researchers, as well as global
So they're
breakthrough
right next
energy
to each other
movement,
now.
Morey
These
B.
electrodes are still
King,
breaking in.
Jared Pollack's work and whatnot. There's
Look,
so
they're right
much
next to each
coming
other.
out, and especially Bob
Practically
Greenyear's
nothing is coming
too
off the
into all of
positive.
this stuff. But
That's not what I wanted to
there's
show
so
you.
many
I just wanted to
useful
validate that
aspects
with you. Watch
of
this.
these monoatomic plasma particles
do
and
this carefully.
hydroxides, and HHO and H4 and Brown's gas and
Watch this.
Cup of potassium hydroxide flake in that 1 liter of water. That would be technically a dead short in your HHO world.
They don't want to really touch. They don't like each other. But watch this. Check it out. When they touch, look what happens to the positive electrode. It turns off. It completely changes color. Check it out. Okay? Now when they touch, pardon me, I'm only pulling another half an amp. Nothing. Try that with your HHO little buzz boxes. I'm gonna zoom out here so you get a real good view of this. This is extremely interesting. I may be leading into some, proprietary stuff here, but watch this. They touch, and the electrode changes color. It turns off. Check it out.
Okay. Here's another view of that. Same thing, potassium hydroxide in a little bit dirty water, but it's the same thing. I do unedited videos because there's no sense in trying to hide anything. They are what they are. You can see the 4 phases of heterodyne resonance. As we know right now, there isn't anybody who can use heterodyne resonance under load. This is a dead load. Military can do 1 and 2 phase under radio frequency for encrypted. This is 4 phases under load.
Hold on. Hold on. Did he just say 4 phases?
You notice how the wave pattern switches and it rolls? Once it gets in saturation, it'll turn the other way. I used to name this circuit, or the pattern of this, hydrogen DNF.
yes, he's saying 4
That's what
phases,
it
and you
looked
can
like to
clearly
me.
see 4 different phase waves through.
We'll get back to that in a minute.
And it's not shorting where they cross.
It's almost a dead short. He's saying
Okay.
that he's pulling it out of and
I
getting these
promised you
4
that I
huge
had
waves
new
out of
news
it. It's
from
like
last year.
just when
We're
you
gonna go
almost
into a
thought
little
you
bit more of this
comprehended
stuff, and you
electricity.
guys can
Wait, we
ask
got
questions.
4 waves.
We have time, so there's no sense in rushing, but we're going to go fast. Stream Me Energy, Biogem Pharmaceutical Microbial Hydride Fuel Cells. I introduced you guys last year to Biogem WET, Microbial Hydride Fuel Cell using gold and graphene fused together, makes electricity. You saw from the video. It also happens to draw the oldest pattern in life, the flower of life. Everybody in the world has fantasized about what the actual meaning is of the flower of life. My processes for producing Biogem or no different than they could have done 15, 10,000 years ago. I just use modern electronics to watch and control my process. You can see it under the electron microscope. You can see it under the refractive light microscope.
You know, just an electron microscope.
Predecessor, the one before BioGem Wet is what I'm going to demonstrate to you now, which is BioGem Solid. Both of them make organic electricity at room temperature, superconductivity. I'm going to do what I like to do, is give recognition to gentlemen in this industry that really, really know what they're doing
Now,
and
where is
really
he
deserve
throwing
that.
conductivity
I was
at
on
room
the
temperature?
the other day, and
Where's that
Mike
coming
from Quantum Mechanics,
Say
the YouTube
again,
channel,
room temperature.
he's taken the crystal onyx group to the next level.
Conductivity at room temperature.
Crystal
Where's that
cells
coming?
using carbon plates.
Well, all of my
making
electrolysis is at room temperature.
thermal galvanic
Superconductivity, though.
Yeah,
saying
there's lots of
done,
superconductivity
very well
properties that happen
believable,
with lots of these different
and,
monoatomic particles. It's all the
he
super
deserves you guys to take a
nanotech.
look at
It's
it.
crazy. Especially when
BioGem
you
is not
rotate it,
that.
even when you
It's not a
freeze it, it's
galvanic cell,
inductive. And then
but it
it's the
is
colder
thermal.
the
The
colder
wet
it gets,
one
the
is not.
stronger the
If you
magnetic
put thermal
field
energy
becomes,
against it, you'll kill
and
it.
then the
And
conductivity
he's
increases
slowly
even
found
more,
out that if you try
and
to
then you
charge
can
your
harness an even
crystal
more
cells,
electric
you'll
field
also
out
kill
of
them.
that cooling magnetic field.
But before I get to
Super
this,
flux.
I promise you the news. 10 months I've been in application. Last Friday, I finally got the approval, and I am
It looks like
approved,
Odin and
registered,
Yeah,
allowed
kinda
to
going
talk
at it.
about it, allowed to promote it. X Prize team participant for the X Prize carbon capture for this next 4-year track. The X Prize is sponsored by NRG, which is the natural gas company, and CASIA, Canadian Oil Sands Association. They got together and they put in the highest X Prize dollar amount ever. It's $20 million. The prize rules are real simple. How much CO2 can you use from either a natural gas or a coal-fired plant? How efficient is your process? And what is the value of your byproduct? That's what the rules are based on. They're not based whether I'm a big Fortune 500 company. They're not based if I'm just a small lab. Speaking of that, this year we moved into our new facilities. Some of you guys have seen my old facilities. Some guys see my older facilities. This place is really nice, and I'm pretty happy to be there. I'm going to talk about this video in a minute here. I'm going to show you intellectual property that any inventor would probably be afraid to show. Today I got a little bit of news that somebody may be sniffing up my tail and trying to overrun my intellectual property with dollars. So the best thing that I can do is what I'm going to say to you guys. Make your claim. This is why I'm here. This is why I was here with BioGem last year. This is why I'm here now. Please enjoy this, and we'll talk about it.
Which slide, David?
Okay.
Which number?
I'll find it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm subliminally imprinting you guys, so you guys just saw it again. Should be this next slide. You need to turn up the volume.
Checking.
I'm going to narrate it. It'll be better. Okay.
David?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My alpha male bull was.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Whew.
Never apologize for letting the pups out. Completely understandable.
Good to narrate.
So I believe this was.
My bulls were fighting down there.
So this is my
bulls. Great. Running season.
demonstration
God,
video
that's
for
fucking
X Prize.
crazy.
The team is
Come on,
new
that's
air.
a whole
You're
nother
going to see
issue.
why here in a minute. What you're
Glad you
looking
made it
at
back
is
to
a
one piece.
standing cold fusion reaction. I don't use the words cold fusion very often, but I'll explain to you why. This is the one of the precipitants here. The temperature of the vat and the wire size that we're using to run this reaction is right there.
So that's like the same
That
wire
electrode
size
is
that I'm
cherry
using,
red
but
hot.
he's pumping more
We're
voltage
making
in,
low
and that's why
temperature
he's having
steam
that hot
at an
plasma
unprecedented 180
reaction.
degrees.
And then I guarantee some of the gases he's collecting
Over
are going
here
to be
is
helium
a sample
or even
microbial
higher up
hydride fuel
gases,
cell,
and it's actually cold
biogem
fusion
solid.
being produced out of
With the
the
low
atomic
temperature steam
hydrogen.
that's coming out of there, we're pulling amps, charging a capacitor. That's a 2 ohm light bulb in series, and we are making 40 millivolts under a dead load. You'll see here in a minute the temperature that's coming out of the end is a couple of degrees above room temperature and only 4 to 5 degrees between the two. What I'm showing here is that we're pumping in CO2 into the reaction chamber, disassociating the CO2 into a high-grade graphene. Graphene is magnetic. This is the first easiest test for graphene. There's a deeper explanation of this we'll go into in a minute. 100% pure CO2. The limiting factor of this reaction is how cold the nozzle gets. It freezes. So you can just pump massive amounts of CO2. I have a validation from the Canadian Federal Labs through the Excellence Program that I converted flue gas back into coal. I'm showing you this reaction this is a 3-year-old understanding of mine. This is after a short run this day of the high-grade graphene. As soon as you turn on the CO2, it starts dripping carbon, graphene. When you look at white papers in science, it takes massive amounts of energy, and there's only a couple white papers out there to disassociate graphene. During the X Prize, everybody's taking the CO2 and putting it into an algae or a biofuel or something like that, but that's just going to release it again in the atmosphere. In this
They
reaction,
disassociate the diamonds also. They're using
story. and puts it into a valuable.
So you understand this a little bit more than I
Look
do
at my
on the
temperature.
technical
I'm
sides.
at 93 degrees at the outlet.
Also, what we're watching here, like
There isn't anybody who
the
can
one
make any
reaction that
electricity
looks
off
like the
160
ocean, but the
degree
second
steam that's
one,
flowing out of
how it
flue
became
gases right now.
active and everything started
And then the
floating there.
outside
That
of the
was some
cell.
monoatomic gold. That
This is
the
just
bottle
a
was about
crude,
2/3 full, but
proof
1/3
of
empty.
concept.
And I added
But if
the
I can
first
make
layer
this many
of
volts
salt
and
water
amps,
for the rinse
then
of
I
my
can
new
just keep scaling
monoatomic
it
gold
up.
that's
It
on the
doesn't
right
matter.
jar. You can't really see it,
And
but that I made
during
last
the
stream.
process
And
of a
literally
of a reactor from
I
a coal
hadn't
fire
even bumped
plant,
it, nothing.
they're already
and
giving me
you
180
can
degrees.
Go
I'm just
back
showing
about
you
half
90.
hour,
The
and
phenomenon
the stuff
about
just
this
started
is that the
to
voltage
float.
flattens
And more
off
and
for
more
some
came
reason,
up,
but the
and now you
amperage
can
keeps
see that
climbing.
it's just sitting there in
Here I'm
different
showing you the size
ways.
of the wires that are running
And
this reaction.
It's been
Starting to
sealed
coagulate
over
together.
3
On
hours
screen
before the
is that
reaction
for
started
this
to
to
even
happen,
happen.
it's the circuits of
And it's
hydrometal
completely
magnetism that are
sealed.
proprietary.
Completely
and I don't share
sealed. There's no
I don't share them. I apologize
energy
for that,
or
but
air or
we can go
anything
into
going into
understandings, but I
that.
just don't share them.
And the level that those things are floating at, the top of the water is still another probably inch or two up above that in the neck of the bottle still.
Weird.
You
And
don't
then
need
just
a
the insane
calorimeter
amounts of
to look at the
bubbles.
size
Like
wire
this water
input
looks like it's boiling with
versus
the
the
amount of
temperature
bubbles
of
that
the
are
vat
coming up in
versus the
the
temperature
main
of the
reaction there,
outgoing
and all the
steam.
different particles
That
going up
electrode
and
is
down, and
cherry
like
red
these
hot, but it's only reading
tubes that
190
like
degrees.
look like corals that
I'm gonna let you guys in on a
grew,
little
and
secret why.
but just the
The
insane
energy's
amount of these
imploding.
bubbles that's coming
It's
from the
going
ground.
in. It's not, we're not
Not just
forcing
the
electrons
anode, not
in.
just the cathode,
It's
but from
coming
the
in
bottom.
from the environment.
Like the water was
Right.
boiling.
You can put an EMF
Like it
meter
was
up to
boiling
that.
like
and
crazy,
from
but
environmental
it's as
EMF,
cold.
it'll
It's
go down.
like 15 degrees Celsius. It's literally room
If this
temperature.
reaction was nuclear or
That's one of the
chemical,
things
I
I
would be dead by
Ron,
now.
that most people
I have
always leave
60,000
out
hours of documented lab time.
is the
Been
the
to
exchange
4 of the best cold
between
fusion labs in the
grid
country,
below us and above.
sat down with
That,
Edmund Storms at his private residence.
Have that tiger
And
exchange.
my
Everybody
understanding
knows
of cold
about
fusion,
the
it's a
astrology
biological
or astronomy
process.
and looking at
It's
the
not
exchanges
chemical,
there, but they
it's
don't
not
want to
nuclear, it's
add the
biological.
exchange between the earth and the sky. And without that ability to ground out, without that crystal grid, that exchange doesn't happen. We're in the middle between the two things.
Thanks, John.
We are basically that floating layer of guck.
CO2. We're going to lean from this subject into my presentation on gravity. Sorry, this was last year's.
Yeah, we are basically that chunk that's in the middle that forms the precipitate. That's
Yeah.
where we live on.
Ben, can you do you want to go into a bit of explaining some of Odin's alchemy and your research and the aspects of the anode and cathode taking, and like your interpretation of what you're seeing here, how this anode has stabilized with on the aluminum copper side, and then like what looks like this organic growth out of the bottom, and then the cathode that is still that 99.99% maple.
It's just fantastic. It's like you're making this little world. It's just
Right.
fantastic. So literally, when you look at it, the world formed just like we formed. And when one of the big things that really started kicking this whole deal off, and one was that as I was looking at things, I was noticing that anything that was older, pre-Christianization, that the moon was masculine and the sun was feminine. And my friend L.C. King had contacted me, and he is working on this world as a battery concept. So him and I started working on this together and looking at things, taking all the old cosmologies, taking the alchemical views, electricians' views, all those things into account, and looking at the way this whole thing is working together. So what we have is the sun as a cathode and the moon as an anode. And with that, what we've got alchemically then is the sun's going to be gold and the moon is going to be silver. Now, for a galvanic cell to work, the anode does have to be slightly more unstable than the cathode, because what's going to happen is the anode is going to break down. Particles of the silver anode are going to actually split, and when they split, the electron portion of that is going to make a beeline and go directly to the cathode, and then that's going to be an oxidation of the actual anode. Well, then the ion side is going to break off and become free into the mercurial fluid, which is an electrolytic fluid. Then that's going to, because the cathode has now taken on the electron, it gains, it gains more of a negative charge, which then attracts this positive ion, which is floating in this mercurial fluid, and the mercurial fluid's neutral. And now that's going to go over to the cathode, and the two are going to merge in a fusion at the cathode, and the cathode is actually going to grow. So on the very simple end of things, that this is an exact biochemical reaction that is transmuting silver into gold. Well, then when you look at the other luminaries, they are also then in descending order represented by these metals. So we can look up easily the different metals that are associated with the different planets. Mars is iron, Venus is copper, Uranus is aluminum, Pluto is lead, or Saturn is lead, which is what most people think about a lot of times. Well, each of these then actually wears away and passes that exchange on up to the next one. So as these other cells wear away, they actually are feeding into the moon, and then the moon in and of itself is feeding into the sun. So when you're looking at the moon and sun exchange then, and this is what's really interesting, because the moon is silver, and each of these luminaries then is just particles of these metals. And the moon being silver, that's the only one that we can really see that has an actual solidity to it. And that's because silver actually soaks in radiation. That's part of why it's used in solar panels, why it's used in photography equipment. Silver's real interesting, the way that it soaks in the radiation. And when it's little silver particles like that, what'll happen as they soak in the radiation is bonds will form, and it'll end up looking like one big particle, because the energy is actually a bond between all these particles, making a bridge between them. So the moon, as it soaks in this radiation, takes on a solid appearance. And now that these particles are solid, now they're subject to degradation. And now here's where the moon's going to start breaking apart and oxidize. and it's going to actually impregnate the sun first with this electron and then with the ion. And after it does this basically ejaculation into the sun, then the moon loses that bond, those bonds, and it starts going away. Which with silver, then when that bond's released, it's released with a luminescence, which is a cold light, which is why the moon has a cold light. But then there's a gestation period until this ion goes and merges with the cathode. And then when the fusion happens, that's when the actual energy that we would be able to plug into, get to use, is going to happen. And basically that's the same as a birth. So this entire cycle is going on between the sun and the moon, because then the sun gives out this radiation, which the moon soaks in, which then causes the moon to become erect again and subject to degradation. That's brought on. The feminine side opens up that masculine side, makes it go. So then as this system wears away, and we can see this with some of the degradation of the outer planets, or luminaries. Can you take the pizza out, please? Or luminaries. Eventually, the battery starts wearing out, and here's where things really get interesting from my perspective. Is we start looking at a Ragnarok event, and I'm a heathen, so for me, it's Ragnarok or any kind of an end times event. Well, with Ragnarok specifically, the 9 planets line up, the luminaries, the 9 worlds, and Surt and his armies from Muspelheim charge in, and Surt and drives his fiery sword through the 9 worlds, and it burns everything to an ash, and then meets the armies of Niflheim, the giants of Niflheim, which is the ice world, and everything gets washed over with water. So when you look at this event, this is basically an electrical recharge. And so the battery gets worn out. We have to then eventually electrically recharge it. And at the end of these events, and most cosmologies, there's life again on the other side, and that life comes back huge and green and giant. Specifically in heathen cosmology, the fields are abundant with fruits and grains that no man planted. Animal life returns, human life returns. So what we've got is a recharge. Now, one of the other things that struck me then is, so then the recharge is basically the electrolysis event, which is what Burneye here specializes in. And as you can see from this electrolysis event, which we're going to get to the creation here in just a minute, the original creation. But from this electrolysis event, you can see this entire little world forming, which is absolutely fascinating to watch. On a carbon level, you can take this down to like the archaeus of water, where you literally just ferment water in and of itself. And you can watch an entire biome of life appear, which is part of why I'm not on that whole Morgellons things where they're actually just performing the archaeus of water and going, wow, look at this crazy life in it. Yeah, that's the archaeus of water. And an entire ecosystem will develop, and then that ecosystem will get eaten by another ecosystem, so on and so forth. But the interesting thing that you see with some electrolysis events then is this appear. Now, like the electrolysis machine that I have in my house here, which is, there it is, the AquaCure, it's basically just splitting water. And then splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen and making HHO, and then reattaching some electrons, some extra hydrogens, making your Brown's gas, and you're breathing in some Brown's gas and being able to do some different things with Brown's gas. Now, as this machine's running, just like with Burneye's experiments, a sludge starts developing. Now, because his machine is all ran off of, I believe, stainless on the inside, a specific sludge develops. And he ran his machine for 3 years. And for 3 years, collected this sludge and ended up developing 19 pounds of this sludge. And after that, what you would presume is that you've broken down these plates and the anode and cathode, and that's what's floating down in there. But after 3 years, he took the system apart and weighed everything, and the plates and the anode and the cathode weighed exactly the same. And this sludge had just magically appeared into the electrolytic fluid that the whole system's floating in, which even on the Earth with our electrolytic fluid, not all of it is in the water form. Some of it's more in air form, which is all liquids, anything in the air. When you condense it down, whether it's oxygen, CO2, hydrogen, nitrogen, all these things, they're liquid. When they just get condensed down, they're just at this gaseous state here. So we are in an electrolytic fluid all the time where these reactions are happening. So then if you imagine this electrolysis event, this Ragnarok happens, well, one of the byproducts of these Ragnarok type events, then these recharges, is going to be a sludge. And that brings us to the mud flood, where we find these vast cities, and the vast cities are always going to be built on top of the spots where energy tends to into the energy points of the ley line. That's where all these bigger cities are built, where these bigger temples are built. Well, if you imagine a giant electrical charge firing through that, it's definitely going to cook everything organic. Anything stone's going to be just fine, and it's going to leave behind this sludge because of this electrolysis event. Now, I have some theories on where this sludge is appearing from, because when you look at it, when you look at George's machine, all right, the way his is running with just doing water, the only thing you're adding into the machine at any given time is distilled water and electricity. A lot of people discount electricity because electricity is a material thing with weight. But a lot of people, because they haven't weighed it, discount it. But I guarantee, and you can go test this, this is an easy test, a dead battery is much lighter than a full battery. So this electrolysis event that would happen would just straight be energy that cooked everything, and it would leave that. Well, we go back to the particles when they're breaking apart from the galvanic side of things. Now, on the galvanic side of things, where these particles are breaking apart, then their specific particles are meeting back together at the other side. Now, they're making a transmutation when this happens, which tells you that at least part of the particle can be rewritten and changed into something else. So through George's electrolysis, that is splitting particles once again. And now, because this is running through iron, I believe that that's basically programming the electron side to grab for iron ions. And so it's just grabbing these ions that are out in the air. And then now, because this other side, the dense masculine electron side, is where the stability, where the channel, where the direction comes from, that's saying we're iron. And so, bam, all these little iron pieces start appearing in there, which kind of brings us to the creation, in which, thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. This brings us to creation, where the original energy source from my studies and my perspective then is Polaris. Polaris is the original cathode. And now everything else, including the sun and the moon, are descendants of that energy, where that energy entered into the mercurial fluid and started descending. And we can see that descension process with the galvanic cell, where after the galvanic cell is worn out, now we take through and we recharge it. So when we recharge it, the cathode, same said particles split apart, and all of them would be gold at this point. But they're going to split apart and descend back down. And the gold is going to become the silver and is going to become the iron, copper, so on and so forth. So it's going to continue descending itself down until it becomes these other pieces. So during that time, and here's another very interesting thing, during that time where this recharge or this electrolysis side of things is happening, then Saturn, or the most anodic thing, is going to become the most cathodic thing. Because in a galvanic battery, the way the cathode works is all the energy flows to the cathode. So in an electrolysis event then, or the opposite of that, all the energy is flowing to the anode, which is actually acting like the cathode at that point. So Saturn would be the sun during that point in time. Now, when we look at it like that, can you bring up a picture of the timelines for the Kali Yuga, Burneye? For the Yuga cycle?
Yes, I certainly can and will do. I'm glad you're putting that or bringing that in up and tying it in. Just give me a couple minutes. My faster computer had crashed. I had to restart it. So
a couple minutes is like 2
minutes to get the Kali Yuga
up. So again, we look at this cycle the way it's happening. Saturn when that is the cathode, that's during the electrolysis event. And when the sun itself here, what we consider the sun, that's during the galvanic side of things. So when they look at Saturn as being this awesome sun, and the Saturn time as being the golden time when everything was just absolutely amazing, that would be when the battery is basically almost full. Because during the electrolysis, we're doing that until the battery gets full, and then we unplug it, and when the battery's full, everything's giant. You can draw this over to like take your cell phone. When your battery is full on your cell phone, all your apps work real good. You want to trade Freya and Rune out? All the apps work real good. Everything's lightning fast. And then as your phone starts depleting down, it starts not quite working as fast.
How's this as an anode oxidization, self-organization, implosion of the copper breaking down off the anode sides there, and you can see the cloud, and then it's spiraling literally into the middle of nowhere there as a galaxy. Yeah, a giant toroid galaxy of that oxidized copper. And then on the far top right is the cathode the top left is the cathode bubbling there. And then that double implosive oxidization off the anode into the cathode. And here's another one of the copper oxidizing off of that anode, breaking down, and then it's going to into the flow into the cathode. And then how the systems, like you were saying, will break down on themselves. This is literally just water, the same reaction, only copper going in, but it's all sulfurized. And as the alchemists state, because it's dying, and what how you get this reaction is you take away the you put two cathodes in and take out the anode into this reaction, and all of a sudden it will start producing everything as a yellow sulfur and eat itself. And then this right here is the cloud of silver, the moon coming off of an anode. So that is a silver 99 maple, and it's a cloud of monoatomic silver, and the size of that cloud coming off the anode going towards the cathode grows in size, shrinks, and expands. So here's a couple days earlier, and it literally, you can see it chasing the stream going towards the cathode. The cathode is another silver, or it's copper cathode and silver anode, and it's off a screen, but that's what's producing all of this blue copper oxide off the cathode. And then this cloud of the silver, the moon, it literally follows the waning and waxing of that natural moon cycle of the 28 days, and will produce larger
Love
and
hearing
smaller
that.
amounts of the cloud and the
I
oxidization
get goosebumps
off
when
of
you
this
say that,
anode.
brother.
So
Last time you did it, that's been
like literally,
replaying in
I'm
my head.
giving the scientific
over.
evidence. Everything you just explained, I just gave you the picture scientific evidence. All of it. Isn't it a freaking meant to be, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh man. And just seeing this little world form, it's just absolutely fascinating. And you take this times 10,000 years, and you understand the complexity that's going to start appearing inside of there as these different things start mixing and combining, because some of these particles are going to be broken apart, and they're going to just start putting together until they find stability, and you're going to come up with so many things. Oh, it's just amazing. I would just love to hang out at your house for like a month and just watch. Observation, despite what they've told you in the world, how you need to go get all your information from somebody that's an expert. The greatest minds in the world, when you read anything, whether it's Schauberger or whoever, got all of Tesla, whoever, everything they talk about is observations of things like Burney's doing right here, where you just start seeing all these things happen, coming together. Literally, it looks like a little ocean forming under there. Could not look more like coral. Like, just amazing. And the way the sulfur rises also just works perfectly, because that's where that's gonna get drawn over to the sun, and that's where that's where the water reaction is gonna happen to make the water, and that life's just gonna keep recycling. That sulfur life set is gonna get recycled over and over again. And the other thing to take into account, again, is Polaris, which, while Burney's has a cathode and an anode, the power is truly coming from this outside source that's above and external from the reaction. And so that's where Polaris goes in, and it splits into this and descends into this anode and cathode, and this entire system that works together. Love seeing all this. Have you watched my Tree of Life video with the 4 elements?
I have not yet had a chance to do that. Can you bring it up, and should we play a few minutes of it? I'm guessing it is going to illustrate exactly what you're talking about and how the Kali
Yeah,
Yuga
what do you think?
example and
I don't know how to
whatnot.
pull things up. I got Jared. I'm
Okay, so
absolutely computer.
at the very bottom, there should be. You're on a computer. Are you on a computer or on a cell phone?
Yeah. Oh, here.
Computer?
What's this? Share.
Yeah, share screen. You got it.
Share
Click the
screen.
share screen. And then the bottom option, the first option, share screen, click on it again.
Yep. Okay.
And then it should give you entire screen, window, and then if you use Chrome or whatever your web browser is, web browser tab option. And
Okay, hold on.
if
Pull
you
up
pull up
YouTube.
your video on the YouTube, it will be in that tab option that you can then click on it and hit share. And that it will
iTunes, Messenger, StreamYard, entire screen.
yeah, so there's entire screen, or then you can toggle over where it says window, click on the window,
Okay.
or then click for the far right, it'll be something tab. And then if you have it opened up in another YouTube browser window, then it will be in this on the far right option.
Over here teaching me some.
All right, we're learning together. It's all about teaching each other.
Yes.
This is Benjamin Balderson.
Okay, hold on. Okay, now how do I? Okay, there's that's pulled up. StreamYard. Select window or screen.
So then you go share screen window, and then it should be on the far right, the tab one. Click on the tab one, and then it should list for you.
And today we're going to talk
Can you
about
see that?
Yggdrasil. So before we continued on with the rune series and with basically anything else I talk about, we need to talk about Yggdrasil. So this is the filter. This is part of the filter that I put almost everything through. And this is the gift that I was given.
And then you can also hit the full screen on it. If you and the video should then go full through. And I think the sound is good, although if you're not speaking, we mute out, and then the sound quality is even better.
Okay.
And here you've got your 9 worlds, and this is one tree. And the thing that, and this is a correct tree, but the thing that Odin reminded me and showed me is that he's 3 minds, that he's 3 trees. So, and this is where we're talking about threefold gods. This is going to apply to any threefold being. And we'll explain how that more of that works later. So the way that works then is you have a village tree, and your village tree is going to be your salt tree, or the masculine side of things. It's going to be your order, your dense mind. It's going to be the ice side, where your emotions, your past. This is going to be your amperage, the push of things. This is your crystal mind. Then you have your Odin mind, which is going to be your etheric mind. This is going to be oil, chaos, feminine. It's going to be the fire side. This is going to be the engineer, where your thoughts come from, where the future sits. This is going to be the voltage. Now, these two are polar opposite things. This is your high masculine, and this is your high masculine, and this is your high feminine. These two are polar opposites. So what we got going on here is they meet, Oops.
Good enough.
Gotta go like this. So your one tree sits here, and this is your other tree is gonna come down and overlay on top of it. Actually, we should do that in red so it stands out against the other tree. And overlay on top of it. Now these two are opposing forces. And this is part of why whenever you see like representations of you, like all the old school things where they had a devil on one side and an angel on the other. Throughout history, this side has pretty much been vilified. We can see Billy. This side has been vilified, and they consider this side demonic a lot of times, or evil, or dark. And part of the great work is understanding that these two go together. They're the same thing, and having an understanding of that. And those are things we'll move on to again later. So these two are actually pushing at each other while they're interlocking right here. So they're trying to push apart. The salt is trying to descend. That's your crystal mind, your hard mind. That's going to try and descend. Your oil is going to try and ascend. Just like when a plant or a person dies, if a plant dies out in the field, the first thing that's going to happen is the water and the oil are going to evaporate up out of the plant and ascend. And then the carbon in the cellular material is going to rot away, and then that will release out the salts, and the salts will descend. Okay, so these two are opposing and pushing at each other. So this is where the ego comes into play. This is where the ego comes into play, and why we need this ego right now. Now the ego is going to come over, and it's going to go like this and fill in these lines and lock this whole system together. So the ego is holding these two opposing forces together. So when we look at the ego then is going to be the earth plane. It's going to be a mix of chaos and order. This is your carbon, water, and cellular material. This is going to be a mix of masculine and feminine. It's going to be temperate. This is going to be the contractor. Now, the reason that that's called the contractor as compared to the parts house or the engineer, this is where your power comes from, your parts, the actual density. Up here is where your thoughts come from, the etheric, the pull. So this is the tie that binds them together and creates the interplay between the two currently. That makes him the contractor, because a good idea doesn't do any good without the parts to build it. So this guy is the one that's putting it all together on this plane, the plane that we live on. So this is the ego, the body. This is the present moment, the 0 point, where the negative of the voltage has drawn out the power of the amperage, and it happens on this plane. So this is a representation just of your body. Now, if you look, your typical system is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chakras. And that is actually correct. But this is also, this tree works for alchemy, because we have 3 minds as an alchemist. This mind is your salt mind. Your salt mind has 3 levels. 1, 2, 3. Your oil, and you have 12 cell salts. Each of these 3 levels has 1, 2, 3, 4, making 12. Now, your oil, same thing. You have 3 levels of oil, and each level breaks down into 4 more. Here's your carbon mind, tying them together. And so you're talking your water, carbon, and cellular material here. Cellular material is hard and never, ever becomes liquid. When you put that to fire, that turns to gray ash. If we look at this zero plane, everything below the zero plane is crystal. Everything above the crystal plane, above the zero plane is fluid. So this part of the ego is going to be hard. That's going to be on the crystal side. That's not going to turn to gas when heat's given to it. It's going to turn to something solid, which is going to be the ash. Now carbon's going to reside here in the middle. That's why carbon is so damn weird, because it's really kind of both. It can be a solid or a liquid. When you put it to the fire, it evaporates, but it's also a more natural, like hard solid, not like ice or things like that where it turns liquid in your hand, but it still will turn into a vapor. Very odd stuff. That's the mix, the perfect mix of the two. And up here, this is your water. Your water is in a plant. The first thing that evaporates, the first thing that leaves is the ego, because the water is clear up here on just the fluid side. And the same thing's going to apply when you're talking about greater things or lesser things, like we were talking about Titans and the opposing angels, or demons and angels, or Titans and gods, or no matter how you're going to look at it, this is how you look at as above, so below. So when you're talking about Titans or demons or Vanir, anything like that, this is your crystal beings. This is your hard masculine, your dense side. When you're talking about angels or gods or the Asir, no matter how you're looking at that, you're talking about up here, your fluid side. And they do not cross this plane. So the Asir or angels only have this etheric side. Now, they are also going to have multiple pieces to them, but they don't access below this plane. So they don't have that physical power, that physical strength, where the beings on this side have just mad amounts of that physical strength, but they don't have such a high thought process, not a fast thought process. Now, they have insane amounts of wisdom, but thinking of new ideas and new things. So when, like as a heathen, this is your Thor side, this is your Loki side. Odin put the three together because he's a threefold god. So everything starts out with this layout of these three things, putting them together. As a heathen, Odin gave you your high thinking, your high mind. Vili gave you your walking animal power, and Ve gave you your name, your ego. Now, the great work, or when we do alchemy on a plant, or what Odin did to himself after he activated. Well, first I started out with Odin activating. So we have 7 chakras. That's your typical thing. And in a plant, and cannabis is an easy one because most people understand that cannabis, the higher components need to be oxycarbonated before they're active. So you've got your 3 levels of oil. Well, you'll notice, or oil, up here, 3 levels of oil. So you'll notice that if this was a cannabis plant, this level of oil would be terpene. This level of oil would be CBD. This level of oil would be THC. Well, your 7 chakras end here. So on this one, that is because the THC is not active. It needs to be oxycarbonated, which means that there's some carbon mixed into that, and it needs to go through fire in order to get that carbon molecule to drop out, leaving the purity of this oil and making it active. The same applies to all beings. This highest oil is not active. So you only have availability of 7 chakras. Odin activated his all-seeing eye. That's this eye. He activated it and then took it and threw it down the well, because here's where your thought is, here's where your wisdom is. Thought is something that you want to see happen. I would like to build a house. I want it to be like this. I would like myself to be this person in the future. This is the past. This is where the power was of it. This is where it actually is. It's a thing. So he throws his eye down the well, and the oil's job in a plant is to make the salts bioavailable. This side is the voltage. The voltage is the pull. The pull doesn't actually do anything. It calls for the power, the amperage. This is the pull. This is the amperage. So this side opens up this side. When you're talking about a plant, these oils are going to make these salts bioavailable to you. So when you eat the salts actually can do something, and it's not a hard crystal that you can't process. So he threw his eye down the well. That means when he activated and opened this eye, his Godhead, his all-seeing eye, he threw it down the well and opened up his wisdom, his all-knowing eye, his all-powerful eye. Then Odin hung himself on Yggdrasil for 9 days. During that 9 days, what you're doing is this is when you're going through the process of burning out this ego. Odin sacrificed himself to himself. So what he's doing is sacrificing the Bay in order for the Billy in the Odin minds to reach their purity, their epitome. Once this is burnt out, you put these two minds together. And that is what the alchemical marriage is. This is all the great work. So when these oils and these salts get married, they become one. Now, to make this process happen, we have to separate them. So this is Odin hanging himself and separating the two minds and burning out this third mind. Now that these two minds are at their epitome and the carbon, water, and cellular material are burnt out of the equation, these two are naturally going to try and push apart. So we need to marry them together. In a plant, when you take this pure salt, after you've completely cleansed all of this out, and you take this pure oil and you've completely cleansed all of this out, and you put them together under heat, they will lock together. Where before, under fire, this separated and went down, this separated and went up. Now locked together, the two are alchemically married. This mind and this mind are now one mind. And so under fire, they will rise together and then they will fall together and they will turn back into a hard solid like it would be here and turn into a vapor here, more like carbon was before we burned it out. So a very interesting process right there. So that is the great work that we are trying to apply to everything. And when we're thinking about the way we're put together, we need to understand that this tree that they normally represent, this, because this is all we have access to, isn't all that there is. And so when we're looking at that, this is more the Kabbalistic tree.
All right. I heard myself enough. But you see where if you bring back up the alchemical symbology with the fire, water, air, earth. My video bored Burneye to sleep.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here. So there's the three principles: the sulfur, the salt, the mercury. One's the anode, one cathode, and one is the salt water, the electrolysis cold fusion process. Fire and air are up, that's the sulfur. That's your vector going up off the cathode side of plasma and gas, or your mercury down is your water, or your earth, your liquid and your solid reactions. And then plus the elements, well, that's your the entire uh, periodic table of elements. And this language, this pictographic language, including their alchemical table of all of these symbols, is tens of thousands of years old. And when you take it into context of the planets and the metals, the sun being the center and also your right hand rule or your full energy, and then the octave scale of the waning and waxing of the cycle of the moon, and the center being the full energy, the full exposure. And then as you move each day away from in the cycle of the waning and waxing, you get more energy through these through the octaves into the reactions.
Mm-hmm.
And then these constantly used array element symbols. These look like high dimension electric circuitry and magnetic properties than anything else. And it's just it's crazy.
Well, and then even when you look at like take Mars and Venus, you can see they're distinct opposites, exact opposite symbols, doing opposite things. When you look at inside your own body, so you take it on the below side, your iron
right?
side.
So it's breaking down the first of the binary nature of everything, and then from there it expands up, and I'll let you continue into it. But just that there's always that neutral and the two forces opposing and charging the basic energies of the universe.
Exactly. And then that neutral energy, the mercury, the mercury in between, that then it's a very neutral thing, and then just takes on certain characteristics depending on whether it's the negative side or the positive side.
Absolutely. It's the multiplying effect, and it's your conscious effect of the free will of
yeah. So you look at the even in your body, the iron side blood, that's drawing in oxygen, and then your copper side is pushing that oxygen back out. And so you have, and obviously you need both reactions. You need both. Stop! You need springtime. Yay. There was literally a conga line of dogs humping just a minute ago. But you obviously need both reactions to happen. And then you also need that medium of the blood in and of itself in order to carry all these different things. The same thing applies with the battery then, and with the luminaries, is that you're going to see that the mercury end is actually the most dynamic, where the sun end, really from our perspective anyways, it stays pretty much the same. The crystal end, it pretty much stays the same. It's that mercurial end that, depending on the time, like when you're looking at the luminary cycle,
well, the sun is the dipole, right? It's the exact opposite, the binary on and off every day, where the moon, the lunar, it's a 20-day, 8-day cycle. It's the feminine cycle tied to literally the woman's physical menstrual cycle, you know, and it is silver. It's this force, but then like you said, the sun is constant, but it's a dipole switch of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth every 24 hours.
Right. Well, the moon is masculine, and that's part of why it controls the feminine side. So when you look, then and depending on the cultures, like First Nation women, when the moon was full, would
full moon and the crazy rage, right?
Right. They would specifically expose their genitals to the moon in order to ensure pregnancy. Now, when you look at it on the flip side, the only time that you get most guys get an erection is just randomly is right away in the morning, and we call it morning wood. And a lot of guys will stop and think that that's from urine. But I'm pushing 50 years old, and I get up like 3 times a night, sometimes more, to go pee. It's only when the sun's coming up that that actual happening is where that erection's happening, and that's definitely being controlled by the sun, where the feminine side is creating that reaction in the masculine side. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That was some pretty epic explanations right there. And then we will so this is the anode side, so it is still breaking down the aluminum. What is like what you see floating down the little nano layers, but that it does this clear process of nano coating wall decaying. And let's see how long it takes with the anode removed for the reaction to stop its bubbling, and like it's still going so much hydrogen still coming out, like mass amounts still everywhere.
Like literally, this right now is basically from Greek cosmology, where the Sky Father Uranus aluminum was flooding the world with this essence. Like literally seeing that.
Hey? Yeah, that's actually what that is. This one was like disturbed. That was monoatomic gold turned into like the purple after it was like sealed for a while, and then I just refreshed some of the water off the first rinse of this one, and how it was chunked up like that, and then at the bottom of this one I added the fresh water for its first rinse, and then it was about an inch thick at the top, and now it's only about like half a centimeter. But if you guys can see, it's literally forming clouds as it precipitates and condenses down and starts reassembling at the bottom bit by bit its own massive just plasma cloud process of this monoatomic gold in its first rinse. And then how that little bit of water, charged golden water, reigniting this one that had been sealed for about a year and was just missing a bit of water, that fresh ignition through it. And yet then that aluminum with the silver still just going. And yeah,
I'd really like to see one of those done with the graphene in there, where you're getting some carbon to get thrown into the mix. You know what I mean?
Me too. That is definitely the next step.
Oh, straight up, like, can you imagine if just literally life just starts forming there? Like,
I wouldn't doubt it, and I don't doubt that it's gonna, like, I'm expecting it at these points, right?
Absolutely. So freaking wild right here. Like, you just must do this all day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't literally have thousands of hours staring at an alembic, you know, just staring.
Just staring into jars. One of my
Yep.
ex-girlfriends, she literally thought I was a lunatic. She's like, "You're spending weeks looking at freaking buckets of rust. You've lost your mind." I'm like,
don't you
no,
see what's happening here?
It's alive. Like, it's alive.
Right. Well, where it started forming the vortex and started, self-organizing, you start seeing, I mean, literally an intelligence behind it. This is nothing but electricity and some metals, and you can literally see an intelligence in the way things are starting to organize themselves. And when you start putting other elements into this,
I know, it just blows my mind. Like this one right here. This one right here is literally all only copper, and normal tap water and salt. Copper coil, anode, copper coil, cathode, self-organizing into these different inductive organizations and neg entropy.
And look at the complexity you're getting off of such simple things. The complexity that you're getting. Okay, now then you take and imagine that electrolysis event happening with all the different metals that are representative by the luminaries, and imagine that.
Exactly.
Like, wow.
Man, like, honest to God, like Saturn and Jupiter, do they ever look like lead mixed in with it and tin being like with the aluminum, and then they like just all of them like, so this one's like zinc and copper mixed together, and does that not look like it could be either Jupiter or Saturn or any of the plasmas or cosmics, or right, like it, and it's like these are just the base metals mixed together and
just broken down and letting them self-organize back together, which is why I was talking about these luminaries are just these metals. And when you look at it, the light of those metals is just the metal in and of itself sped up. That there's still a particle there, and we can recreate that even with a simple incandescent bulb, where the incandescent bulb is literally just a resistor, and that resistor is giving enough resistance that it ends up turning into light. And when you turn that off, it actually goes back down, and you see it's just a piece of metal. And so that was literal particles sped up to light speed. And when they get slowed back down, then they're going to end up being metal particles again also. This is part of why, like, they talk about that there's streams that they go in and dredge it for gold and go back a decade later, and it's got gold in it again, even though there's no mother lode, simply because it's being filtered straight out of the air. You look at mines have a flower of life on top of them, the old precious metal mines, and they call that an accumulator. And they even actually have it over the Silver Legacy Casino to represent the silver mine. And that is called an accumulator, that big flower of life over top of it. So this is going to be a nodal point that specifically likes drawing that particular energy, or that like the sun's going to be gold, the moon's going to be silver. That point is going to be more drawn to that. And then they put this accumulator on top of it, and that's these giant mines. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool when you're standing in the Silver Legacy and you look up at it, and you're like, that's fascinating. And then you stop and think, like, what's happening in that casino? They're accumulating, aren't they? They're definitely accumulating their
And
gold
the
and silver.
cathedrals, like all the cathedral domes, and then they're resonating like antennae that are like made of these same metals and like on the ley lines, and it's just like, man, I could only one like. And then there's the star charts and how they map them, and then like how the arches all line up to it, and like there's so many energies that come from it that we're only like barely beginning to understand. And it's like these legends of portals, I like more and more I'm starting to believe that this is like advanced like spiritual slash interdimensional like portal technology potentially, like with some of this stuff. Quickly though, it's gonna show, so this right here, how it's all turning yellow, and that literally just the anode had eroded all the way through, where this was that copper on silver reaction, like this right. So it's this one right
Yep.
here, and just that the anode had the copper wire itself had splashed too much from the hydrogen salt water getting up, and it eventually eroded through the anode side. As soon as it cut, everything that was blue, everything that was white, whether it was oxidized or monoatomic pure, instantly turns to this yellow. And then like this is a different picture reaction, but just to show like the entire thing will turn into the sulfur, and all that you're cutting is the reaction current going in, and the anode expiring.
The life in it, the energy, the life.
Yeah, you got it, the life. And then it was like it's actually adding a literal scientific process and like technique to verify these ancient alchemical writings that were only seen as esoteric when, oh, the life ends and the sulfur emerges. It's like, no, the voltage ends, the anode expires, and no, literally, it's like the yellow sulfur transmutes nowhere from the water out at like literally the entire water process. Where does all this sulfur come from? Like it's impossible. Like the only thing that has changed is half of the electrical reaction ending and the copper anode itself eroding out and expiring.
Freaking fascinating. Literally, that thing was alive. Now, do you have a very accurate scale? I'd like to know what the difference is between the weight of when it's active and alive and in that sulfurized state. So weigh it and then kill it and see what the difference is in the weight.
That is I've had that request before, and I'm gonna have to write that down, because that is actually something very important that you just mentioned. And then also tomorrow to be able to like read all of the accurate readings within, start getting some voltages and stuff. And yes, I've got the scale for measuring the anodes and cathodes going in as well too, of electrodes. But I should, and we should call it a night here, as there's APEC tomorrow and Science of the Sound, so we will let the life sulfur away and call this a wrap until tomorrow.
Well, before you go, do you want to see? You want to see my lab?
100%, my friend. 100%.
Yeah, I don't normally get into it too much. Most people don't even, it's like they really wouldn't even understand anyways.
We're a special group.
yeah, you guys are doing work. Like, wow.
I thank you. I appreciate that.
It's so hard to find that, because, you know, in today's world, everybody knows everything, but none of them are doing anything. Like, they all have these just high fine ideas, and you're just sitting here plugging along doing the work. So there we go. I stick more on the plant side of things, but I'm doing everything at -40. So this freezes down your extraction solvents, and then it sits in here and it freezes it, and you put all your materials in there, and it then it ends up going into here, and that's heated up. But that's heated up, and then when it gets heated up, the solvent obviously is, you know, extremely unstable. So you want to then, that's going to vape off, and you end up wanting to get that turned back into liquid. So this freezes those down and freezes that back down to liquid right away. So I don't end up getting vapor lock, so I can end up punching stuff through my system. But yeah, people don't understand, like, you get these equipments and work with this stuff.
That's a badass system. I like it. Have you seen much of Esoteric Gold's worker lab in the alchemy department as well?
Oh no, I got to check him out. Esoteric Gold.
Yes, sir.
Check that
Absolutely. He's also been partaking in some of the streams lately, and he'll probably be in the APEC tomorrow. But
nice.
At the very start of that 12-hour, that 15-hour stream that we did a couple hours of, that you caught on the end of the last one, the very beginning, it's he does a couple hours with Jeremiah of Join the Technicians, and they both have pretty good labs too, and you should definitely watch that, because it's exactly on par with what we've just been discussing, but more in regards to similarities to what you're doing as well. So more research. And Esoteric Gold is down in Utah.
Nice. Utah is so nice, because so, like, a lot of people, like, don't understand why I don't say some of the things that, like, Phoenix Aurelius says and some of those guys, and I don't make some of the claims they do, because I'm in California. Fucking Utah's real Wild West with that, which I'm for. I'm not criticizing Utah, but Utah, that's part of why all the different essential oil companies and stuff like that are based out of Utah, because Utah's got real open laws, and they don't get the FDA in for nothing, where California's like, oh, did you say that a cold bath will make a fever go down? Oh, we haven't FDA approved that. You know, like that, you know, anything they'll freak out about that you try and say in California. So
yeah, right. And it's like, that's why I haven't dared, like, trying to sell any of mine. Just like, I don't even want to deal with legalities of health issues, and especially like if it's international shipping and like health regulations, if I start calling it like certain things, or like, yeah, man, it's crazy. But then for the actual application of agriculture, there's so much. And what I want to start doing is controlled experiments through my legal medical cannabis license of controlled monoatomic charging of the water and growth.
100% want to see that. 100%. And then also add in splitting splitting the water and bubbling that into your water, and because gaining that we talked about this, but it got cut out because YouTube's horrible. But mercury in and of itself, where it's dynamic, it has two different sides. And the oxygen side, as we're talking about, and all these things, and like with the electrolysis, where the oxygen is creating the breakdown, where things are breaking apart and oxygen is carrying that half of that molecule out of there, so that way that more breakdown can continue. The hydrogen side of that fuses things together, and that gives. So you need that, both that give and take in that whole system, and that mercurial side's going to have both of those things. Oh, so beautiful.
And that one is just the iron oxide that makes it orange.
You betcha. You betcha.
Alrighty, so
my wife would tell me if I had this in our house. I am already bad enough. If she literally cries over, like I talked about getting a parrot, and she started crying.
oh, we used to have parrots. Parrots are awesome.
That's what I'm saying. And then the parrot can sit there and like scream eureka or something like that. You know, you could start. I don't really say eureka, but I'd have to start saying that just to get the parrot to do it.
Yeah, so another thing is just to be able to switch all of these, well, some of these LED lights are solar powered, but to get them onto a permanent battery bank and solar charge that they all run off of a consistent supply of power all night long from solar.
Nice. Yeah, I'm on solar. I've got hold on, I gotta walk back to the house anyways. I'll show you. I've got 24 L16 lead acid batteries. I'm gonna replace these. I want to get the nanocarbon batteries because the lead acid, a lot of people don't realize between your solar panels and the actual power stored into the battery, you're only getting about 40% with lead acid. And now I can't, I've never had a carbon nano, so I can't prove this, but they say, I'll find out, they'll say that it's, I think it was like 94% or something like that transfer from panel to battery with nanocarbons, which, wow, 95%.
Right.
So here's my battery bank. Right. 24 of these. And then
Oh wow,
this is an
that's
8 kilowatt.
badass.
You betcha. And it's 3 banks of 8 because these are 6 volts. So I've got the 6 volt series into 48 volts because I've got an Outback 48 volt inverter. So it's six set up into 48, and then 3 banks of 48, and then an 8 kilowatt 240 volt inverter. So that way I can run 240 volt power and do like welders and things. And then these are the solar controllers for the solar power coming in. Bring that down, sending it in
That's
at like
huge.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty good setup. I've been doing this for quite a while. At one point in time, we were basically living off of a little bitty Honda generator, and we'd go down to the creek and get water out of the creek and fill a 55-gallon barrel and then run that through a little heater and heat the 55-gallon barrel. Yes, it's me. Yes. I know. Heat the 55-gallon barrel and then add just a little basic pump and pump that through a shower head for showers. But kind of not living too bad these days. It's amp hours is the measurement they have, so I'm not sure what it is in watt hours, but in amp hours, I think they're that was like 400 a battery, 400 amp hours or something like that. And then you stack it across 8 batteries to make one set. The most amps I can pull is probably, well, the whole thing's about 100 amp setup. And then you can take and put another one of those inverters on and slave it to this one and make it a 200 amp. Actually, I think it takes 3 of them to make it a full 200 amp. So I think they're 80 basically. So, yeah, you can slave a couple of those inverters together out back. Most people don't realize most of your setups that they're pawning these days on those, they're actually made to be on the grid. And so what you're doing is like with those Tesla batteries and stuff like that, which are lithium battery. Now lithiums are neat, especially with like a phone, but like with your phone, it's meant to be depleted and then recharged. Where with solar panels, if you're living off them, you're not trying to deplete your battery bank.
It's a trickle charging sort of system you want to build, correct?
Exactly. So you're trying to trickle charge it in and trying to accept that, and you're not trying to deplete your battery bank on a daily basis. So you don't want lithium style, but with those systems that they're selling to these people in the cities, well, the power that during the daytime costs quite a bit more than the power in the evening, which costs still more than the power at night. So what you do is you take these Tesla batteries, you charge it overnight, and then run off of it throughout the daytime, plus whatever solar panels you have on your thing to help you out. And it's meant to be depleted on a daily basis and recharged off of the grid on a daily basis. So basically, you're just buying all of your power overnight instead of using them daytime hours where the power is really expensive. And yeah, Tesla power doesn't hold too much power. Where my 24 batteries, depending on what I'm doing, most of the time I'm only running about 0.2 kilowatts an hour. And on that, when the batteries were new, I could run for 2-3 weeks off of that without incoming power. With incoming power, I can run infinitely off of that. We would end up having to do a power dump where we'd like turn on a water pump or an air conditioner. I'm in California, so ideally it's an air conditioner. You crank on the air conditioner and start using up some of that excess power. But depending on what I'm doing, like if you're doing laundry, things like that, then it's drawing quite a bit more. The things in the city that people don't realize is how many things that are resistors that they run, like a toaster, your stoves, all these different kind of things, how many different resistance type things people are running. And when you're living off grid and living off of these batteries, you're really not trying to run resistance. That just eats those batteries up bad. And then the refrigerator's your other giant culprit, especially with the way they have refrigerators right now, because it's just basic knowledge, just like the tree of life that we were looking at a little bit ago. Cold drops and hot rises. You open up your fridge door. If you're standing there in the middle of a 100-degree day in shorts, you can literally feel that cold hit your shins and just drop out of the fridge. And now that fridge has to repump it all up and do all that. So off grid, instead we take and do it in a cooler or a deep freeze. if you take a kegerator, you can plug a
Get like your
kegerator in
little
between.
dugout even, and like just a cold
Yeah.
room, and there's so many ways. Like, oh man, it's so
Yeah.
ridiculous.
And instead, they're
It's
just
just
going to
all
use
about making it efficient. Like
Uh-huh.
the inefficiencies of our current like electric system, and I go into explaining the difference between cold electricity being on the UV spectrum compared to the infrared load and resistance full heat spectrum electricity, and the difference of the amount of energy that is needed to run between the two of them. And also, as you get into hot electricity, the magnetic field is exponentially weakened, as opposed to when
Yeah.
you're getting into the cool, the magnetic is exponentially increased, and then
Yep.
your yield from the magnetic field into electrical field is exponentially increased. And this is not at all observed or used or comprehended in electrical engineering whatsoever in modern technology.
100% agree. Could not agree more. And in fact, that's why I was kind of shocked when they talked about room temperature superconduction. Usually, you can only reach superconduction at real negative temperatures. Some real severely negative temperatures. Then that's where you start reaching superconductivity.
Oh, absolutely. And any of these like plasmoids or monoatomics or any electrical energy system that connects into a plasma dynamic system or flow then is being able to be superconductive and transferred over into your electrical circuit, or you want to put your load into a bell ringing or energy jewel thief circuit that your load runs off of, and then you're harvesting off of the plasmatic dynamic in and out. Instead of having it going to the grid, you have it going into the plasma flow of dipole.
Absolutely. Where you're talking about the most, and it's fascinating how those two things work together then, because plasma is like your most chaotic, where it's like pure energy, has no structure. And then you turn around and your superconductor with superconductivity, the particles in that material are so perfectly aligned that literally what happens on one side is happening on the other side at the exact same time. It's just perfect alignment, perfect structure. And that those two things then work together is just fascinating.
Right? Yeah, and Dan Winters really goes into it with neg entropy and the self-organization of these plasmoids into the fields of the geometric ratio of phi and golden ratio and all of that, and then self-organize. And then it's this self-organization that then provides the extra energy and over unity and coherence of all of these reactions and energies. And that once you can get into a system of metals that are able to self-organize into a repairing, rectifying situation on the cathode or anode side of the depreciation, you're able to get a consistent superconductive energy addition in.
Okay. So it is what's going on then is because it's breaking down into the particles are breaking down into basically subparticles. Where it was a stable particle, it's breaking down then into its salt, mercury, and sulfur component in and of itself. And then because of that is the actual particle. Yes, honey. If cats, right? The particle in and of itself then is going through this entire phase. So the conductivity is happening inside of itself. Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way of wording it.
All right. So anyways, tomorrow, what time tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, 1 p.m. Mountain Time, so noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. APEC begins. I need to get some sleep. Much love and
Scientists out.
respect.
Love you, brother. So
You
awesome
too,
talking to you. So
Always
awesome.
a pleasure. Look forward to the next one, my friend.
Absolutely.
All right. So, APEC and then most likely series of sound. Love you all. That was 7 hours that I was only expecting to be 1 or 2, as it always seems to be. And on that note, have a good night.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here, and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And, you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of, it's, you know, it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you. And clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
Cosmic resonance, that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. Just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony, on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult? Wake up.